the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. It is the kickoff hour, and we start a brand new week together. Good Time Gang is live. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in an hour from now for the main show. But until then, we'll break the world down as we see it and jump into our personal lives, see how the weekends went. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to recap, and we look forward to doing that with you. We thank you so much for making Rick and Bubba your choice today. We don't take that lightly, and we appreciate you so much. All right, here we go. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Gentlemen.
Good. All right,
yes.
Greg. All right, bring it on
I am
over.
fired up.
You know what it is.
Solo, but I'm fired up.
Hey, you know what it is.
What?
He's put out.
He is.
He still hasn't. He still
frustrated.
doesn't have internet at the house.
Yeah,
I don't understand this, by the way. I don't understand why they
since
can't
last
get you.
Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, you know what? This is what you don't want to hear when it comes to your internet provider. Oh, you know, the problem's outside your house. We're gonna have to go back down out to the pole and figure out what's going on.
What's funny though is when I called the first time, it was my modem got
Sure
hit by
it was.
lightning, and we're gonna send you one, and they did. I'll give them. They got it there the next day. Job well done.
That's how they get you, Greg.
Hook it up. It still won't work. Call them back and Mr. Burgess, go through all that. I got a good deal. The first one I dealt with actually had not too thick an accent. The second time I called, sweet lady, but wow, I struggled. Have you tried the mobile? Anyway, so I do all that, and I finally we're getting a technician, but they say, God forbid he come that day or the next day.
Right.
It was like 2 days later, but hey, we got him set up for Saturday.
Okay.
So he shows up Saturday, and nothing against him. He did his job. He's like, I didn't know how they do. They got the technician in the van. He handles everything from the house and where it goes up to pole. But if anything on the lines, they got to call the bucket crew in.
Oh, boy, not the
so
bucket
he finishes up. He says, look, I've done run the test and all this. It's out here on the main line. But they'll be here tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, to get it fixed. Well, of course, nobody showed up yesterday. So I don't know what's going to happen today. But I'll have to find out. I guess I have to call and talk
Are you
to
the only
somebody
one that it's out?
I don't know. As far as I don't know. I ain't got a clue.
All the storms, something
I don't know. Well,
blew something down or whatever.
Well,
Because you say you're still losing trees.
I'm not overthinking it, but the way they brought it in, it goes. You know, we had no internet for years out there. We had dial up, and then they had this company that tried to.
You remember the sound dial-up used to make?
Yeah.
Yeah, this company tried to do
satellite
a wireless, and it worked okay. It wasn't great, so they bellied up. Well, then UVerse came, so we're like, hey, here it is. But so it comes off the main line, you know, it's below the neutral, and it pulls. I see the tap coming. Well, it goes through this patch of trees and just disappears. So God knows what's in there with all this going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no genius.
I'm afraid at some point I'm going to lose mine because of the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, the way mine is run, it's run through probably the first 70 feet of it is through trees.
Yeah, this so thick
It's
it
straight through
disappears.
trees. I know.
It disappears. I
Same
can't
way
even
with
say
me.
same deal.
Yeah.
And
I'm
look,
just
hey,
waiting for the day.
hey,
And
look,
that's coming to your house when it disappears?
Well, then it hits the pole, and then goes underground. To the
Okay.
house.
I got
See,
you.
mine goes straight from the house to
Yeah.
the trees, and so it's constantly just a.
Yeah. So I guess you'll tell Bucket Man, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but sit at the clump of trees right there where the wire
I would
disappears.
start there.
Probably.
I would too.
Let's start there.
Got a little experience in that department. Different utility, but kind of same thought process.
Right.
Hey, it's a bunch of trees wrapped up in it. Could be a problem there.
But in order to start, they got to actually get there first.
They
Yeah,
do.
But here's the thing.
Still hadn't shown
Here's
up.
what's weird. I will give them this, AT&T credit. During the whole process, up to now, they kept updating me. Hey, still on for tomorrow, looking good. Hey, technician coming your way, looking good. Kept me updated. I'll give them that with text messages.
Right.
They sent you one yesterday.
No.
Said not coming.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't heard nothing.
What
Just went blank.
Do you think the guy really put the order
Or maybe
in?
they wait till they cancel the order out and they go, hey, is it done? But I don't know.
You know what this means? You got to call him back and get on hold again. And
Yeah, I
Mr.
can't wait
Burgess,
for that.
and then be like, hey,
first the
I'm-
computer's going to try to fix it.
Yeah, I know.
We're running a test.
Tell us.
You need to talk to a representative. Well, hell yeah, we should have done that when I first called.
Oh my God, sure it is.
And they've done a great job up to this point. I mean, I get it.
You don't
I'd
have
like
to
to see
keep
you come
saying
on
that.
out there.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you get on out there. I know it's just the internet. It's not your lights off. But when I used to do that, they used to wake me up in the middle of the night if somebody's lights. So they didn't say, wait till tomorrow, we'll get it.
Right.
You know, and I don't expect them to get in the middle of the night to do my internet, but maybe within 3 days during regular work hours, maybe get to it then. I'll give you that. I would
look.
expect them to come out in the middle of the night for internet. It ain't that important.
Right. But hey, look, you really are blessed because a lot of people work from home now. So, like their internet down
Well,
affects
I
their
could
job
use-
and everything. So, it is a big deal.
Well, I could, believe it or not, part of our job at home when I'm getting information and trying to get stuff for today ready, I already have it like this
Sure.
thing we dealt with this morning.
Gotcha.
So it would have been nice to have had that
Yeah.
because whatever. But that's fine.
you,
it's just this thing's been rocking on. And again, communication was good up to yesterday. And then
Yeah.
it just went completely blank. But after, I don't know. I guess I'll.
When they try the automated route and finally you get to a real person, but for a while
Even
they
though
try.
they don't sound like a real person.
No, right. They don't,
My
they tell you, tell us why you're calling, and sometimes you go, technician or
I know.
whatever, outage or.
Modem not working. You talk like an Indian.
Right.
No, I'm
Right.
saying you do. Modem not working.
Right, yeah,
'cause
like
you don't want to give
yeah.
it too many words because
Right.
the computer's got to hear you.
Gotcha.
I don't mean like hotel Indian.
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Greg,
I
just
got
stop.
you. Yeah.
Okay, we got it. You don't have to keep going.
So you're saying like you go power out,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to give it too many words because it'll get confused.
no internet,
Come on.
bucket man, not
Again,
show up.
And I get it, but
Line
now I'm
running through trees.
starting to get a little frustrated.
Getting frustrated.
Yeah. I was good because, like I said, they kept reaching out to me. Hey, you still good? We on for this time? They're coming. Hey, he'll be here on his way. He even called me. How about the technician even called me on my way? I'm coming.
Daddy
through.
can't stream Manziel show. Netflix.
Oh, so
Yeah,
hey, do
I
you
got a bunch of stuff I want to
Hey,
watch.
do you have his cell phone?
Well, it's I text that back yesterday, but it's the company phone. It says AT&T. So I
Dang-nabbit.
doubt it's just, but I may just dial it.
So
tonight.
frustrated. Stood up.
Golly. I wonder if he thought Saturday was Sunday, and when he said tomorrow, because I didn't picture the bucket crew coming out on Sunday morning. I just
Yeah,
didn't
I don't know,
picture
man.
that.
They work.
Yeah, they're out all the
those
time.
guys are
these
on
days.
call on the weekends.
Well, I
and
don't know where
all
they
that.
were yesterday.
Not show up.
Because if they had worked on it and I didn't see it, wouldn't somebody reach down and go, "Hey, is it working?" I would like if they had
Probably.
Because
yeah.
I mean, this thing's been talking to me all week about them coming down. Surely they would say, "Hey, they've
Have
completed
you tried?
the job."
I mean, just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
you tried
It
it?
doesn't work.
Okay.
Doesn't work at all.
What's weird though
Sorry.
is that the
That
cable part works, but not the internet.
No,
Right.
DirecTV's different.
He's
DirecTV?
separate. He's got
It's
separate
two separate
service.
Okay, got it. All right.
Even though AT&T owns DirecTV,
Sure.
that's a separate. Then I have the Uverse just
Yeah.
for the internet.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully they'll get there.
Yeah.
So you tried calling that the number back when the tech called you, and
I
it was
texted.
texted.
I may call.
You know what this
today.
means? You got to call them back.
Yep.
Hey,
Yeah.
you got to
Then
help
send
them
me
out.
some great encouraging texts until they get it fixed.
Yeah, somebody help Daddy.
Anyway, what about that?
All right. Well, we saw how your weekend went. So you didn't stream anything, huh?
No.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We're off and running, and we thank you so much for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. So we were discussing going to break. And like you're saying, Greg, these are first world problems. We get that. But still, it's frustrating when you have any kind of interruption at the house, be it internet, cable, power, you name it.
Well, it's been a week.
It has been, and you're going through the process of elimination with the company, and most of it's automated, and trying to get anybody that cares, and they're sending you equipment, and that doesn't work. Okay, well now it's it's out in the road and it's somewhere up the pole and all this kind of stuff, and so
it's hard for me to trust that that guy really can know what I'm happening in
right.
Plaza Valley, Alabama, wherever he's at.
Yeah, and you'd really love to be there when they come, but. As it will have it, probably they'll come today when you're here.
I hope they do.
Yeah,
That'd
and,
be nice.
and hopefully resolve it. But what will probably happen is they'll leave and you'll get notification that they couldn't find the problem. But we'll see. We'll see. So Greg was not able to stream anything. Like I said, that's not the biggest of issues. He doesn't have internet either to do anything. So just the frustration of that. It's been a week.
Yeah.
Besides that, how was y'all's weekend? Good?
Yeah, I did. Unlike Greg, I did stream a lot.
You did?
I
Okay.
streamed a ton, and not to rub it in, but I Saturday was. I don't think I could have relaxed any more than I did. I spent probably 3 to 5 hours off and on in front of my computer, but it was doing a bunch of stuff, Jacksonville State, but it was all while I was streaming something. So I watched a ton. Yesterday was pretty much the same. I have not had a weekend like this where I didn't go anywhere. I didn't leave the house. Saturday, the first time I got in Friday night from Jacksonville about 7:30, and I did not leave the house till this morning. And we had some things going on where I couldn't leave too, but we don't have to get into that. Yeah, how about that? That's the first time that's happened in a long time.
You needed
Like
that.
I had to put air in my tire this morning because it's been sitting there for 48 hours, 72 hours.
You know the truck thing.
without going anywhere.
Yeah.
Thank goodness you didn't. I mean, you're taking me all over
Give
the
me a
place.
break.
Give me a break.
So yeah, how about that? Cranked it up. I, wow, you're low. Hadn't seen you since Friday.
Good to see you.
Hey, while you're low.
Before you leave and start your little busy week, you might ought to put some air in my tire. That's what the truck said this
Yeah, I've
morning.
been sitting here on it
Yeah.
on a flat spot.
Serious business. Didn't go anywhere. I didn't change clothes all day Saturday. Like I got up and got a shower and put new clothes on, and I didn't change till the next day. And that's not like me.
Stunk a little bit, but
Yeah.
that's fine.
No, I didn't stink.
just
but
a little gamey.
But I was comfortable.
Yeah.
I know that.
Well,
a
let
little
me just
cedar closet.
let me tell you something. We had a great Saturday. Y'all forgot I went up to Madison County High School.
Oh,
but
I did. Forget about the wing
ding. Wing ding.
It wasn't a wing ding.
Wing and ding. And... Who won the wing ding?
Oh me.
I forgot all about that.
Had a
I would've
great
texted
time.
you and said, "Hey, how's the wing ding?"
Yeah. So
coulda
we
emailed
really
him.
turned it into a full day, but because Dad had a birthday midweek last week, and so couldn't get up there for that. So we were like, let's go up early and see him and Mom, and we hung out and just I love hearing story. We just sat around and talked and just had a good old time, and they started telling us stories about just. Some I had heard, but just about growing up and different things they were doing, and they just start talking, and you just like, wow, I love these kind of stories and how times have changed. If you know what I mean.
Some yarns.
Yeah, so we just around shooting the bull, hanging out, had a late lunch with them, and then kind of eased my way on over to Madison County High School and
Late
met
lunch
up.
And you had to eat wings.
There was an email that was sent out to all the judges. Hey, if you don't mind, kind of report here at this time. I pull up, and that place. There's so many people. They
like wings in Madison County.
What they did is they took the track around the football field and they set up tents, and it was like you had jumpy things all over the place, kids running everywhere. There was some youth football games earlier in the day. It was just a big day, and so I guess this was the end of the day, and so we hook up, and there's 10 judges, and they're like, okay, y'all ready? And so we all walk over there, and we're meeting and mingling, and I'd met a few of the judges before, but some I hadn't, so we're just meeting each other and all this. So they take us over to the actual school where they had set up everything, and they did a great job. They had tables set up and everything. There was 3 categories. Traditional, unique, and hot. And
So you voting for the hottest?
well, what it was is they were like, okay, here's all the traditionals, and they give us a form kind of to fill out, and this is this is number 1 or whatever, and then you give them 10 being the best, 1 being the worst. You give them a score and then total it up
You
at
hung
the
around
end.
6 to 7.
Can you imagine this right here having to make a
Make a
decision?
decision.
Hey, I got to tell you, it was hard.
I bet the other judges were like, "Come on,
Yeah. There were some.
what are you doing?"
Well,
I bet he asked the guy next to him, "What'd you give it?"
Right. Well, it took me back to the days
You
of.
know he did.
It took me back to the days of, taking tests, whatever, getting answers from other. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, looking over. Going, oh,
you
okay,
kinda-
We've
it's a
all
6.
done it.
I thought it was a 7, but I guess maybe it's a 6.
It really took me back to our biscuit bake-off days, Greg,
had
where we
to
would
measure
go.
biscuits.
And what'd we start doing? Hey, you can't eat all of it.
You
Just
can't
take a bite.
Take a bite.
And
By the end of the
so
evening, it's tough.
So we'd get the wing. You'd get 1 wing on a little plate,
Mm-hmm.
and then you go, all right, this is number 1, And so you take a bite. And what it was is I had to really talk to myself about don't eat the whole thing because you're going to be struggling by the time this thing's over. Yes. So I'd get a bite or two, but I got to tell you, there was a few that were so good, I ate the whole thing.
Okay.
And they clearly got better numbers from me than that. So we get through the traditional, and then we get to the unique.
This is where I want to land.
And
how can you be unique?
Is it like? Is this where you? And I'm going to go Buffalo Wild Wings, but is this like where you get your Agent Zing and your all your different
or
flavors?
No, it's really more on. This one might be smoked with something a little different flavor or whatever. It's just not your old traditional wing
prepared
type deal,
a little
right?
Smoke. Like
and so sitting across from me, Mo Brooks was there, and
hey, Mo.
And then the chief for Gurley was there. By the way, shout out to him. His dad listens in Florida, says he loves the show,
Florida,
whatever.
awesome.
So we're sitting there and we're just talking and just having a good old time. And, somebody said something funny about the time that I put the one of the unique wings as soon as I went to go get a bite. Well, I breathed some of that hot sauce and it hit the back of my throat. And guys,
That's unique.
I got so choked.
Oh,
okay. I got to coughing, and it was one of those things where you can't even look. My eyes were watering, and I was like, "I'm fine. I'm good. I'm all right."
Give me a second.
And it almost stopped the whole thing. Ben Smith with WHNT was there, the meteorologist. And he was like, Speedy, are you okay?
He predicted it's going to be hot. He's a meteorologist.
He said, are you all right? Do we need to get somebody? And we hadn't even got to the hot category yet.
Did they think you were choking actually on the wing?
Well, I was trying to tell them, but when you're choking and you're trying to talk, they couldn't understand.
I wish somebody would have come up behind him.
The person even running it said, are you okay? No. It stopped the whole thing. And me being
Everybody's
socially awkward, and I can't talk, and my eyes are I was a mess.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, Don't get enough exercise or you eat too much fast food? Take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, it is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler, I'll join us right after top of the hour for the main show. So just finishing up real quick. So that was my Saturday. Went up, saw the parents in Huntsville, home of the river, and then Saturday evening made my way over to Madison County High School, and I did get made fun of a little bit because I was calling it Madison High School early in the week, and I left county out. And but that by midweek we dialed it in, the Madison County High School. And met a lot of
I think you got it right the day before.
Well, met a lot of the judges that I hadn't met, and then some that I had, and it had been a while since we had seen each other. But we're sitting there eating, and the worst thing happened. And me at socially awkward moments and all that. I was the one that caused it, getting choked on some wing. And it really had nothing to do with how hot it was or anything or how unique it was. It was I took a breath at the wrong time, and some of the sauce on the wing shot to the back of my throat, and it got me. I mean, it got me. And I think what made it worse is I was trying to talk through it.
Yeah.
And when you start to try to talk and you think,
when you need to be recovered.
Speedy, are you all? Speedy, do you need water? I need water. And at first they were laughing. Mo Brooks even looked at me and said, "Do you mind if I laugh at you right now?" And I'm like, "No, go ahead. You're good." Mo. So that was kind of awkward. Shut the whole thing down. They stopped serving wings until I cleared up. But hey, you know what? Another bottle of water. I downed the bottle of water and it was good. But that went really well. They were doing a fundraiser for the football team and athletic department, and said that it went extremely well. Sold all their tickets and everything. But I was just amazed at how, because I'd never been to that part of Huntsville in the Gurley area, and I was surprised at the crowd.
Gurley there?
I pulled up. Terry was with me. I pulled up because we had a day, and you couldn't find a spot. And so that's kind of how it
The
went.
community came out and supported them.
Yep,
That's a good
exactly. Y'all forgot about me. But
Today's
I almost
world,
sent
it's
a
hard to get
location check standing at the entrance there at the football field to the two of you because y'all had forgotten about me.
I had forgot. I'm completely honest with you. I no clue. I
completely forgot you were at a wing ding.
Got home a little after 11. Forgot about that. Y'all didn't care about
got
that.
on up and ran sound.
Yeah. Had to dial it in.
You got a little feedback. I'm sleepy.
Yeah. Knocked the yard out yesterday afternoon. So it was a day. It was a day. Wow, the storms.
Well,
they'll roll through, won't they?
Since every afternoon I'm gonna have a major storm at the house. I've been cutting up a lot of trees.
Yeah, you said that more trees have gone
Yeah,
down.
they're up in the woods. You know, the woods. My yard stops, and then it's woods. Well, they keep falling and landing in the yard out of the woods, and I'm like, well, is that going to chop them up?
Is this chainsaw chopping up?
Oh
Okay.
yeah, and I'm gonna pile them up, let them dry out, and then I'll drag them out this winter and burn them.
You can't wait for that.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you get some Amazon boxes with that, buddy. You got you some.
I did a little of that yesterday too. It's hot,
Yeah.
but I had a bunch of stuff I had to burn.
You know what you do? You have the family over have a big bonfire.
I like a good bonfire.
Come on, grandkids.
They might like that.
Let's have a big bonfire. Everybody get some folded chairs. Get out here.
Let's do it.
All right. So other than that, everybody good. We at church they were showing some footage because there's a church that our pastor knows the pastor of that church in Hawaii, and it had actually made it, and it was at the top of a crest of a little mountain. And it showed the devastation around. Of course, they said all the congregations they don't even know where some of the members are, and those that they have found have lost everything. But the church is actually still standing. And I was looking at the death toll, and did I see it was in the 90s, and it's going to probably grow.
That's terrible
because they're just having such a hard time finding everybody. With the communication down and just trying to find. I heard just a terrible story of there was 3 ladies and they were somewhere there on the island, and it started, and they were like, the winds were so high it started spreading, and the smoke was so bad you could hardly see in front of you, and they were leaving where they were, and one of the ladies said, "Oh, I need to get my phone." And she turned around to get her phone, and the two said, "That's the last we ever saw of her."
Oh boy!
Because you can't. It's like having your eyes closed trying to find stuff that you couldn't see, and so we're hollering for her, and we go back trying to find her.
Leave the phone.
And so the TV station, I guess, there was interviewing the lady, and so she was like, "I don't know if she made it or not. I hope she did, but that's the last we saw of her." And that's the kind of situation they were in.
Yeah, the footage is wow. Boy, it's going to be a minute to get all that built back.
And I know the guys are going to talk about this, and we're not very political this hour, but the Hawaii governor, Josh Green, says global warming is what caused this. And I just got to say, okay, we've had hurricanes for I don't know how long, and they're saying
there were hurricane force winds that coming off that kind of stirred the fire up.
Yes.
They ever figured out what started the fire?
No, but I think there's a lawsuit to the.
Well, there is on the power lines. They, kind of like what happened in California. Remember, and I think the company lost had to pay a bunch of money, but they're claiming that the power companies ignored the warnings of the wind, so they should have dropped the power, dropped everything out, and then because they're saying the winds probably knocked the power line down, which sparked the fire, and then the winds blowing got the fire
has nothing
cranked
to do
up.
with global warming.
No.
If that was the case. So,
no, but it's so matter of fact. Well, yeah, it's very real. Global warming caused conditions for the deadly wildfire. Almost like it's we've already this is really what it is. But I don't.
Are they saying because is it drier than normal in Hawaii? I don't know.
There's got to be some kind of.
Has it not had a lot of rain that they normally have? I don't know.
Josh Green said yesterday that global warming played a major role in the Maui wildfire that destroyed an historic town, has killed at least 93. He spoke about the devastation, I guess yesterday.
Governor?
Yeah.
Well, I don't take any governor of Hawaii serious. If you're the governor of Hawaii, but your name is Josh Green, it needs to be Mawango. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're not real Hawaiian.
Mantateo.
Something like that.
Yeah.
If you're Josh Green.
Yeah, he contributed the strong winds from Hurricane Dora which passed far down, I guess, to the south part of the island last week. It was
now, if he's just
very
blaming-
dry drought conditions, and the blaze, of course, was fast moving. He said he called it a fire hurricane, and he goes on, but it's just matter of fact. It's global warming, and I think we have audio today of the White House basically saying that too. And I just think
we're not going to miss every
there.
opportunity to promote our product, so to speak.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Yeah,
like I said, as far as the power company, they're the same people that if you dropped all the power out and nothing happened, they would be mad because you dropped the power out.
Mm-hmm. You're right. So anyway, we'll update more on that. And this one here is kind of strange because I know, Helmsy, you've talked about going to concerts. I didn't go to a ton, but Greg, I know you did.
Oh my God!
And
I
know
can't even count how many I went to.
I know that we all like Lionel Richie as well.
I saw him. First concert I ever went was when Lionel was still in the Commodores, and it was awesome.
So apparently, due to severe weather and being unable to land in New York and surrounding areas, Lionel Richie had to cancel a concert 1 hour after the show start time.
Well, that's not his fault.
It's not really. Fans were skeptical of his explanation, though, and questioned how bad the weather really was on the East Coast. But due to severe weather, he sent out in a tweet, "I'm unable to make the show tonight. I'm so bummed. We're rescheduling the show for Monday, August 14th. Can't wait to perform, whatever. And people are like, come on, the weather has been fine all day in New Jersey, New York. At least these are people that are replying to his tweet. But, that'd be tough.
Well, Helms' boy, Morgan Wallen, or whatever his name is, he got criticized. Remember, it was in Starkville, I think. Or no, it was in Oxford, Mississippi, that he canceled the concert like an hour before he was supposed to come out, and everybody got all mad about it.
Speaking of which, he shaved his head, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Shaved the mullet off.
Oh, wow. But that's a weird look.
You're
used to seeing the mullet.
Yeah, but I guess everybody's just...
I'm giving Lionel the benefit of the doubt.
He should have been there doing it all night long.
Despite the weather. I tell you, that's a tough one there. But, now how he canceled it an hour after it's supposed to start,
when you're
that's
sitting
tough.
there, and first of all, it's an hour late.
I think he was with Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That'd have been a good one.
Yeah.
Did Earth, Wind, and Fire get to play?
It looks like Earth, Wind, and Fire shared on their Instagram message from the Hartford Healthcare
Amphitheater.
Thank you. They're set to perform due to unforeseen circumstances. The concert scheduled for Monday, August 14th, has been rescheduled for Wednesday, and it just that's kind of really their only statement.
All night long.
All night.
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for? Listen, when he was in the Commodores and Brick House and all that, y'all, it was quite a show. It was the first one I ever went to, and maybe my favorite. And I've been to a bunch.
Did you just say maybe my favorite?
It was everything was great. Well, it was my first big concert, and everything was great. They sounded great. Everything looked great. Big show. It was awesome. Of course, now he's canceling. How about this line? Maybe.
But I don't know.
Oh, she's up.
There's certain things that are out of your.
There are, but I'd be a little disappointed if I'd been sitting there. You get there early, so you sit there more than an hour. Then it gets showtime, and then you got another hour, and they still ain't out.
Let's think ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like putting on a tournament. Let's look at it. Y'all got a radar anywhere?
Rick and Bubba.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition Smart Bed, plus special financing ends Monday. See store for details.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more straight talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for joining us here on the kickoff hour. We're sitting here just kind of thumbing through some stories of the day, and we have a lot out there. Some are some head scratchers here, though. Did y'all see that house explode in Pennsylvania?
That thing went off, boy.
I'll tell you what it was.
That was like somebody dropped one of them big bombs that blow up. What's it called? Them big 500-pounders.
Yeah.
None of us can think of it.
I can't think of it.
Well, if you could stream, you would know what it is.
But I saw the footage of that, and that's unbelievable.
I don't believe it's stuff like that. I don't believe gas lines and stuff like that.
Oh, you think it's
I don't
conspiracy?
Well, you know what happened, Greg. There's a terrorist organization. We blew it up, and we're just going to act like something.
There it is. Possible.
And look, I'm just telling you, that's I wouldn't look past that.
Well, if you are watching the show Linus, you know exactly what happened.
Exactly.
If you're up to speed on that.
I am.
That's
a good show.
So it's good. You know, the preview didn't really grab me.
Greg, I don't want to hear it.
I mean, I'll give it a look, but something about it, something about.
Well, you know what? You didn't. You know what else? Jack
Ryan.
Ryan didn't grab you either.
Well, I quit watching. I didn't watch the last season.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Got boring.
So he thinks that Jack Ryan was boring.
Not all of it, but some of it was.
Greg,
it was.
You just.
Hey, stay away from Linus. I don't want you watching.
Yeah, you're forbidden.
Okay.
Yeah.
You come in here talking about Linus, I'm gonna slap you. I tell you one I watched this week. Well, I don't. Let's finish this story because I know.
No, go ahead. I mean, because that's really. I mean,
now let me ask you this: 5 dead in this, right? Do we know who the 5 are? Because I want to be sensitive to that. Is this?
Oh, do you now?
Well, I mean, I'm going to ask.
Am I wrong, or did it also? It looks like a house beside of it got kind of leveled too.
Well, yeah. Anytime you
set off, bombs the terrorists have inside to get rid of everything.
I'm talking about the house. The house.
I know,
beside
but
it.
it'll get to that too. Probably blow some windows out at least.
Yeah,
it's one looked like it was hammered pretty good.
Yeah, unfortunately, 5 people are dead, 4 adults, and an adolescent after an explosion in Plum, Pennsylvania. Destroyed several homes, Greg, Saturday. The chief confirmed the reports that a number of people had died in the explosion, and it had increased to 4 at that time, saying 5 bodies had been recovered. He went on to say that the weather has suspended some of the activity there, them trying to determine what happened, so they had to kind of put a lot of things on hold, but a couple were transported to a hospital. 2 individuals were transported in stable condition. Investigators have yet disclosed the cause of the explosion, but they're expected were expected to resume activities yesterday. I hadn't got an update from that.
I thought I saw a headline that, and again, I didn't read it, that said they have determined it wasn't like natural gas going to the house.
Well, the Hawaiian governor said it was global warming.
Yeah,
that's true. Hey, don't laugh,
guys. It's kind of like a.
So
turn
you're
in the
saying we don't have
neighborhood.
any details, Speedy? That they haven't released anything? Is that what you're saying?
No, I haven't.
I'll tell you this: the fact that it's in Pennsylvania throws me off a little bit on the conspiracy. I know you don't, but I that throws me off a little bit on that thought.
But I tell you what, that thing went off, and it just disintegrated.
Yeah,
golly. How about one of the neighbors said they had been out shopping when they got an alert about a problem at the house, and when they pulled up, they couldn't believe the problem.
Yeah.
Others down the street said it broke all the windows in the house. So it's just weird, man. I mean, if it's not a gas line, what in the world?
That's another thing. So if you're coming out and saying that's not it, then there's only one other thing it can be, right?
Unless somebody in that house was fooling around with something.
They took out a terrorist organization.
Telling you,
somebody in that house was trying to make a bomb and it got away from them.
Yeah.
And
I don't know
forces
if a meth
went
lab
in.
could blow up like that.
See, I don't think it can, Greg.
Because this thing looked like it just
it just
completely.
leveled
I ain't talking about
everything.
just a big fire. We're talking about gone.
Yeah.
Special
down to
forces
the
went
slab.
in there, killed 5 people that are known terrorist organization.
Okay.
And then they got out of there, and the local authorities blew it up, got the bomb squad in there, and then you just act like we don't know.
But it's sitting in line. It's just sitting in a movie. Also, in another bizarre stuff that we'll have to show today, Adler will have footage. The pilots that ejected during Thunder over Michigan air show. And you see the 2 have to eject, and their parachutes coming down. And now you just have a fighter jet that's now just plummeting to the ground.
You're thinking, oh, boy.
And then all of a sudden you see the explosion past the tree line. And we'll have different multiple angles, but The first reports is that it hit an apartment complex, and everybody's like, "Oh no!" And it did, but it hit the parking lot. And what I heard today is there were no deaths, which is when you see the plume of smoke and explosion, you would think that something bad.
The fact that aircraft didn't fall right in the middle of somebody's house.
Yeah, you can even see one person that is video, and they're like, "Okay, they eject," because everybody's like, "Oh," and then they're like, "Oh no," because that plane is just disappears past the tree line, and everybody's like, "Oh no," and then that explosion happens, and from their point of view, you couldn't tell what it hit or anything.
What if you're the pilot parachuting down watching that plane? Don't you know when they end up in a lake? I think. Don't you know they look at each other like, "Whoo, that was close."
I wonder what. Let's see here. I've got the story. I haven't read through it. Fox affiliate there was doing some of the reporting.
Well, Helm said it was terrorist.
Can't believe anything anymore.
Yeah. Of course, they had to stop the air show.
That'll do it. Yeah.
But
we don't just keep on going. Okay, here comes the whirly birds.
But they said that the incident is under investigation for the cause of the crash. But it looked like that everything was fine, and then all of a sudden,
fire. It didn't look like a fire started in it.
Yeah, like something exploded on the plane, or something came apart, or something. I don't know. And then that thing just starts. No pilot in it, and here I go. I'm just going wherever I go.
Yep.
Woo! All right. Well, those are some headlines today. We have a lot of other things to discuss. The RBU this past weekend has gotten much attention. UFO of God with Chris Bledsoe. The guys will recap that, plus other things that we'll get to today. A busy week ahead, and we thank you for being with us here on the Kickoff Hour, making us part of your day, as always. And so we're still internalists, so as you call 866-WE-BE-BIG, one of the Good Time Gang members will pick up and answer the phones and screen you up today throughout the show. And so we're ready for a good old week together. Adler, Chris, Rick, Bubba, all here today. And we thank you so much for making us part of your morning. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Main show will start in mere minutes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about 6 minutes past the hour? A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week, and we thank you for being with us. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Move the chains. Move the chains. Here we go. We'll look back over a crazy weekend, and we'll update you on what's going on inside all the different folks that do the program, the stories that have happened since we went away. We'll recap of Rick and Bubba University. Got an update from a friend of the show that you've heard about on the show many times. We'll hear from him today, on a journey that he has taken, and update you on some stuff going on there. And we'll unpack a little bit of everything. Today, another example of what we say about the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, you never know. Here's our national anthem to get us started. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and here we go. The kickoff hour behind us, Speedy, Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They've knocked that out for you to go ahead and get the week started on all the different Rick and Bubba platforms, whether you're catching it live and or archived on your own time. Those are all available to you. You got America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. There's a live option. Our Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, there's a live option. We also have our YouTube channel. There's a live option. And then you go to the archive options. That would include the Rick and Bubba podcast channel and the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. So get the show anytime, whenever you want it. No reason to miss a minute. Eddie Van Adler now settles into the YouTube booth to give you that YouTube experience if you dare watch this show that you've been listening to. Watching us is like poetry in motion, baby. Not a very pleasant poem, but poetry all the same. We're missing one. Let's get him in here. The silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, everywhere. Come on in.
Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
You know what? We're ready to unpack another one, and there's plenty to unpack, my friend.
A lot going on out there. We had a big anniversary weekend.
How'd that go, buddy?
Oh, it was great. Got
Celebrate.
to spend a lot of time with my bride. And,
Celebrate.
Got to visit with some folks, and, we just had a nice, relaxing weekend.
That's great. Outstanding. So I'm glad.
And then Monday came.
And then here we go.
And Monday.
And it always. Well, the good news is, when you got here Monday, there was nothing to be concerned about.
No, there's nothing ever waiting on any potholes. Or landmines.
Always fun to read the mail on Monday.
Yep.
So we got that. I see our little camera's working great again to get things started. So we've talked about it for years. I can't explain it. I don't know what happens here while we're gone on the weekend. When you come back, technically, there's just all kinds of little stuff.
Well, I thought you were messing with me.
We thought when you have your own studio, nobody else is in here.
No,
but us.
No.
That would solve that Monday gremlin thing. And this is something I have seen in our profession since I have been in it.
Yeah, right.
It is absolutely amazing how things will not work on Monday.
Right, yeah.
Now, granted, we are having a few thunderstorms, like every 30 minutes. But
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it has been boom, boom, shake the room here the last week.
It has. Yeah. So I mean, we're in a weather pattern where we live. We're in a tropical rainforest, and the weather pattern is get up, it's hot, it gets hotter, and then that produces all these thunderstorms. They rage on you for a while, then it leaves, then it cools for a minute, and then it gets hot again, then another thunderstorm comes.
Yeah.
Then that cools it, and then it gets hot again, then there comes another thunderstorm. So that's kind of our life right now, living in the part of the world that we live in. So.
Well, we're used to this time of year having the afternoon thunderstorm.
Of course.
You'll have that.
Part of it, baby.
But, man, they some of them have been nasty, and then they come back at night.
Yeah.
I'm like, what a minute. I mean, when I'm going to bed, now, I got to have a time out here.
Well, it's funny. I was
and I don't mind rain. I know a lot of people sleep good when it's raining or you hear thunder in the distance.
Yeah.
Thunder in the distance, and it about take your windows out. It's
No,
two different things.
that's different. Then trees fall on your house.
Yeah,
that
trees
wakes you up.
falling, fire in your backyard, all that.
But what's wild is I saw, and all these funny videos out there, because all this stuff is scattered too. I guess people are trying to plan stuff where we live. I literally had a pharmacist. I was going through picking up a prescription, and the pharmacist, I don't know what prompted them to do this. Maybe they knew I worked on the show or something. The pharmacist said, "Hey, do you have any idea if it's going to rain this afternoon?" And I said, "I don't know." I said, "It's really."
Thought you knew.
I said, "It's really where you're going to be standing."
Yeah.
I mean, it may be
Really
raining, but what's funny is I saw that these people. I can't imagine people who are trying to play golf, because I don't know who would want to play golf in this weather anyway. But that funny video where they're in the middle of, I'm talking about one of these major thunderstorms, and it says, "This is what happened right after my buddy said I think it's going to miss us." I think it's going to miss us. Because it's scattered. Because you know when you're trying to plan something, you go, well, we may be okay. Maybe.
You
now,
literally
2 streets over, they may be in a bind.
That's right.
Yeah, you could have a downpour at your house and literally go the end of the street in the sunshine.
Oh, yeah.
Dry as a bone.
Yeah.
That always happens in summer.
Yeah. Hey, I think it's going to miss us.
Rick, I think it's fair enough.
I think it's fair enough. Hey, it's going to miss us. Just keep on going.
We're good.
We're good.
See,
It's going to
look
miss
right
us. It's going to miss us.
Go ahead and fire the grill.
Let me tell you something. I don't know how anybody's playing football in this.
Oh.
Woo!
Hey.
Good gracious.
Hey, water break.
Well, Greg and
Do
I
they
have,
still do 2-a-days?
no, nobody does that anymore.
Most have practice before school. Now because of this.
Some a friend of Greg and a friend of all of us, y'all know him, Coach Stacks. He retired and basically said that retirement was too boring for him, so he's back coaching again.
Oh, yeah.
He said I'm just not cut out for that kind of thing. He said, I said, what about when you had your boat? And he said it so perfect. He goes, no. That's something enjoyable. I talk about I feel like I have to earn rest. He said, but when you wake up and you can actually get in your boat and go out there every day, he said it really got to where I didn't enjoy it anymore. He said I liked it when it was something like a reward for work.
Say that.
And he said I'm just bored out of my mind. So he's going back to coach, and he said, now, I tell you what, I thought I made a huge mistake when I stepped out on field for the first 2 days.
I bet.
He said, I asked myself, what in the world am I doing? This alone I'd forgotten about.
Yeah.
So anyway, but we'll get through it, and we'll recap today. A new Rick and Bubba University podcast is out. It garnered quite a bit of email over the weekend, as predicted. And it is available. We interview Chris Bledsoe, his book, UFO of God. A lot of feedback on that over the weekend. We'll recap that a little bit today. Your phone calls and the stories as we break them down when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I tell you, I remember when that album came out, I thought, well,
it don't get much better than
Jay
that.
Giles Band's gone to another level now.
I forgot all about that song. I really like that song.
Can I tell you that album,
Love Stinks.
That album, Love Stinks, was loaded with hits, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Loaded.
They lost me when they come out with Centerfold and Freeze Frame.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Freeze Frame.
Let me step out on a limb here, Bubba. What's your favorite?
Yeah,
Jay Giles?
I love both of them.
Here we go.
Freeze Frame. Got to be Freeze Frame.
Nah, I
think Centerfold, you know what got me? They played it too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in hot rotation. It's one of those songs that tell a story that you know.
Oh yeah.
A lot of pop songs don't have a story.
Yeah.
True.
Well, that one does.
That one does. It's not necessarily
does.
a positive story.
No, it's about someone you went to school with that became kind
It's
of famous.
humorous.
Yeah.
It's humorous.
It is. It is.
But it's a lot like the Pina Colada song or whatever. It actually has a story to it,
Right.
you know. And
And
I always, I kind of like those if you don't overdo
Yeah,
it.
and it did. Again, I think what got me on that, I liked it when it came out, but and MTV had just really got popular, and they only didn't have as many videos,
Oh, yeah.
so the
Right.
rotation was tied on a lot of videos.
Yeah,
and
that
was one of
and
them.
Hall and Oates, you got plenty of
Oh,
them,
my
which I
goodness.
love, by the way. It wasn't a problem with me.
No.
So.
To me, when you go, you have Jay Giles Band that, of course, unless you're someone who really pays attention to more and people at different ages will say this wasn't obscure, but like there's the Jay Giles Band that gives you I Must Have Got Lost.
Yeah, which is you got to be a fan.
Yeah, you got to be a fan. Then there is the Jay Giles Band that gave you Freeze Frame and Centerfold. But when you get into that world, and to a degree, come back, in that world, when that Jay Giles Band, the popular MTV Jay Giles Band, my favorite song is Love Stings.
Yeah,
of that
Love
era.
Stinks is great.
Now, Must Have Got Lost and all that. That's before really everybody knew who they were yet and all that.
And I like any song you can sing in a group.
Yeah, true. But to me, Love Stinks as far as hits.
And the
is
same
Walking
thing,
On.
it was heavy rotation on MTV.
It was.
They had a lot of play on MTV.
You talking about the snare drum was actually milk?
Yes. When he goes,
I mean, that's creative stuff. That's good stuff,
sure.
And it carries you back to college radio days, and
Yeah, it
and
does.
pulling the albums and them having the color dots and all that. It was a lot of fun. I mean, it really was.
Well, matter of fact, I'll give you a memory right here. Let me show you right here. So if you let me find it. So
Matter of fact, that probably when was Angel as a centerfold? When was it at its peak?
4 maybe?
Somewhere in there. But like, look at this.
83, maybe 82,
I'm trying
83. I may
trying
be
to pull
wrong.
this
So
up.
that would have been about
you
the
remember
time
that
I was
album
right.
cover when you're at the campus station?
Uh-huh.
That was the big hits right there, baby. So Jay Giles Band. By the way, I want to warn you, I'm in a Jay Giles Band mood today.
Okay.
Good, let us have it.
So
We're good.
You're probably going to get 3 more throughout the show, mate.
Okay.
Surely 2
Bring
more.
it.
Surely 2 more.
Must have got lost. Going to be one of them.
Oh, you better. Almost led with it.
Yeah, but I
thought-
thought one of my favorites.
But I thought I might have been pulling everybody on a little quick.
But what we did with that is, like you said, we heard about Jay Giles with Love Stinks and all that. Then we went back.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know about him, but that was from earlier.
And
I liked it.
Yeah, and then that was one of those bands, like we said back when we were trying to figure out the whole Dr. Hook thing. Is when
Boy, they had to chase that one down. Didn't they?
when by the way, I've been listening to Dr. Hook music since we had that day. I've noticed that they let Ray for a time. He'll sing with Dennis. Like you'll hear him kind of when people do like a 2-part deal, and so he's getting to sing more than I gave him credit for. He just didn't sing lead a lot.
He was kind of like, and I'm going to use 38 Special as an example.
Bingo.
When the Van Zant brother, he sang with the guy, but when they started having hits is when the other guy sang.
Right, correct.
Same thing happened here.
Yeah.
Please
Once the hits
welcome
started
to
going
Music
we
Memories.
just stayed with
You
that
know what
guy.
this is, Greg? This is a podcast.
That's exactly
All right. So anyway,
There's your podcast this week.
Here's what
It's
it-
Music Memories
Rick,
with the
on
Burgess
on
brothers.
volume.
What have we said this weekend on the Burgess Brothers podcast? We'll go deeper with this. All right,
we got an idea for podcast. All right, we're in.
15 minutes past the hour. We got a lot to do. What is Donald Trump doing?
Have you seen his latest tweet?
And
apparently you can tweet from Vietnam. If anybody had any doubt.
Yeah, and the Senate vote yesterday has stirred if there's ever been a vote that should have been unanimous and unbiased and non-political, it should have been that one. Oh, boy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
1, 2, 3, 4.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. And plus, we might need it for lawsuit. But anyway, so Bubba, you were telling me, and we will. I know a lot of you. It was great reading your emails over the weekend that listened to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, or watched it. And we'll talk about that coming up a little bit later on, and some of your feedback, because I know a lot of you are anxiously awaiting, because we kind of held back a little bit on Friday because we wanted you to get an opportunity to actually listen to it or watch it first. And then we'll chat a little more about that in the next few segments. But, Bubba, you said today was the day that Social Security was formed?
Yeah, I was just looking at this. On this day, August the 14th, 1935, Social Security was signed into law by FDR. And, Social Security is good for those in retirement. It was never meant to be your retirement. It was just supposed to be a net, kind of a safety net to turn into. But it is interesting how it's structured. It basically is a pyramid scheme. And if anybody outside the government was doing it, it would be illegal.
Right.
And they would put you in jail like Bernie Madoff.
Right, yeah.
So I've just always found that strange because it really doesn't take into account the population, growing and shrinking. So when you have especially a shrinking population and a aging out group that's going up, it creates a real bind on the system. And of course, we should have known politicians couldn't keep their hands out of it. That was the main thing.
If you say lockbox to a politician,
all that means that's just one vote from unlocking it, Rick.
Yeah,
it's no big deal.
Well, lockbox means, the problem with a lockbox that the government's running, they have the key to it.
Yeah, so it really ain't a lock.
They need to give the key to us, then it'd really be locked.
Right.
Because then they'd have to ask us to go get it, but they can go get it whenever they want to.
And again, before you send your email, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to have. I'm just saying the way they decided to finance it is a little scammy.
Well, I think that's 100% true. Nobody can argue against that. And nobody can argue against it. They told us it was going to be a lockbox, and it hasn't been. As you have pointed out correctly, and if you've ever seen the movie Dumb and Dumber, that's exactly what it is.
You open the lockbox, and there's a bunch of IOUs in there.
That's a bunch of IOUs. They keep telling us they're going to put it back, and then they don't put it back. Then they get more and say, but I'll double it when I put it back next time.
Right. And triple it.
Yeah, and I know none of us have ever done that in our personal finances.
Right.
But they've done that too. And the fact that correct me if I'm wrong here, because I don't know the whole history of it. I don't think it was ever designed to replace you getting your own retirement plan.
No,
it was supposed to be supplemental.
It's supposed to be a safety net.
Yeah,
kind of a bare minimum, and it turned into, hey, what I'm going to use to retire.
Correct.
So I don't have to plan for retirement.
Yeah, and I blow through all my money, and I build up a lot of credit card debt and all that.
Yeah, it's the main stipulation of the original Social Security Act was to pay financial benefits to retirees over age 65 based on a lifetime of payroll tax contributions.
Yep.
That kind of got away from
us.
That
got us away from how many government programs? Welfare would be another one that the original design and how we're using them is not there. We're way off. Way off.
Well, it's like so many things.
Yeah.
When politicians who want to stay in power, want to stay in office, they're not there to serve, but this becomes a way of life for them.
Right.
They use all of these things to buy votes.
Right.
And you see that now. I mean, hey, I'll forgive your debt
if
you vote for me.
Of course, that's not
I'll pay you this if you'll vote for me. What about what about a rebate there if you vote for me? What about I'll pave that road if you vote for me? I mean, it runs from the top to the bottom.
Well, the government's made up of the most dangerous thing on the planet, human beings.
Yes,
and
most unpredictable.
Right, and so if in our own personal finances we do the IOU thing and we never really keep up with it till it's out of hand, then when human beings are in government and they do it, they're just going to do the same thing they do in their personal life there.
And then our country has run at a deficit for so long.
Yeah.
We have now a national debt that has piled up, so it's like a big mortgage payment out there.
Yeah, and nobody
and the interest on it is going to be astronomical in the coming years. And I've heard people say, well, just don't pay it. We probably owe it to China. Well, no, not really.
No.
China, a lot of our national debt, probably, I think last I saw was maybe 20% to them.
Yeah.
Most of it is to Social Security and
IOUs.
other things that we've obligated to pay for, and many of them were done out of the right reason, but just not soundly done.
Well, and then it gets down to the famous, this needs to be done, just not to me.
Right.
So what happens then, if it's your turn and somebody says, that it's broke, right, and we're going to have to do something, you go, well, you didn't do that to the other bunch that got their checks.
Yeah.
Why can't I get mine?
Yeah.
Why does it have to be me that's got to sacrifice? And so then it just builds, and it builds. Back to what you said, well, the other people didn't pay the bill. Why have I got to pay it? And
so we just keep kicking it
Right.
down the road,
Yep.
and acting like it doesn't matter.
Right.
And it doesn't matter to most people day to day. But the problem is that you've got the government who basically is running a double-blind Ponzi scheme.
Correct.
And again, Bernie Madoff and many others have gone and rotted in jail for doing the same thing, but because it's the government and Congress okayed it, it's all right.
And it's also achieved that point that all programs try to achieve. It's the non-touchable.
Yeah.
If any politician remotely suggests, you remember George, and we talked about this 1,000 times, and we know we're repeating these things, but this is repetition. It's not that we're losing our minds.
Well, we're just reminiscing here.
Well, one thing you remember something, those what do reps on it. George W. Bush had the audacity to say, we're going to allow you to privatize some of it.
5%.
5% of it, so it has a chance that it could actually outgrow what it's going to grow with us doing it, which is none. And people lost their minds that he was taking away Social Security. He's like, no, I would like to allow the private citizens to choose to put some of it in the market, or
5%.
Yeah, and it was just like it was the end of time.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I'll tell you one thing, I'm going to continue to get that check that we don't have, and you ain't going to take it away from me.
Right. And it's not growing.
No, sure. And please don't let that be your retirement plan. Because I go back to human nature again. I have one of my sons is a businessman, and I told him, I said, now look, learn this and learn it young. Your grandparents were no good with money. Your daddy's no good with money. I said, but you need to learn, if you're going to be your own business, do not get in your mind, well, I'll worry about that later, and then I'll pay all my taxes at the end. You set up where you're paying those taxes on a quarterly or monthly basis, because human nature, if you start treating that like that's untaxable income, the tax man cometh, and you better go ahead and get in the habit of paying them, even as your own business.
Yep.
Because if you don't, this whole thing, I'll worry about it later, it will be a disaster. And you better start treating it like the taxes are already there. And he said that's exactly what my guys helped me with the setup, is telling me the same thing. I said, well, you need to listen.
And then on top of that, pay yourself first,
Yes.
which
Yep.
my mom referred to as savings.
Right. Right. You better allow for those things. So how come you didn't listen to it?
I know. It's no fun, is it?
When I saw you walk back in this morning, I said, well, you didn't listen to it.
Not good enough.
Bottom of the hour. Well, see, she never had to be married to a woman. She was a woman.
Right.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The L.A. Clippers broadcast crew has had to apologize, and we're going to play it. Speedy's looking for it right now, as you can hear just off mic. But Clippers, the Clippers broadcast team, they were talking about, I guess, a former player, Robert Tractor Trailer.
Oh, yeah.
And they began to go on and on about him and cut up about him, and then somebody like one of us would have done. Wonder what old Robert's up to these days. And then they had to come back and apologize because they found out he was dead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
That's right out of our
that's
wheelhouse.
That's us. That is us.
That's us, guys. I mean, that.
So they were yucking it up about what he's doing.
Yeah.
Hey, I tell you what he's doing. Not much.
Not much. He's no longer with us.
Yeah.
So here
it is. This is courtesy of the Clippers broadcast.
I love this.
He just launched his career like nobody could guard him anymore.
I guess Milwaukee didn't see it either. They drafted him and then traded him to Dallas draft day for Robert Proctor Traylor. Who's he playing for now?
The Detroit YMCA over 40 league.
We made light earlier that he was traded from Milwaukee to Dallas in exchange for Robert Proctor Traylor. I was wondering what Robert Proctor Traylor was doing today. Totally slipping my mind, I guess Don's mind, but he passed away a couple years ago, so may he rest in peace, and our apologies.
Yeah, apologies.
Absolutely.
I didn't realize that.
Oh, my God.
What team's he playing for now? What, Detroit Youth League, YMCA League?
A couple of things, and I can't get over this fact. I don't like the mix of their broadcast.
No,
the background noise is
Too much Snickers.
Yeah, they did. The NBA does that all the time.
They do.
Well, I know you want to hear it, but I want to hear the guys and that be in the background.
Yeah.
And look, technology, I think, it had a goal to make life better for us, and I don't think it's working. I think it's making us more confused, more complicated, and we can't keep up with everything. I mean, it's just too much.
Well, but you would
I like
think.
when they was making
But
crack.
the crack about the YMCA over 40 was a good one. Though. I get
That's the one. That's the one that hit because they basically suggested he was a bust.
And then he came back with the solemn voice. Well,
I guess it completely slipped my mind. Probably did you also that he passed away. God rest his soul.
It sounded to
before we
me
made
like
fun of him.
they had reverb on their mics in the gym.
And those
I mean, usually
sneakers.
in those auditoriums you get enough reverb.
I got to hear it again.
Yeah, okay.
Those sneakers.
Let me. I'm gonna try here. This is a step out on my part. I'm gonna see if I can go with a different one here. Try this one here.
He just launched his career like nobody could guard him anymore.
I guess Milwaukee didn't see it either. They drafted him and then traded him to Dallas draft day for Robert Proctor Traylor. Who's he playing for now?
The Detroit YMCA over 40 league.
Okay, so I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna come out of that. And
That was a little bad.
You realize they're saying that was a bad trade because the guy wasn't any good.
Right. Oh, I know. And here's the.
You do realize that.
That'll be his final game in Los Angeles as a member of the Dallas Mavericks and the National Basketball Association. We made light earlier that he was traded from Milwaukee to Dallas in exchange for Robert Proctor Traylor. I was wondering what Robert Proctor Traylor was doing today. Totally slipping my mind, I guess Don's mind, but he passed away a couple years ago, so may he rest in peace, and our apologies.
Yeah, apologies.
Absolutely.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Rick, because if I had, I wouldn't have made fun of him.
Yeah, because if I had, I wouldn't have trashed him.
By the way, it was 8 years ago, not a couple.
Wow.
Oh, he had died 8 years ago.
Yeah.
So they are us.
Bob Denver. all over
This is us of play-by-play.
Look, it happens, guys. It's not the end of the world. It's a lot of people to keep up with.
You probably don't want to trash the person.
No.
At least we usually, I mean,
Look,
Bubba was honoring Pete Van
Most
Buren.
of the time, we do it in an honoring
thank
way.
you.
What?
You honored Pete Van Warren 2 or 3 years in a row.
Van Buren?
Right, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
So honoring. We don't even know his last name.
Bubba. May he rest in peace.
Yes. Look, that was,
I didn't know how to
that
say
was
it.
one of the most fun nights we had broadcasting. That was great to get to sit in with those guys who we listened to growing up.
Yep.
It was wonderful.
That's right.
Bubba put a package together.
I know. Rick clearly remembers him very well.
Absolutely. Look, Don Sutton's easier to say.
It really is.
It is great, brother.
We connected with Don Sutton. Yeah. I like Pistol Pete, though. He was. Is it Van Wieren?
Yeah.
I mean, Pistol Pete, somebody completely.
But I call him Pistol Pete Van Wieren. too.
Anybody named Pete.
That's the guy that played basketball.
You know what I say? God rest both their souls.
That's right. Yeah. No, we know Pistol Pete went on him.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. Heart attack playing basketball.
Yeah, early. I mean, his 40s.
Right.
Tractor Trailer, the guy they're talking about, heart attack.
Of course,
2001.
It wasn't in the Detroit over 40 league, was it?
No,
Over the
it was
YMCA?
not.
They were having a good time, weren't
He
they?
was actually on a team somewhere. It was an NBA team, but another team. He was on the phone with his wife, and the phone connection went.
Wow.
And she said, "Hey, y'all need to get." I read this a minute ago, by the way. I just didn't know.
I was going to say, surely you didn't know.
Really?
that.
And,
I mean,
yeah.
guys, let's
And
not
so
forget.
She said, "Hey."
You would have been a real asset on
She
that
said-
broadcast.
Yeah, what? If they'd just looked at Wikipedia, they would have known it.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
I got it.
but I go back to this again.
Wild.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show been around for a long time together. And you can get yours right now by going to rickandbubba.com. Go there right now, and, this might be the answer you're looking for, all natural 4 botanicals. I take it every day. No prescriptions have helped very much. This is from Nancy in South Carolina. She says, my husband has been in horrible foot pain for the past few years. It certainly hurt his ability to work regularly. No prescriptions have helped very much at all, as I said. And plus, we found these to be so expensive, they were breaking us with really not getting much result. He was walking around like Tim Conway, playing that old man. He has only been taking Relief Factor now for about a month and says his pain is 90% gone. More importantly, he's working more than he's home, and he's walking pretty normal again instead of like a penguin. Thank you guys for bringing Relief Factor into our life. Not only has this helped us financially, it has helped us get results that some of the very, very expensive prescriptions just weren't really accomplishing. And of course, there's always bad side effects with being, taking anything that's prescription too much, taking the over-the-counter stuff too much. But with the Relief Factor, you're talking about all natural. So go to relieffactor.com. I hope it works for you like it does for the majority that get the 3-week supply for $19.95. You can do that at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, also, of course, you knew it wouldn't take long. Hawaii wildfires, the deadliest U.S. blaze in more than a century. I'd make a note of that. You always look for those little lines.
Yeah.
In more than a century. Not of all time, but more than a century. The death toll, unfortunately, has reached 93, and they still expect it to grow. But, Bubba, Hawaii Governor Josh Green, no pun intended with the last name, says very real global warming has caused the conditions for the deadly wildfire. It is man-made global warming that has caused this.
Isn't it a little early for that?
Yeah. White House is saying it too.
Yeah, probably. Of course, why did I keep hearing people saying that that this was something everybody could see on the horizon for a number of reasons there in Maui and the way that they that it's set up and the underbrush and all the things there.
Yeah, I doubt they do a lot of prescribed burning there or have fire breaks. But I think the real key here was they had a hurricane close by.
Right.
And the hurricane winds were just driving this fire. You can do all the preparation you want to, not that they did, but
right.
that you can when you have these really, really high winds. And that's the problem with a lot of the California fires too, the Santa Ana winds.
Yep.
Just
It's
making
fuel,
making this thing a blowtorch. There's just not a lot you can do. Now I saw too where a says a Hawaiian couple is suing the power company.
Yep.
They're suing 4 power companies, accusing them of ignoring weather warnings amid the historic Maui wildfires that killed at least 93 people. I think it's 96 now. They said that that the Hawaiian Electric Company should have de-energized the lines to prevent this from happening, and they're blaming the power lines for actually causing the fire, which they say was raging at 1,000 degrees with the wind on it too. And it doesn't look like a normal fire. It looks like an atomic bombing. Mm-hmm. It really does. I mean, it's horrific.
Now, when you have dry conditions, which they did have, now whether that is caused by man-made carbon emissions, there's been droughts around on this fallen creation for a very long time.
Right.
And anytime you've got droughts and anytime you have anything that ignites and you have winds, like you said, to fuel it, as if you're pouring gasoline on the fire, this is going to end up being bad in these conditions. And it's horrible. But to come out and say, can we just tell the left it's okay for us to have a catastrophic event that you don't try to make ground with? Yeah. That we can just show compassion and help people. You don't have to run to the podium and say, well, yeah. It's almost like you're giddy that something like this has happened.
Right.
So you can say, see there, we told y'all.
Well, you can stand up there and say that, but how is that going to prevent this from happening next year or on another island?
Right.
It's really, there's nothing you can do, and there may not be anything you can do. But I would assume they're going to build back with more fire breaks and, hopefully have, make it, sometimes you can't defeat Mother Nature, but you want to, we were talking about that with the tornado house we had, but at least you want to give it a good fight.
So I guess if you're if you're in the climate cult, the carbon cult, whatever it's called, so to you, man-made carbon emissions cause the drought, and you caused the hurricane that fueled it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did we cause the fire to start? How did carbon emissions?
Well, that's back to the drought.
But I mean, what
guess the
started?
hurricane.
What was the spark?
I think it was down maybe a power line. That
So, okay,
caused it.
so then
that's why that family's suing, saying they should have cut the power.
So man-made climate change caused the hurricane that fueled the fire that had the fuel it needed because of the drought that carbon emissions caused, and the power lines got knocked down by the storm that climate change caused, man-made climate change. So man-made climate change, if it had not been the hurricane, would have not knocked down the power line that set the drought that also was caused by man-made carbon emissions. Is that it? Is that the
man-made?
Is that the path they want me on?
Well, we say this every year. We act like these new weather phenomenons called hurricanes.
Right.
You know, that's not a new thing. And
Well,
last year was actually a mild year.
Wildfires are not new either.
No.
And droughts are not new.
Well, let me ask you this: are they going to outlaw cars on the island?
Yes.
I bet the
Cigarettes?
I bet the
No, they
mayor
won't.
won't.
No.
Will have
well,
one.
back to y'all's point
he
about
You can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't fix this. How are you going to do it? Because if you're following global warming, I mean, India and China is responsible for this as much as anybody. So, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You going to talk them into it?
Yeah.
By next year? Doubt it.
Why? That's the part you've touched on the other
And
part.
so, hey, look, disasters happen. You know, we're going to have these. There's some that you're not going to get around it. You fight them the best you can.
Well, I'm reading ahead. There's more to come, but what I would say the part you just hit another part that kind of chaps my rear end.
Oh boy!
Why is it only the United States of America and Americans? Why do we get lectured every time man-made climate change comes up? Because Bubba just pointed to it, and we have several times. We're talking about global climate. That includes everybody in the entire Earth.
Yeah.
So why do we always get lectured? And we probably have done more to be green and to be enviro friendly in our recent history than any other country. Why do we keep getting lectured? Why are we not lecturing the other people? Y'all need to spend time, like Bubba said, with China and India if you want to make a bigger impact.
Right.
You know, too, it's odd. I mean, it's ironic, really, that you're talking about a drought on Maui,
right?
Where you're sitting there in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I mean, you have 1,000 miles of water in every direction almost. Right. I mean, you know, you can desalinate that and spray it on the ground. I mean,
Well,
shouldn't you be doing that? Would help the whole thing?
Well, it's obvious their agenda. I mean, we got right now 96 lives that are lost, and they don't even know how many more. They can't communicate with half the island because of cell towers down and all. And now's really not the time, so it's obvious what they're trying to push. Global warming. I think John Kirby with the White House or Pentagon, whatever, he was being interviewed, and he mentioned it was. It's just...
Okay,
what bothers me,
fine.
it's like it's matter of fact. Oh no, this is it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
this is it. This is what caused it.
Okay,
right
so
here.
what are you going to do about it?
Right.
What are you going to do about it? Just lecture us again?
Pretty
tax
much.
us? You're going to tax us?
Oh yeah.
So how does that stop fires in Hawaii if you tax us?
We go back, Bubba, to what we've said all along. We always get off track. So, like we've said about the right to abortion anytime, anywhere, anytime you want it. Okay, the real debate there it always gets lost. The real debate is, where does life begin?
Yeah.
Okay. The debate we should be having is scientifically. If y'all want us to put our Bible down, we will. But scientifically, we continue to be shown by whatever you believe in, okay, about human beings, clearly where life begins. So the debate is, do we have the right to terminate that life, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay? Or do we have a right to do it in certain situations? You know, that's the debate. But see, that then it gets lost. It turns into a political campaign.
Right. Women's health.
Same thing. The climate in the apparently, and we only got really weather records for about 100 years, right, Bubba? Or maybe a little more now.
A little more than that, and the early ones were shaky at best.
So we know that this globe, this Earth, has gone through raging climate changes since what we think since its fall. You can say since it was created, whatever you believe, however it was created, whether it came it came from nothing, whatever you think, which requires a tremendous amount of faith. But anyway, so however you think we got here, there's been raging weather, raging of all kinds. So the debate isn't whether this globe has wild weather swings and climate swings, okay? And climate's what this is about, not weather. The debate is, what role is it significant or is it any that human beings play in it?
Yeah.
That's what this should all be about.
Are there
because that's the only thing we can control.
If there's other natural things happening, we have very little. I mean, we can't control the output of the sun. We can't control the wobble in our orbit. We can't control the radiation belts, the magnetic field, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's really the argument. How much do we affect it?
If any. And you may come down and say, we affect it, but not a lot. We're talking about climate here.
Every change you make ain't going to make nothing.
We're talking about climate. We're not talking about weather. By the way, you climate people need to come off weather because where we live right now, it's been really, really hot, and then tomorrow and the day after, it's not going to be. So you better get off the weather thing. We're going to drop in the 80s. Okay, so if this thing was on and it shouldn't be able to. See, that's weather. Yeah. Span has been screaming at y'all. You can better understand the difference between climate and weather. But if climate is affected by human beings, we need to know how much and be real about it, and then we can decide if there's anything we can do about it. But as Bubba just said, there's other forces in play that have been controlling climate swings on this planet for a long time.
Before we were ever around.
That I got news for you. There's nothing we can do about it. Except prepare. Yeah. You know? So there you go. So we all know the climate has had wild swings. That's not the debate. The debate is what's causing it.
And think about this. New Earth, old Earth, doesn't matter. Best records we have is 100 years or so. That's a tiny fraction. To talk about climate is a 1,000-year discussion.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Tracking laptops can be an advantage sometimes.
They can be. Unless
Especially when trying to figure out who's alive or not.
That's right. You might want to have somebody look over that before you make a comment. But I'll go back to this. I got nothing to say. That we do stuff like this all the time. But I want to go back to this though. In most cases, I'm sure not every, but in most cases, we're trying to do some sort of tribute. In this particular case, if you'll listen to what they're saying, they're talking about a guy who turned out to be good, and they talk about how Dallas traded him for tractor.
Somebody that was nobody.
Yeah, for tractor trailer. Whatever happened to him? Who's he playing for now? The YMCA Detroit over 40 League. Well, in the break, it just slipped our mind that he passed away a couple of years ago. Not be 8 years ago.
Yeah, and we tend to acknowledge they've died. It's just we act like they died today. They had died like years before.
Now remember,
that's our gig.
Some of this is the internet too.
Yeah,
I mean, it floats around. You get these things that keep popping back up.
Yeah, that silly date on them.
Yeah, that date.
Well, I wish all of them had a good date on them.
Well, you have to really look to see the date. Let's be honest.
You do. I'd like it to be a little more obvious.
Well, can I go back?
Depending on what publication.
But keep in mind,
and people will email you stuff.
That's the worst.
That's the worst.
I mean, I trust emailers usually.
Right.
Wrongly.
I was going to say,
let me tell
it's on me.
I'd be careful.
It's on me.
Let me give a heads up to the emailers. There's just one particular page, and
we
we talk about it all the time. There wasn't a gang of organized crime midgets in Boston. That's not a real story.
Right.
I've had that one sent to me because if you'll look at the rest of that page, look at the other headlines. That's the key.
I had somebody question.
They're off the chart. That's not. I got that story sent to me so many times.
What this is? This is modern day making prank phone calls.
It is,
which is something that our generation
which is the lost.
Shouldn't have done.
God,
it was
fun,
incorrect. But before there was call waiting, you could do more of that.
Bubba, I'm gonna tell you something.
Wasn't it great though?
I really believe.
I've heard some.
Yeah, it's
that
so good.
I was not one to make the call, but I was one that would be laughing in the background.
I mean, just as simple as calling.
Because I can't keep it together.
Just call a cab. Call 2 or 3 cabs to one house.
Bubba, I want you to know
this. I told you
this.
there were so many TV shows that would make calls to give you money, and if you would prank call about that time that was going on. Y'all, I mean, stuff like that owns me. It really does.
And the classics is your refrigerator
running. Or calling a radio show, as you know.
Yeah. But I want to tell you this because I know our audience, because and this is a perfect example. Earlier in the kickoff hour, Helmsy said that if he was going to call with a fake name, he'd be Peter from Delaware. I walked past the call screening room, and maybe 40 seconds after that, a guy calls, "Hey, it's Peter from Delaware." So listen,
that's funny.
I hear that in there.
Yeah.
So let me tell you this:
Yeah.
I feel with zero hesitation that we have listeners that will email you celebrity deaths to see if you'll say them again.
Yeah,
no. Most definitely.
But a lot of them do it now as a joke,
that's
knowing.
No, that's what I mean.
They didn't really think I was going to do it. They're kind of doing it now to go, ha ha. Here's
no. There's some that
think they're testing.
There's some that think you're going to do it, and some you will.
Fine,
and I think once you did,
oh, sure, it's no problem. It's funny. It's funny now.
It is. But our audience, there's a vein out there of people who listen to the show because they're going to do the same thing to us that we do to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, that's part of the fun.
No, it is. It is. Bottom of the hour. So, but we always have this weird dynamic. We announce people's deaths after they died, and then I say people are dead that are still alive.
Yeah, right.
So we have a different dynamic. We even add that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do we go Trump update? Right, we got some
There's a lot out there.
What all's going on with Trumper?
Always get what you want.
Incredible.
Really amazing.
Back 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. So we are recapping a lot from the weekend. So one of them is Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We were waiting. We talked a little bit about it on Friday, but we wanted you guys to have an opportunity. Now, some of you still haven't seen it or heard it, and this shouldn't affect that. You still should go out and you can listen to it. Got a lot of email over the weekend. There was certainly a lot of chatter about it, and like I say, I think Bubba and I were laughing about it going in. We thought we would probably get two complete extremes. Some you weren't hard enough on him, and then others saying you were too hard on him. But it felt like the great Rick and Bubba combination. The beloved Bubba, and of course the but anyway, most people, 99% of my emails said I thought the balance was where it should have been. There was a small percentage that, of course, as usual, thought I was too mean. But
I actually listened to it, and I thought you were fair, both of you.
Yeah,
and Bubba was much more lovable than you, but
right. Well, that's standard.
I thought y'all handled it as good as it could be.
Well, like one guy who did that, and Bubba, you saw that. I put you on it. I said we don't need two Bubbas. We don't need two Ricks. That's why it's Rick and Bubba.
That's right.
If there's two Ricks, I need to go to the house. If y'all got the Rick covered, I'll go to the house.
That's a good point.
We don't. But anyway,
that's what he looks like.
So and I can we can talk about how it went and with you guys too. I will tell you this, Bubba. Bubba, is there anything you want to say?
No, go ahead, and I'll chime in.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a monologue because I've been waiting on it. Because I want everybody to understand exactly, and I'm not going to try to speak for anybody else on the show, but I do know that we all on this show claim to be followers of Christ, and we don't shy away from our faith. And there's just some things in Scripture that when I was reading this book, I really went into the book saying, I'm going to just be prepared so I know where this guy's coming from. And I want y'all to understand that Chris is the one who has taken us down a road that as a follower of Christ, I can't be silent about. I'm told not to be silent about it. I mean, he literally has Bible verses on every chapter, on many of the chapters. And he starts with, so he's trying to talk to us saying he's being visited by angels. And so as a follower of Christ, we have been commanded, I can't let that go. I mean, you can't. because if you look at Matthew 18, now in Matthew 18, this is talked about in Mark 9 and in Luke 17 as well. Now, Mark and Luke do not go in as great a detail as Matthew does, and we've all heard this. You're familiar with this, and this is the thing where Jesus takes the child and he brings him in and he puts him in the center of everything. And it's often been, and I certainly was this way until, I started growing spiritually and learning a little more. I've been blessed with great Bible teachers. I'm blessed with a wife who is a biblical scholar. She knows the scriptures. She studies. She puts the work in. She has certainly played a great role in helping me and discipling me, and I've had great Bible teachers, still have great Bible teachers in my life that are continuing to grow me. And one of the things that the first time I learned it is, yes, it's true that Jesus is talking about a physical child, but he's talking about something bigger than that. And you see that in Matthew's account because he makes it pretty clear. And so he says, this is where they were all talking about who's the greatest in the kingdom, and he called a child, and he put him in the midst of them. This is in Matthew 18. Truly I say to you, unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever receives one such child in my name receives me, but whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fashioned around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Now, we always look at that going, hey, Jesus, he's really coming down on people who mistreat children, and there's nothing wrong with that. But he's talking about something much deeper. He's talking about children of the faith as well. He's using the child as an analogy. And he's saying anybody who causes those that believe in me but are not spiritually mature yet to go astray, and then you turn them away from me, it's better that you had a millstone tied around your neck and thrown in the depths of the sea. We have a grave responsibility that we don't let charlatans and false teachers cause people in this audience to go astray and to have bad theology that will turn them actually away from God. We have a responsibility to that. I mean, we've been given this platform, and we have a responsibility that we do not let bad theology and people come on and scam the new believers and the babies of the faith or the seekers. Now, some of you are so spiritually mature you can discern this on your own, but there's many that can't, and we have a responsibility to them. And I was not going to let him get on here and say things that biblically do not stand up. And so one of the things that I read to him when he said things like, well, they come like a light and all this kind of stuff, and only light, that means that they're angels. That is not true at all, because you see that in 2 Corinthians, and I read this to him, but I want to read it to you in full today because I didn't get to read the whole thing during the podcast because I was trying to give him his time. But you see Jesus warning. First of all, Paul is warning, being inspired by Jesus, and he's telling them there's a lot of people out there claiming to be apostles like us. And he says in verse 12, what I do, I will continue to do in order to undermine the claim of those who would like to claim in their boasting mission that they work on the same terms as we do. For such men are false apostles, deceitful workmen, disguising themselves as apostles of Christ. And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. 13. So it should not surprise us that Satan's servants also disguise themselves as servants of righteousness, and their end will correspond with their deeds. This is exactly what he's talking about. And then you look at the Olivet Discourse, when Jesus is talking to his disciples in Matthew 24, he says, here's the thing I want you to be careful. First thing he says, don't let people lead you astray. There's going to be false Christ. And then he says in verse 11 of Matthew 24, and there will be false teachers and false prophets popping up everywhere. Don't let them lead you astray. And I think that's what this guy is. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I'm in the middle of this right now, and that is looking for life insurance. I've gotten old enough now that the life insurance that I took on, that was hey, don't want to have my family to bind if I die young. So that 20-year term is over, and now the insurance company are coming back saying, well, you survived not dying young. Good luck getting insurance if you're going to die old. And so I'm out there searching for it right now. Look, don't put this off. The older you get, I mean, they're treating me right now like, you know what I'm like? I'm like that hot potato nobody wants to hold.
Yeah.
And so
you're getting closer, Rick. You're getting closer.
You know what happened? Is I took the bet with the insurance company. I said, I bet I die young. And they said, we bet you won't. And they won.
Yeah.
And so now they're like, okay, if you want us to give your family money when you die now, you've lived long enough, you should have had that taken care of. We're going to charge you a lot. So go right now and get this done. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. And I think the thing that really fires me up about this, if you're looking to get coverage of $3 million or less, you're not even going to have to deal with doctors and needles and paperwork. It's 100% digital. All you're going to do is go online, and you're going to give them your information, and they're going to say, well, here's some options. And they use the insurance companies that have the best reputation and the best records, okay? And their policies are issued by insurers with long, proven histories of paying claims, so you're in great hands. And you heard me say, life insurance goes up as you age. Trust your buddies here. We know it. We're living it. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Get it done now. LADDER life.com/Bubba. That's ladderlife.com/Bubba. So Trump is in Vietnam, and he, a little while ago, if you're listening live, is meeting again with Kim Jong. So that summit.
By the way, something that we all thought a few years ago was impossible, that a U.S. president would be meeting with the dictator chief of North Korea. The good news is we don't have rockets flying all over the place, and we don't have nuclear tests going on in North Korea right now. Trump is trying to talk North Korea into completely giving up their nuclear program. I don't know that they will ever do that completely, but he is trying to convince them, and I think it would be wise for Kim Jong-un to look at this, that you have a lot of potential in the world, that you have a lot of shoreline here that you could develop. You could make it a vacation destination that people would come to, but they're not going to come to a country where they feel like they're going to be drug out in the middle of the night and beat up, or, like he's done in the past. And these nuclear programs are very costly, and his country is suffering because of it. Now, the people cannot do much about it because they don't have any guns.
Zero you can do about it.
But there's, your country can die on the vine, because if the people are not working and they don't want to produce, and, North Korea is way, way behind the curve anyway on a lot of fronts.
You're talking about when the leader showed up in the train?
Yeah, and the fact you've seen the pictures from space, at night, there's just not much light there because there's not much power plants and all that. And they really need to be focusing on those kind of things as opposed to nuclear weapons. Look, no one is going to invade North Korea. Who wants it, frankly? Our position there has been defensive to keep them from invading South Korea. So if they will kind of put that aside, I think Kim Jong-un has a big upside that he could gain, financially for his country and his people, if he's willing to do that. Now, he's semi-madman. We all know that. So I don't know that he will realize that. But I think Trump is trying to bring him into the modern world via, why don't you be an economic power as opposed to a hit-and-miss nuclear power?
We also, as you said before the summit, Trump in Vietnam, we found out you can tweet from Vietnam, as you said earlier.
Yes, you can. It comes through just loud and clear.
Now, Richard Blumenthal, if you remember, was one of the many. We've seen this too often, frankly, where we have politicians claiming that they served our country in wars that they were not in, or at least what they claimed they did, they didn't do.
Let me ask you this: why would you ever claim that?
Bubba,
because that's very easy to check. We have records of who served in the military.
Bubba, we currently have a guy that claimed he was beat up by 3 people and made up a whole story.
I got that, but that's something.
Isn't it just Munchausen?
That's something.
I want to be more heroic than I really am. But you're right. All we got to do is look.
I can't.
But they think nobody's going to check.
I can't go to a database record to check if Jesse was beat up or not. Jesse, okay. I can go to see if Richard Blumenthal was in a unit, if he had a number, if he, what was his commanding officer. I mean, those you can trace.
So we found out that his story.
I guess he thinks nobody would look.
His story of being a hero in Vietnam were totally false. So Trump, you wouldn't think that'd be the first thing on his mind, but he starts thinking, "Here I am in Vietnam," and he's come up with something funny. Now, I know that this has been discussed. When your name is Richard,
I know.
And we all, this is just a fact now, guys. Let's try to, if we can, and I know.
I don't know. I wouldn't even go.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio. So those of you, we'll start taking phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. The Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, if you caught it this weekend, a lot of emails over the weekend. UFO of God, I kind of gave you where I was coming from after reading the book and getting ready and reading scripture and getting ready for the podcast. And Bubba, you said you were going to weigh in on it.
Yeah, well, we kind of came at it from 2 different angles. You read the book. I saw his appearance on Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, which kind of focused entirely more in the UFO genre, which, when you were telling me some of the things you were reading in the book, I said, well, that's not, what they covered on what I saw.
Right.
So, and then he said during this, he was pretty clear that it was more of a spiritual thing than a UFO thing.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that wasn't really made clear on the show I saw. But he obviously said some things that the way I understand Scripture and where I am in my walk didn't wash.
Right.
And so I don't know what the deal is. I feel for Chris, and I hope that he finds the answers. I do know this, based on the show that I saw, there's these physical manifestations that are happening pretty regular that, you can see in videotape, which I found very interesting as to what was going on. But after talking to him, it was disturbing and concerning. And I hope that, he can find his way back. Let me put it that way. I like him. I appreciate him coming on the show, but again, I can't agree or justify a lot of the things he said. So I don't know. It's just it's very bizarre. And on the bigger picture of things, and we've talked about this many times. I think that the UFO phenomenon could easily be used to justify the rapture and a one-world God. And I see that.
No question.
You could see that playing out very clearly.
Yeah.
But I'm not one of these that I have ruled out the possibility that there may be other life out there in the galaxy. I don't know. It's a big galaxy. God is a creator. I think if there is something out there, it's under His authority. If there's nothing out there, it makes us all that much more special. And I think it's just amazing, too, the replication of the patterns that we see in creation down to the atom. Our solar system, our galaxy looks the same way. I think that's amazing. I think when these star systems collide and they branch off and start forming new star systems and new galaxies, new solar systems, it looks exactly like cells under the microscope that split. Yeah. I think that is just amazing. I think it goes back to God clearly saying in the Scripture that, you will see His presence in creation. So that's always interesting. But Chris is an interesting character, and it's some extravagant claims he's making. And again, I don't feel like it washes with my religious beliefs and convictions at this point. I think too, the one thing I always want to try to guard against is not making the mistakes that I think have been made in the past, far as the religious leaders of the time.
Right.
And I can't help but go to the Galilean experience with the Catholic Church back in the 1600s, when there was clearly a scientific issue with, there was a belief the Earth was the center of the universe.
Right.
Well, Galileo, through his observations and math, said, we're not the center. We're not even the center of the solar system. We're orbiting a sun. And we know that to be true today. So I don't ever want to get so far out on the ledge that we can't support it. Now, to me, science and the Bible, or the real truth, always works itself out.
Right.
I think so many times the things that we are told about in Scripture end up being absolutely proven by science.
No doubt.
I think with the Galilean thing, they made some assumptions that were not biblically based. They got out above their skis a little bit, out in front of their skis.
Well, look, we've had a lot of religious leaders and add stuff that's not in Scripture, and that actually is where I had a problem with Chris. I think he's trying to do the same thing. Of course, you're talking about that UFO thing. We're kind of talking about two different things.
Right.
Chris himself in the book was angry that he kept being portrayed by these shows.
And he pointed that out in the podcast
as being the UFO. So the UFO thing...
He cleared that up early.
Yeah, the UFO thing with Chris, he doesn't belong in that category.
Right.
And that's the point I was trying to make. We thought he did, and so did I, and from the very beginning. And of course, the book, would tell you that too. It says,
he said that.
Yeah, but when I'm talking about the title, would still confuse people. UFO of God is still using it. So he said these shows won't really show what he's really trying to say. I'm here to say what he's really trying to say is more dangerous than what the shows are doing.
Yeah, I
okay,
agree.
And he makes claims that like this thing about this woman that keeps appearing to him, and the thing that always you look at markers we've seen throughout time. So here's one in his book, okay, this is from his own book. Here's one of the things he said the woman said to him. And now he's claiming the woman is the Holy Spirit. Don't miss that.
Right.
Okay? When the red star of Regulus aligns just before dawn in the gaze of the phoenix, a new knowledge, now see, that's where danger comes. A new knowledge shall come into the world. Now see, and he kept telling us that this woman keeps saying there's something new. Y'all, that is as big a red flag as you could ever wave. That there's some new revelation. And when he tried to play games, like I said, I told you after read the book, get prepared for some theological acrobatics, okay? Just because a language uses words in feminine and masculine, many languages do that. Sherry knows French, and she was talking about that. Like, I don't have this right. I'm just going to use an example.
Right.
Like a table, the word for table might be feminine. Well, that doesn't mean the table's a girl. It's not gender, okay? So he's playing some games with you on the word spirit in Hebrew and all that. That's deception. I'm not even saying he's doing it on purpose. I'm saying he's being deceived. I'm not saying Chris is some bad guy that's out to do bad things. Chris is deceived. And then there's the other that concerns me. He's angry with his church because they actually pointed that out.
Right.
So now he's angry with the church for being biblically sound. That's always a problem. You got to watch for that. And so in some of the things he was saying, like that Paul was knocked off his horse by an orb, Paul was blinded by the glorified Jesus. It was the glorified Jesus. When Paul encountered Jesus, he's now in his glorified form, and it blinded him. He was not knocked off his horse by a light orb. I mean, that's not that. So I will say this, and there's so many more things, and that we'll get to, but and we want to hear your comments on it. But I just want to warn you. At times I thought about having him back on. It was so funny. Of all the emails I had, it was a 23-year-old young man who's a devout follower of Christ. And I said, "You got a lot of wisdom for a 23-year-old." He said, "Y'all have such an audience, and a lot of people look to y'all, whether you should or shouldn't. Through the Wednesday Bible study, and the fact y'all talk about Scripture on the show, a lot of times y'all been used to help people to understand Scripture. Y'all are literally discipling people. I think it's dangerous to bring this guy back on." And I said, "You know what? You got a lot of wisdom for a 23-year-old. For that reason, because he might be used to deceive other people and take them down some road. Read this book." And I
want to say one thing that Chris said talking about the gender issue.
Yeah.
He was referring to the word spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, standalone spirit. It is feminine in Hebrew, it is neutral in Greek, and it is masculine in Latin. Well, of course, the New Testament was written in Greek, which would make it neutral.
Right.
But he's breaking that word out by itself, just the word spirit.
Correct.
The actual entire word is Holy Ghost, translated modern Holy Spirit. If you have the whole phrase, the proper name there, it is not feminine.
Right.
So, like Rick said, a little bit of word acrobatics there to draw on that.
I'm going to get out here on a limb, and I'm going to quote Jesus, so everybody stand by. Here is Jesus talking about the Holy Spirit coming to us, okay, his own words. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth, it is to your advantage that I go away, for I do not go away. The Helper, that's the Holy Spirit, will come to you. But if I go, I will send him to you, and when he comes, he will convict the world concerning sin. That's Jesus' own words. So let me say this. This is the last thing I'm going to say on the warning, because let me tell you, just like Paul said in Acts 20 to the Ephesians, just like Ezekiel talks about, I'm going to be held accountable if I don't tell the truth and people go astray. But if I tell the truth and y'all still go astray, it ain't on me. Okay? That's right out of Scripture. Okay? Now more than ever, in my entire lifetime, now more than ever, and it's only going to get worse, it is crucial. Listen to me. I'm begging you. It's crucial that we know the Word of God. This cultural Christianity, you are going to be deceived and you're going to be led away. I've spent too much of my life after justification not knowing the Word of God, and I was in dangerous territory. I feed on it. It's one of the few things I find interesting. I'm being taught. I'm learning. I'm growing. And I'm so thankful because I can now discern things that at one time I couldn't discern. If you don't know the Word of God, you are in dire danger of being deceived. Now more than ever. There's so much garbage coming right now, and sometimes it's in churches. We've got false teachers and false prophets, and they are raging right now. And it's only going to get worse.
As predicted.
You have to know the Word of God. You have to. And we all learn different ways. But however you became an expert on whatever you're an expert on, just use that same format. But you got to know this. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All lines are available, and we'll take your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I wouldn't either.
I would just read his tweet.
We got a sporting goods store named after.
I'll put it this way. I'm thankful that
I still don't mean you can handle it.
My name is Rick.
I can't handle it.
My name is Richard, and I'm thankful that my mother and father chose to call me Rick for short.
Now there were a few times growing up.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
called you something
but we know. Well, look, we know that we have people that use the other nickname for Richard, and
it's a real name, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Now, I don't know whoever decided to take it another way, but they really messed up people's lives for a long time after that. Now,
I love when Mr. Morris is on with us.
Yeah, so, Dick Morris, perfect example.
Dirty Dick Slater.
Right.
The wrestler.
Matter of fact, they called Richard Nixon that.
They did.
And
what's the guy?
And this was before Watergate.
Yeah.
Dick
Durbin.
Vitale.
Oh, Durbin, they call him that.
Yeah, so
what about
is,
Dick Vitale?
Dick Vitale.
It is a name. It is a name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and
capital D.
Guys, there's a gigantic sporting goods store.
Now, if you don't think Donald Trump's having some fun here, then
of course he is.
Yeah. Should I read this tweet?
It's the man's name.
This is the president who tweeted it.
And if we had to cut a commercial for that sporting goods store, you'd have to say it.
So do you think this name he's using, this Vietnamese name, Da Nang?
Yes, Da Nang.
Da Nang.
It's one of the
cities. Here's what the leader of the free world tweeted out. I have now spent more time in Vietnam than Da Nang Dick Blumenthal, the third-rate senator from Connecticut. How's Connecticut doing? His war stories of heroism in Vietnam were a total fraud. He was never even there. We talked about it today with Vietnamese leaders. So not only is he saying...
he actually brought it up to him.
Yeah, well, come on. Do we think that was really brought up? But anyway, he is saying, bottom line, without all the other, he's just basically saying, I've been to Vietnam more than Richard Blumenthal.
And let me
because I'm actually here. He never actually got here. And then has given him a nickname that I think one read is
good enough, but
yeah.
it's good. Rick, let me ask you this.
That's the president.
Is this just like when he did the Pocahontas when we had the Indians being honored at the White House?
Correct.
Because
these things trigger.
This senator has not
reminds him. It reminds him of something
This
to
senator
throw
has
in
not
there.
been in the news lately, right? He just remembered it from the past
right.
and brought it.
This triggered that.
Okay, just like the Pocahontas when he
Exactly.
confused the poor Indian guys that were like, I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
the Indian guys were like, we thought we were supposed to get an award. What are you talking about? But these things
It's his
trigger.
mind,
You know, Greg, I hate. We've said this before. He suffers from your ailment. He has rude Tourette's. He
does.
And so the minute something comes into his mind, not only does he say it, but Greg, see, if you'd have lived in the days of Twitter, you would have tweeted all the things you said. Oh, God. You know, because you think, hey, I've got a good one.
I got a good one.
Yeah, but you're right. The Vietnamese people don't have any idea what he's talking about.
And like I say, this guy hadn't even been in the news or anything.
No,
right?
no.
He just remembered
the guy
he doesn't like him.
That guy's probably popped off about Trump a few times.
Exactly. Oh,
so he's held that in his pocket
until he's there.
And when he's in Vietnamese, in Vietnam, he started laughing and thought to himself, "I got a good one." You know, and people probably have said, "Well, no, I think you missed the window for this one. No, I'm gonna bring it back.
I'm gonna bring it back anyway, even though it's not relevant. I'm bringing it back.
All right, then we come back. And
do you realize Blumenthal too is the second wealthiest senator we have? His net worth is $67 million.
Hey, Bloom.
Hey, Bloom. Glad you went with that.
So we also have problems with Trump's state of emergency. Even having Republicans going against him in the House on this.
It all really doesn't matter. They do not have a vote level high enough to override a veto, which he is sure to do.
Right.
And he will move forward with his constitutional power to do so.
And then, of course, we have the horrible vote yesterday concerning babies that are actually born. And that one, if there had ever been anything you thought should have been non-political, it was that one.
And we also got Cohen testifying, his personal attorney. Too,
we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so. We're back 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show, chatting with you at 866 We Be Big. Kim is in Sweet Home, Alabama. She'll get us started. Greg's on the phones. If you want to talk to us, you can. Kim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you guys? And I want to say monkey grass.
Well, there it is, a first-timer. Glad you're here. Go ahead.
I just wanted to call in and tell you guys thank you for being one of the very few honest, any kind of media places that we can listen to or see.
Well, I mean, we are honest. Sometimes that's what bothers people, but other times that's what you'll love about it.
We're honest and we're
It's
not
what,
perfect.
It's what I love.
Well, thank
you. It's personally what I love about you. And I just wanted to say thank you and let you know it's appreciated.
Well, thank you, Kim. You're very kind. To Omar in Alabama. Omar, go ahead. The tent maker steps in. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just thinking about stuff that Chris Bledsoe said when he says there's new information or new knowledge. It's the same thing that Bethel and Reading pushes, that they get a new sound, new revelations. Yeah. And it's just trash. They want to go away from what the Bible says because there's such a fascination with the supernatural, unhealthy fascination, that they're willing to accept anything and get deceived so easily.
Well, you heard us talking about it on Friday and then other days last week. You think that the obsession with the supernatural, that we're the only people that know that? You think the adversary doesn't know? Look, they love the supernatural stuff. Mm-hmm. That's the place you go to deceive. And you were talking about right now there's a Bible out there that I would caution everybody. We talked about it in the Wednesday Bible study called the Passion Bible. It's kind of becoming the new trendy thing. Well, the only problem with that is the guy who has put that out. It's basically a Bible of a guy saying, here's some things I think the Bible should say. He claims that Jesus, now I want you to think about this, comes to his room and gives him spiritual downloads. Okay? And people are just loving it because it's one of the reasons, and I have no problem, with the beauty of some of the solid English translations. I personally like the English Standard Version. I don't like flowery and I don't like poetic because sometimes people's emotions run away from them. I want to read something that is as close as we can get to this is what the Greek was, this is what the English is, this is what the Hebrew was, this is what the English is. When people start getting real flowery about it and doing paraphrases and stuff like that, that's dangerous ground. And this Passion Bible is not, I wouldn't go anywhere near it. A guy's getting spiritual downloads from Jesus, a new translation of the Bible. Are you kidding me? But see, people just fall all over that stuff. And so it goes back to what I said a minute ago. Now more than ever. Granny in Alabama. Granny, go ahead.
I wanted to tell you about a message I heard yesterday.
Okay.
He gave 5 points. It was listen, learn, laugh, love, live life. He referenced how many times each word was used in the Bible, and he used scripture to back them up, and how we should do these things to live a better life with Christ.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. By the way, on the Passion Bible guy again, you know what he said? Let's just think about how opposite of Scripture is. He says he wants to bypass the mind, and he bypassed the mind with this translation, went right to the heart.
The most deceitful thing we got.
You want the Bible says the thing we're not supposed to do? See, but if you don't know Scripture, you go, oh, that sounds so cool. I love that. Bypass the mind. You know what it says when Paul tells us when we become justified, we take on the mind of Christ. Love the Lord your God with all your mind. Yes, your heart. Yes, your soul. Yes, your strength. But your mind. You take on the mind of Christ. Why? So I can discern things that are spiritual. And this guy says he's going to bypass the mind and go to the heart, and he's getting downloads from Jesus, and he's got a new Bible for us. How would anybody even go anywhere near that? We continue. 866 We Be Big. Lisa in Dothan. Lisa, go ahead.
Rick, I loved the podcast this weekend, the way you handled it. You did so good. And, Bubba, you're so great. I wish I was more diplomatic like you. But anyway, what I was going to say, first of all, I'm Pentecostal. Take that first off. This fellow was hiding behind the fact that he was in church every time the doors were open. Mm-hmm. Well, interesting, he was using the parallel with Paul being knocked off the horse. Paul was the Jew of Jews. He was the scholar of scholars.
Correct.
And he was corrected. And this gentleman was trying to say, well, I can't be corrected because I was in church every time the doors were open.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have been in church. I would say this, too. Judas was so trusted by the original 12, they let him handle the money.
Yeah.
But he could have said, well, I was one of the original followers of Jesus. But he turned out to be a problem, didn't he? We continue. Shane in Alabama. Shane, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. How are y'all this morning?
Good.
Man, yeah, I'm a firm believer in the English Standard Version as well. It's funny because me and my girl were talking about that the other day, how she has, I think it's the King James Version, and I have the English Standard Version, and she's like, it's so crazy how yours is just like straight to the point and exactly, what you need to hear, and we love it. So, yeah, all these false prophets and all that stuff is just, it's crazy.
Well, yeah, and that's why we got to know. I mean, you got to know. We've said it 1,000 times with Secret Service and counterfeit. They show them the genuine article. If we don't know the genuine article, we're not going to spot the counterfeit. You won't know the difference. Especially some of the stuff sounds really, really good, especially if it plays to your emotions and bypasses your mind. But I mean, you got to know. And I think about early on when I first was justified, the things I didn't know. And even some things that I just had completely wrong. And so, sanctification, man, that's the process of working out that spiritual maturity. And it's really important. Justification is not the end. That's the beginning. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
we have, you and I struggle with names anyway, saying them correctly, remembering who people are, etc. Now this is not helping people like you and me when I worked so hard to get the name Kamala Harris right. Mm-hmm. And now she's telling us that we must call her name, pronounce it differently.
All right, so I thought I had it wrong too. See, I've been saying, I think you just said it right, Rick.
It is Kamala?
I think that's the way she wants you to say it.
I thought it was Kamala. She wanted it.
Well, that's what Speedy told us this morning.
Okay, never mind.
And
y'all be nice to Speedy.
Here's, I was just making sense. So here is a video.
Bubba said he went back and listened to the podcast and he felt bad about what he said.
He was fine. We were all joking, but it just sounded more harsh than I meant for it to sound.
Yeah, he did get silent and had a look on his face.
You know when you do something.
Today, I'm not hacking on anybody. I'm taking a day off. I'm in a penalty box.
Right.
So Speedy did tell us that this morning. That being said, now he may be right. Now this video was about a year ago, and this is kids. She put this and said, let kids announce my name so you'll know.
Now, are these kids that survived abortion?
Evidently.
Okay,
evidently.
All right.
And then I think I have another video as well, but just...
Or is this just old or viable tissue?
But is she changing it?
You not got me? Oh, there it is. Hold on, let me back it up.
It's not Kamala. It's not Kamala. It's not Kamala. It's Kamala. Kamala Harris. Kamala's for our
not
schools.
Kamala.
Like
Kamala's for affordable child care. That's Kamala. Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris
for Senate.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
So it's Kamala, not Kamala.
So
not Kamala, not
Kamala.
Yeah, because I've called
Kamala.
her. I called her Kamala.
That's what I've been calling.
But it's Kamala.
Like a comma, like a punctuation.
Kamala.
There you go.
Kamala.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Is anybody saying it that way?
I think they're starting to.
I thought it was Kamala.
I didn't even think she said it that way.
I thought she said Kamala.
I did too.
Is it weird to y'all when Democrats take kids and it's like, because they got to go get
talking about the Hitler Youth?
Oh, yeah.
Call
my gosh, great.
Kamala.
You want to hear it
Kamala?
again?
Yeah, let me hear it
It's
again.
not Kamala. It's not Kamala. It's not Kamala. It's Kamala. Kamala Harris. Kamala's for our schools. Kamala's for affordable child care. That's Kamala. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris for Senate.
Let me tell you.
Kamala.
Let me tell you what Kamala's not for. If you had been accidentally birthed when your mom tried to abort you.
Yeah, I know.
Not for that.
She's not for that. We're going to let you lay there or throw you in the trash or something.
Speaking of Kamala Harris, most people, when you say the giving season, you think of Christmas. Most of us do.
Sure. Yeah.
But that is not correct. It's usually when we have Democrats running for president.
Well, you know what?
And you get a pack of them together, and they try to outgive each other. And it almost gets comical. We've got free.
You mean comical?
Comical. It is funny now to see who can outgive each other. We've got free health care. We've got free income. We've got free this, free that. It's just, I don't know why we all don't live in a big bubble and just stay at home.
Paying off loans. Everybody's student loan. We're taking care of the student loans.
Everything.
Right?
It's if there's anything out there, we can get it right now. Kamala Harris yesterday.
That's right, by the way.
Said, I had to look how I wrote it down to say it.
Kamala. Hey, I'm going to count off. You don't have a Kamala where it belongs.
Get that Kamala in place.
That's how I'm going to remember.
Rick, seriously.
That was said to me a lot.
This is a person running for president of the United States said she wants to legalize sex workers unless they're being coerced. She said that yesterday. I've heard that is a sitting senator in the United States.
You know what? Legal, and that's the deal, like they say about
that. Robert Kraft quickly said he would support her.
You beat me to that.
I had momentum. So you were standing still. I had momentum.
Kamala.
You know what my line was going to be? That explains the new political ad that Robert Kraft just did for.
That's great.
But anyway, it was all.
No, I've heard that argument. It's just like the legalizing drug argument. It's the same thing. Take the criminal element out of it, tax it. And all that. And I heard
so you want to legalize people sitting around on drugs. You want to legalize people sitting around, engaged in prostitution. I mean, you really are trying to lead us right to Somalia, basically. Yeah. I mean, it's just anything goes. It's just one big mess. I mean, it's just the standard of what we allow now in our government. It's just scary. And where our whole country's going.
Well, yesterday,
I hate to be negative, but it's a scary thing.
After yesterday's Senate vote, we declared who we are. And so this is not even a reach now. But I want you to think about this. And Bubba and I laughed about this years ago, and now it's reality. We used 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So we'll move on to other topics. I want to add one more thing just as a resource for you. And Bubba, you got this too when we were prepping for the interview that was the podcast. And I went and I listened to this, and it really was enlightening. You know what? When you hear the Chris Bledsoe story, you think to yourself that it's really unique. But there's a podcast called Haunted Cosmos that somebody sent us, and the episode is Evangelistic Aliens. I was shocked at how many other Chris Bledsoes there are of people who basically are saying the same thing they were being told that he's being told. And one of the things, if you look at it, and one of the pastors that is doing the man church stuff that I talked to, he sent me, I saw this too. If you really take the new agey theology that Chris is being told by these, whatever they are, I think they're demons, you'll find there's other people who claim they've been contacted by aliens or whatever, and they all have the same message that Chris is being told. And it's really just
what's the message?
It's really, if you go all the way back, if you read 1 John, the first epistle, this has been going on since the church was established, an attempt to have false teachers, false prophets. I mean, this is not a new thing. It is going to increase as we get toward the end, as Jesus told us in Matthew 24. But it's Gnosticism. All this is a repackaging of that. And they really lay that out really, really well. And this really is a form, think about what's going on. It gets into a form of worshiping the created, the creation, not the creator. And think about it, Chris was talking about that. We have to save the planet and all that. We're going to burn the planet up. All of that. And also that God is not perfect. He's flawed. And the Gnostics will almost go to the point, they'll go back to the garden, and really it's God who's unreasonable, and it's Satan who had a good point. Okay? And it all becomes where the main thing is sin is really no big deal. And it's impossible for God to have taken on human form and really been perfect. That's just not possible. So don't think there's a perfect God. There's no such thing. He's imperfect too. And I'm oversimplifying. It's much deeper than that. Mm-hmm. But these concepts of Gnosticism is all that this is. It's just a repackaging of it. And you'll that'll be a podcast for you that's really good. And it's called Haunted Cosmos. And look for the episode Evangelistic Aliens. And I was shocked. They were doing case after case after case, and they were all hearing the same message. And it's the message that Chris is hawking right now. So anyway, that's a good resource for you. All right, so we'll move on to other things. Lionel Richie, it says enrages fans because he cancels a concert 1 hour after the show's start time. So they're saying that people don't believe what he's saying is true because how come the show should have already started and he's just now realizing that he can't get there, but not trying to take it from Lionel Richie because I don't know the truth. The weather and these thunderstorms that we've been experiencing all over the country, and we're getting them a lot here, we've had the access to fly privately. Just because you're flying privately doesn't mean that you don't have to deal with weather.
As a matter of fact, sometimes those planes can't deal with it. The heavier planes they can cut through more than the little ones.
Well, I was on one, and I thought, well, today's the day we all die, and it was not fun. And so it is very possible and plausible that Lionel Richie, with his schedule, was saying, "Hey, I'll fly to the New York show," and was told by the private airplane and the charter, "We can't fly in this."
So what I guess he has these events and he flies in last minute to perform.
Yeah.
And if you can't get the plane in there, it's really too late.
Yeah.
Right.
He put out. He said, due to severe weather and being unable to land in New York and surrounding areas, I am unable to make it to the show tonight. I am so bummed. We're rescheduling the show to Monday, August 14th. Can't wait to perform for you all. Tickets for tonight's show are valid for the show on Monday. But people were saying the weather had been fine all day in New Jersey and New York, And he says you already, and the fans are saying at least have enough dignity to tell us why you really can't do it. So they're saying what weather you're talking about. So they're saying the weather wasn't bad there. And there's no doubt weather can be an issue, but
what he was supposed to be with Earth, Wind, and Fire, and they released something too on page 2 there on Instagram. They sent out a message too about it being canceled or something.
They canceled their show due to unforeseen circumstances, which would indicate they would likely play with Lionel Richie in New York City.
Yeah, I think that's a different thing.
Different thing?
Is it? Okay.
I think they're canceling a show coming up, so they will be available for the makeup
I see
show
what you're saying.
with Lionel Richie.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, good.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
but I mean, this is if the airport is open or closed should not be a subjective thing. I mean, that ought to be able to be verified pretty easy.
So the argument is, no surprise with New Yorkers, they don't think the weather was bad enough. I don't know
what weather.
But they do make a good point. Now look, I don't know what. I do know that you can. I mean, I've been in this situation where I had a place I was supposed to be, and I was flying there privately, and all of a sudden you start getting the calls during the day. We can't fly. And it is a terrible, terrible feeling, okay? It could have been something between where he was in New York. I mean, there's all kinds of issues that can happen, especially with these really strong thunderstorms. They're problematic for these smaller planes. And but some of the people angry, I understand. They're going, look, the reschedule, we got it, but I can't get back what I paid for parking. I can't get back, what I had to do, my travel expenses to get here.
Yeah, maybe child care or something.
I was set up to hear you play tonight, and there's all I did to get there, and the cost, I'm not getting that back. Wow. All you're telling me is to pay all that again, and I can see you Monday. So, which is today, as a matter of fact. So I don't know. I have no way to know what Lionel Richie did or didn't do, but I don't know why he would lie about it. Right?
Yeah. I mean,
what are they saying? Is some conspiracy? Is everything conspiracy theory now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
he just didn't want to play.
Most of these performers want to perform.
Right.
I mean, if he's out there scheduling tour dates, he wants to get out there and perform. Trust me.
I brought this up in the kickoff.
I just don't think he would be.
He said tonight
he's
willing to play all night long.
Yeah. And Greg brought up. What was it? Your first concert, Greg?
Oh yeah, the Commodores.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We talked about that.
That's back when people actually played their instruments and sang. There wasn't no backtracks. It was just. But now they had a bunch of people able to get that sound out.
Yeah,
they had a background band with them.
The news to me though this morning is that he said it was still the best ever. He claims of all the concerts he's ever been to.
Greg.
Yeah, probably.
That's that childlike mind. You don't remember.
I said,
how you compare that
it was
against
the first one, but it was also a fantastic show.
It was good, but Greg, we saw a lot of shows.
We did. I'm sorry.
You wouldn't let me get away with this statement. You wouldn't let me get away with this, and I'm not going to let you get away with it.
I think it was the best one.
By the way, if you were sitting next to you wouldn't let you get away with it. With that kind of statement.
I mean, you had the hype of Van Halen 1984, but let's be honest, David Lee sounded terrible.
Right. You're just talking about the way it sounded, the way it was done.
The hype of 1984, and probably the largest crowd I've ever seen in the BJCC. When it was general admission, they just kept stuffing people in there.
Right, yeah. All right, so
that was cool. The Commodores fired you up because they had such a stage presence.
Would he let himself get away with
that? At that time, they were at the top of their game.
Yeah.
Oh, you kidding me?
All right, so here's an email.
Greatest show ever.
You've seen them on Bandstand,
Oh, come on.
Outlandish statement.
I didn't know you didn't like it.
I loved it, but you're making a bold statement. Julie says,
I know I've been to a lot of concerts.
Julie said, my neighbor went to the World Games post-concert, and Lionel was an hour late for that one. It didn't explain it.
And then he just sang like one song, right?
Yeah.
Remember we had complaints.
Well, that's probably all he was booked to do. It wasn't a Lionel concert. It was an opening.
Or like a lot of people involved, that's all they could pay him for.
Just one song.
We're a little short on that.
Would you go see Lionel Richie modern day?
Yeah, probably.
It would have to be really convenient for me to be there.
Yeah,
I don't go to a lot of concerts just for the hassle.
Yeah, that's not a dig at Lionel Richie, but he'd almost have to be playing in my backyard.
Yeah, I would love. To. I hate.
And if it's too hot, I ain't going out there.
I hate that I did not see the Commodores. You know,
I just see
the greatest show ever.
This was in their prime. This is when they were the
It
number
was a
one
great
band
concert.
in the country. Y'all thinking Commodores now? Oh yeah, they play.
I didn't say that.
They play at the Butterbean Festival.
festival.
I
and all
didn't say that.
No,
I didn't
this
say
is
that.
when they were the
They had
biggest
the
band
white outfits
in the
on
land.
and the silver breastplates
Yes.
and
Watch
slippery when wet was what
They
they
just
started
released
with.
was the album Midnight Madness, whatever.
Greg,
it was.
how do you take Cinderella?
Lady,
Greg, how do you take Cinderella, Bullet Boys, and Winger and just throw it in the trash can?
No, I didn't say that.
So
wasn't
Def
good.
Leppard, no good.
Great.
Come on, man.
I didn't
I mean,
say
we
that
saw
it was,
some.
but
You saw those shows.
Def Leppard's number 2, by the way.
Okay, you saw them in their prime.
They're number 2 in the round.
Okay. It just,
I knew this would bother you.
yeah. Well, you can't say that. I mean, he can,
I'm just telling
he
you.
can say it was a great experience and it was a great show, and I wish you just leave it at that.
I've been to a lot of them.
It was
but
your
I don't-
first
some of
concert.
them-
That makes it special.
It does.
Just leave
Oh,
it
there it
there.
was. Look at
But
that, Bo.
you're comparing it to all these other shows we've seen.
I think it's the best.
Eagles, no good. Greg.
Eagles a little boring.
But they sound great.
They sound fantastic.
Yeah, but you're saying the
But I
combination
think
of sound and show.
Yeah, they're lording on stage.
Yeah, right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A joke about this because what Democrats do, they want to justify anything as long as it's for the kids.
Oh yeah.
Of course, now what they just did yesterday seems to be in
Well, that's a
conflict.
tough one, isn't it?
But only they would say it with a straight face and expect you to question it is zero. But what I'm saying is, so this now we're going to legalize prostitution, as you said, all that same garbage you always tell us about it. And of course, I'm sure we'll do a real good job of being able to tell who's coerced and who's not. I'm sure
Right.
we'll do a great job of stopping the human trafficking that's going on.
Yeah.
And there'll be no floodgates on that when there's even
which
more
don't
straight
we-
up money to be made. But this, I promise you, this is coming. And Bubba, this was a joke you and I did 20 years ago, and here we are. It's a reality now. They will now at some point they'll legalize prostitution and take a percentage of it, tax it, and they'll say do it for the kids.
Yeah.
And this time it will literally mean that.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it will
But
be just.
think about our logic, though, in this country. Think about what we do. On one hand, we're having an argument about prescription drugs and opioids and all that and how it's destroying people and it's a big disaster. And on the other hand, we legalize marijuana, okay? Then we say we're against sex trafficking and all this. We got to shut that down, but we're legalizing prostitution. I mean, is it me? It seems like we're
and their argument that will help with human trafficking is incorrect because a lot of that, I heard a guy speaking on this, and
Hey,
I'm trying to make the same argument. A lot of this human trafficking involves underage people. That's what this particular sickos. That's what a lot of that is.
It's sad that happens, and it's sad there's a market for it.
So making that legal is not going to stop
But
that.
just like we
that wouldn't be legal.
demonized tobacco, and we demonized smoking, and we destroyed that industry and people who farmed in that, and we can certainly debate that issue with adults. But then we turn right around and legalize smoking of marijuana, which medically looks to be 100 times worse for you, chemical wise.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like we're straddling, between the boat and the dock, and the boat is drifting off here, and we're gonna have to pick a side on some of this.
Right.
Well, but guys, as we said,
You ever been in that situation?
Boy,
It's
that's a
not
tough situation.
not pleasant, especially if you don't have the rope.
Something got to give.
But Bubba, what we've
Little
done,
lake reference there.
we literally
Bad feeling.
Wish the wind wasn't blowing.
Our society right now is literally a boat with no rudder. It's just floating wherever the wind blows.
Chaos with a capital K.
Once you abandon foundational truths, anything
goes.
Truth is not relative, and when you think it is, this is what it looks like. For the first time today, and we're keeping it as light as we can, but for the first time today, I saw Big Boy frown. I mean, I looked out there
a second.
I looked out there for just a minute.
I don't know if a handful of Butterfingers will bring me back.
I know, bro.
I'll give it a shot.
Try.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. If you're wondering about the Wheel of Meat, it did spin on yesterday's program. So the Wheel of Meat's already happened this week.
That may be some good news right there.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. SimplySafeBubba.com. SimplySafeBubba.com, the best in the business. Once again, U.S. News and World Report has said that the best security system available, and that's in 2023. Now, this is a new one, is SimplySafeBubba.com. I mean, SimplySafe does a better job than anyone else out there. They have really used modern technology and innovations. 24/7 live guard protection is the latest, and it's made possible by their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. Now, this new Smart Alarm indoor camera is the only indoor security camera, I'm going to say that again, only, that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren. So 24/7 live guard protection and the new Smart Alarm indoor camera, they work seamlessly as part of the entire security system to keep your whole place safe from break-ins, fires, flooding, and more. So if you want to find out more about it, simply go to simplysafebubba.com. We'll get you 20% off any system when you sign up for fast protection monitoring, which you want that anyway. It's a huge offer, 20% off. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, look into football. So in college football, all the realignment, we're hearing that Florida State is among 4 ACC schools that they're against adding California and Stanford.
There's been a lot of speculation on ESPN over the weekend about what Cal and Stanford are going to do. And while the ACC has not officially said they're looking to add them, there is a story out that said Florida State, North Carolina, Clemson, and North Carolina State are opposed to adding them. And when you look at right now, the ACC is about a $30 million a year behind what the SEC and some of the other conferences are going to be paying. They point out that Stanford and Cal would not add anything to their package. In other words, they're not bringing anything to the table. At best, they might be a break-even situation. So what is the motivation for adding them when you're talking about now having to travel across 4 time zones for the Carolina schools? That's a long haul right there. So is the Pac-12, what is it?
You're talking about the Pac-2?
Are they 4 now officially?
Come 2024, yeah.
And time's running out. They don't have a TV deal, and they don't have a conference.
They're calling it the Pac-Quad.
Boy, you talking about getting caught flat-footed on this deal.
Right, yeah. So do you think that Stanford and Cal will get in there anyway?
No, I don't think they can. But if those 4 schools said we're not in, I mean, what do they bring to the table? Why are we adding them? They bring no extra money, but they bring extra cost and us having to travel out there.
So no TV market fund there or anything like that?
According to them, they don't pull enough out of any of those larger markets on the West Coast to be worth their time.
I heard a commentator the other day say, this was talking about Stanford.
Okay.
And he said, if you look at Stanford, and this goes to show what all of us have said for many, many years.
For many years.
He said, if you look at Stanford owns most things sport-wise, Olympic sports, all the other sports. They're always in there. They're always winning championships. And they've won more championships outside of football than any other school. But there's one sport that they haven't made a priority, which pays all the bills, and that's the problem. And they said that they have, and yes, they've had seasons where they've gone to the Rose Bowl and whatever. But year in and year out, they've made the decision to invest in everything else, so that they can dominate everything else. And they hadn't paid the daddy, which is football.
Okay.
That's just coming from Cowherd.
So it looks like they may not get in.
Well, and that's
who's the Pac-12 going to add to beef back up? I mean, who's?
Well, they're not. There's nobody to add. What they would have to do is they would have to leave and go to maybe Mountain West. They would have. That would be that's their next move.
Could they cherry pick Mountain West to beef them up?
It's not enough. It's not enough. There's no cherry pick in the Mountain West. If you've looked in the Mountain West.
Well, I mean, them getting in it is
what about Jack
kind
State?
of a step down.
What about Jack State?
Them and Troy to the Pac-12.
Tough travel. That bus gonna have to leave early.
Yes.
You wonder if some of the big
like before the next game.
How about this? Lionel Richie has a better shot at getting it.
We know how that turned out.
By the people real upset with your statement too. Emails covered.
Were they there? Were any of them there?
There we go.
Yeah, tell Ryan he don't know what he's talking
Opinion,
about.
you can have an opinion.
You can have an opinion. He wouldn't let himself get away with that statement though. Not so
I'm just
bold.
telling you.
Not so bold.
That jumped
See,
out.
I would have probably been with you because I.
Now, granted, there's a few that are a little foggy. But besides that, so I may be missing one.
You know what Greg said? The best college football game he ever saw? Livingston versus UNA. It's the first one he ever went to.
That's not it. I get it. That's a good one.
Greg, you let your childlike mind get away from you.
I'm saying sound and stage performance all into one.
Right.
Yeah.
That may be the best one.
You know what Greg told me is the best entertainment experience he ever experienced his whole life? Ringling Brothers.
That's true.
I thought you were going to say Cousin Cliff. That's it.
Cousin Cliff.
Sergeant Jack.
So Jim Harbaugh from Michigan was supposed to serve a 4-game suspension,
What's happened?
and that's fallen through.
What's happened? He's not going to be suspended now?
Well,
touch
he's
Jim.
not out of the water yet.
Who's got it better than us?
Hey, I ain't going to go about suspension. Who's got it better than us?
Nobody.
Apparently, NCAA and Michigan agreed on a resolution, but the Committee on Infractions didn't approve it. This doesn't mean he won't be suspended. It could be that Michigan self-imposes some suspensions and he just starts the year out like he originally thought he would be, but it's to be determined. He's definitely like not going to have to sit out, or he's not in trouble or whatever. It's just this wasn't improved by the Infractions Committee.
Doesn't a lot of schools do a self-imposed penalty before?
Yes.
Because the NCAA takes
yeah.
so long to figure it out and come down with something.
Well, but apparently Michigan and the NCAA had negotiated a resolution, and that was he sit out the first 4 games. Then it went to the Infractions Committee. They didn't approve it. So
Does that mean they want to make him sit out more?
they could. They just said he's not out of hot water yet, and then Michigan might just tell him to go ahead and start the season like they thought he was going to do anyway.
And what did he do to bring all this on? He's accused of providing false or misleading information to investigators regarding impermissible contact with recruits during the NCAA mandated dead periods.
Is he trying to say that they called him on it and he lied about it and then he got caught in his lie? Is that kind of a fun way of saying it?
Yep.
False information, which means I was lying.
Right. That means.
Did you contact him? Who told you that? Oh, you meant, now that one. I thought you meant the other one.
Right. Yeah, you start moving.
You talking about Wednesday? I thought you meant Tuesday.
Exactly.
My bad.
Oh, yeah, I did talk to him.
Yeah.
3-card money.
Yeah. He's actually quoted here at the end of the article, says the Commodores was the greatest concert I've ever been to.
Bar none.
You know what Greg just said?
I'm doubling down now. Y'all done made me mad.
You know what Greg said? Greatest actor he ever saw? Ernie from Sesame Street. That's the first one he saw when he was a kid.
Like, I can't help it.
You wouldn't let yourself get away with this. I'm not going to let it happen.
Look, I'm just being honest.
I'm just here being big brother for you.
I'm just being
Come
honest.
over here.
I'm so excited.
Let me take care of you. Huh?
Sound.
I wish you could hear you.
I'm just telling you what it was.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hit me with the horn, 20. Keep making noise. Keep making noise.
I have a butterfinger and I will use it. Bubba!
Don't ever do that again.
All right, so we have.
Yeah.
I understand their protest against people who were on their campus that can't seem to get out of the Confederacy, and they can't seem to grasp that the Confederacy tried to declare their independence and lost.
Yeah.
Okay, the Confederacy lost.
Denied.
There is no Confederacy, and the rebel battle flag has no place other than a museum. Okay, So that, because it is but I'm not for eradicating it from our history because I think we need to know our history, and I'm not for pulling down monuments and all that.
No.
I'm not for any of that. However,
because it doesn't do anything.
I still can't figure out how the Ole Miss players tied kneeling for the national anthem under the flag that flew over the Union.
That defeated
the
people who are outside you disagree with.
That cause I didn't take enough time to actually research it.
You should have stood up even higher and straighter and taller under that flag.
What I would have done is just gone out and counter-protested these people and say, we don't want you on our campus. I certainly understand that. But once again, this is the mistake everybody keeps making. Let's say, for instance, perfect example. Let's use a perfect example. The reason why you're wondering why this is tied to John Mellencamp, he making it clear where he stands on the taking a knee protest during Monday night's show, the first of 3 at New York City's Beacon Theater, which were, by the way, sold out. Mellencamp knelt on stage at the completion of his song Easy Target, which offers the singer's views on society's treatment of minorities and the poor. He said, well, let the poor be damned and the easy targets too, all created equally beneath me and you. Certainly, I agree with John's premise that all men are created equal. And I hate to break it to John, that actually is something that God said. And our country said that, which the country that said that waves the very flag that people are kneeling from. And Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and others pointed out to our hypocritical country that you're saying one thing in your Constitution and your preamble, but you're living out another, and that was correct. And so we were being hypocritical by what we claimed that God created all men equal. So let's say, for instance, today, and it'd be a perfect example. I saw the Senate vote yesterday, and it violates a premise that is so dear to me, and I think it's so blasphemous toward our Creator that I'm now ashamed of my country. And I am. I'm ashamed of that vote. And our country does things I'm ashamed of all the time. However, it's not the only point of view in our country. But the flag is not representing what the Senate did yesterday. That flag represented that we as a country decided to declare independence from a tyrannical king.
Yeah.
And then we fought wars to keep that freedom. Now, we're trying to give it up of our own free will, but we fought on and on under that flag saying our country fights, we believed at one time, for maximum liberty. I'm not going to disrespect a flag that men and women have fought under because the flag had really no say in the vote yesterday. And that's the wrong protest. If I want to go out and say our country has lost its way, which I believe it has, then I need to go out and use the freedom that flag gave me to say, I freely say I oppose our Senate yesterday, I oppose our government, I oppose our views on fill in the blank. And I think that we've lost our way. But the minute I kneel for the national anthem, I now have offended the very people I want to hear me.
Yeah.
And it's just bad strategy. And
they're not going to hear your point.
Because trying to tie Confederate protesters to the American flag makes no sense. John Mellencamp trying to say that people should be treated equal and then kneels under the very same flag that says the same thing. You got to be upset with the behavior of human beings. That's not what that flag represents. That flag represents that everybody here, for now, can redress the government, can openly express themselves without the fear of being put in jail for just expressing your point of view. So the flag protest, it's not even the right narrative. You see my point?
Yeah. It's misplaced.
And John doesn't understand that. The NFL players don't understand that. The Ole Miss basketball team doesn't understand that. The coach who just wants to have a season doesn't understand that. Because the question that I think is almost like we've avoided now, hey, man, I saw what you did, whatever it was. Explain that to me.
Yeah.
What's the message here? What do we need to understand? Well, we don't like people who won't let go of the Confederacy being on our campus, and we're tired of being here at Ole Miss and having to relive this old stuff all the time. Okay. What's that got to do with the American flag?
Yeah, that you're disrespecting.
Yeah. So go out and protest these people. I agree with you. I think they need to give it up myself. John Mellencamp, what are you kneeling for? Well, I think everybody in this country is created equal, and we need to take care of the poor, and we need to never think we're better than anybody else. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds an awful lot like what this country was based on. Now, we certainly haven't always abided by it, but the flag never has changed its mind.
No.
And then what you're doing, though, keep in mind, don't miss this point, and I certainly have made this mistake in my life. If you want people to hear what you have to say, Malcolm Street, the first man to ever, I ever worked for in commercial radio, don't offend the alligator till you get across the river.
Yeah.
And so now this is so we want it to be divisive. No, you really don't. I mean, you certainly want to make a point that everybody listens to, but when you can't take your narrative and tie it correctly to the protest, and African Americans have said this.
Yeah.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thank you for being with us. If you want to find all the different ways you can get the Rick and Bubba show, either live or archived, find them at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. You never know here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
You don't. Over the years, we've introduced you to so many different people connected to the show. Some have become the focus of some Rick and Bubba Best of bits over the years, so you know their names. We have such a guest to start the hour. And that is Jordy Henson. Jordy, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning.
Doesn't it feel good to be on the air today and you're not having to clear the air on something that happened at church? Or you told me your first memory of realizing what have we done, becoming my friend, is when Sherry and I were members of the church that we went together for over 20 years. And you guys were talking about vasectomies, and all of a sudden he started getting in trouble at work. And he's like, "What's happening?" And he's like, "This guy's talking about y'all on the show."
Yeah, when you broadcast, and the vasectomy story is about Mark. There's many Marks.
Mm-hmm.
About Robs. There's many Robs, and then about Jordy. That sort of gave it away.
Yeah. Not a lot of Jordys.
Yeah. So
and you got literally called out of a meeting, didn't you?
I was told.
Something to do at the bank.
Told. I worked at South Trust Bank at that time, and I was told to go visit my office in Atlanta because a board meeting was going on, and unfortunately, people in the board meeting, instead of talking about the stock price, were talking about my vasectomy.
Really?
Well,
yeah.
Look, when you want to be friends,
lucky you.
When you want to be friends with this show, there's good and bad that comes with it.
I'm just saying, Jordy's a unique name.
It's a unique name.
Everybody knew who it was.
Yeah,
That's right.
they did.
You were so thankful.
It's not a Todd or Jason.
Yeah. When you get on the elevator that morning and ladies are giggling in the background, you're pretty much know it's going to be an interesting day.
I thought it was odd that it was some kind of class project that all the men were getting vasectomies on the same day, one after another. I thought that was odd.
The amazing thing is you didn't exaggerate. You didn't exaggerate at all. I mean, there was no stretching of the truth at all.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Right.
Oh wow.
Well, yeah. Well, just stay with the topic. Ouch. So you have you've been on the show on and off a lot. You were the one, Bubba, if you remember, who had the great idea of the Passion House.
Yes. That's one of my favorite stories.
Favorite
by the
Rick
way.
and Bubba moments of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
be careful when you get that magnetic sign.
Yep.
Who knew
where you cut it?
Who
at.
knew that you take the use out of house and you get a hoe?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's true.
Yeah, that'll do it.
We didn't know that. Yeah, we learned that.
We learned that.
Yeah, we did. And you know what? Let me tell you about your little heart. Your heart's always in the right place. It is. And there's a lot of energy with Jordy. When he's in charge of a project, buddy, he is out at the forefront and he's pushing.
He is.
He's
a go-getter.
He's a go-getter.
Beats the bushes.
He's
God
aggressive.
is good.
So that's just me establishing for those out there that go, oh, it's that guy.
Yeah.
Okay, and so they know. But today we're here to talk about something that is this is going to be a battle, and we've been walking with you on this and praying about this for several months, and you have a diagnosis now, and that you just like anything as followers of Christ that comes into our life, it's always a platform whether we want it or not. So why don't you, in your own words, tell the audience what's going on?
Yeah, well, as you said, storms are not an option.
No.
Storms are reality of life.
Right.
And for whatever reason, when God created this earth, put us on it, we entered into some spiritual battles that are all around us.
Yep.
And so about 6 months ago, I started having some quivering, some twitches in my left shoulder. No big deal, you know, I'm going to take ibuprofen, this, that, and the other. Long story short, Kim got me to go to the doctor.
Kim is Jordy's wife.
Yeah. Was very diligent. My doctor was, David Wynn. And next thing I know, I'm going to a neurologist, getting all kinds of tests, and ultimately was diagnosed with ALS, which is not words you want to hear from your doctor. And of course, I told him, "Are you sure? I mean, are you?" And he said, "Yeah, I think that's where we are." And so that just began a journey, as you know. You know, I brought the tight inner circle of our brothers and sisters. You know, you and Scott and Mark and your wives, and we just began a journey to figure out what's going on. Took me a few days to sort of get my legs back under me, and then as clear as I possibly could gather it, I just felt the Holy Spirit say, "Hey, I'm with you.
Yep.
Not against you. I'm for you. God's on high. He's not losing his mind. He's not out of control. Jesus is at the right hand of the Father interceding for me.
Yep.
And the Holy Spirit's going to walk me every step of the way. And Satan is against me.
Yep.
Satan's our enemy.
Yep.
And he's not going to get an inch."
Amen.
And so so I'm just blessed to know that I win regardless.
Yeah.
But I'm going to fight like crazy to live as long as I can, as good as I can. To live as Christ, to die as gain.
Yep.
Of course, Paul at that particular point in time said, "Hey, I'd rather be in heaven." I said, "God, just between us, I'd like to live as long as I can."
Well, it goes back. Think about what Paul said, though. He said, "But if it's better for y'all,"
absolutely,
the people he was discipling and shepherding, if it's better for y'all that I stay, and that's you and your family and your friends and the ministries, all the ministries he has you doing, which he's really moving in those. Yeah. That's what you're saying. If God says for me to serve y'all is the better thing, then I can wait on heaven. We'll all go together, but I'll stay here and serve y'all. And in Paul's case, God told him at that time it's better that you stay.
Right. Yep.
And we're praying that be the same thing here.
Yeah. But I'm good either way.
Right.
I guys, it's unbelievable. You teach for so many years, and you talk about the peace that surpasses understanding. When the storm came, because our house was built on a rock.
Amen.
There was some wavering, but the foundation held.
Yeah, just like promised.
And I have such a peace that Kim gets mad at me, but I'm kind of excited about the journey.
Yeah.
Just to see what God's going to do.
Yeah.
Which I really appreciate y'all letting me come and share this.
Sure.
In a public forum, because we're going to get after it.
Yeah, and we come back. I want to talk more about some of the things you're finding out about ALS, which is interesting, and also that people can actually follow the journey.
Mm-hmm.
And there's already thousands of people that are doing that.
Crazy.
Isn't that what the platforms we have now that we can get out and reach people and talk to them all over the world?
Yeah. Well, the girls set up a
always find young people to help you with this kind of stuff.
Facebook, and now it's on Instagram. And they said, "Dad, make a video." I was like, "Okay." So I make a little video, and then Holly calls and she says, "Dad, there's like 12,000 people that have looked at the video."
Right.
I said, "I don't know 12,000 people."
Right. Yeah.
She said, "That's not how it works."
Right. Right. Yeah.
And the testimonies that are coming from that, it's just unbelievable, man.
God
is good.
We'll come back and we'll talk more about it, but I think the first thing that Jordy just said, for some of you that you may be new to the faith, or you may not know this, but he's talking about Jesus talking about the wise man and the foolish man in Matthew 7, about building your house on Christ versus not doing that and building it on sand. But I think the part that sometimes I know I have overlooked, because I don't like to see it, is the storm hit both houses.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we think, okay, and there's some bad theology out there about that. If I'll build my heart on Jesus, then I don't get the storm.
Oh,
no. Both houses got hit.
Yeah.
It's just one stood and the other was demolished.
That's good.
So both houses get the storm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't say putting on the full armor of God is optional.
No.
He said put it on.
Right.
Because the schemes of the devil are coming after you.
You can't choose saying, I don't want to be in the war.
Yeah, I'm not going to play.
I don't want to be in the war. The war's in you in it.
Yep.
So you better get ready for it.
That's right.
So we'll come back and we'll talk to more about Jordy Henson and things that you finding out, because this ALS research at one time,
it's still considered very rare, but it seems like you're hearing a lot more about it.
You are. But the good news is there's also maybe some glimmers of light out there that are crazy. Some of the things that God's put together with your treatments are amazing. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Martin was able to point to, here's the problem, that the country is being hypocritical. When that seems to certainly never been perfection, but that really isn't the problem anymore. Now when you say I'm kneeling for the flag, and you say, now point to me why that's for what? And there's the point gets I don't follow your point here. And you think about the people that have had that flag over coffins of their loved ones who went out to fight for all of us. There's nothing really more sacrificial than people who volunteered to go to war. Yeah. I mean, and when you're going to tamper with that in any way, shape, or form, there's a better way to do it. I'm not saying that even your protests are not valid at times. Now the one with the NFL, I'll go ahead and say this, and I don't apologize for this. I've never seen the narrative they claim to ever be substantiated. I haven't, and I'm not afraid to say that. In a macro level, I'm sure at a micro level there is cases, and we know that. But in the macro, law enforcement in general, in the macro world, most of the people that get in trouble with the law get shot, get beat, get put up. Their behavior caused that, not the color of their skin. I just don't buy the narrative. I don't think there's ever been proof of it. But and I don't know what John Mellencamp's doing. This is where songwriters are the best to make these general feel good statements that you don't even know what they mean.
And he's kneeling, and I'm not. But there's no flag or national anthem around while he's kneeling.
Right. Yeah, easy target is what is his reflection on the state of our country.
I got all that, but it's also an easy target for people who say, that just want to. If you make people feel uncomfortable, they'll just go along with you. Political correctness has caused everybody to be an easy target. He's missing that point. But and just like the Ole Miss basketball team, I certainly understand what you're upset about, and I think legitimately upset about. But you protested the wrong thing, and we got to get the narrative right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So
good plan.
Was this one of those things where, and I've seen it happen before, like you've seen it happen in sports, where a certain person at one time was the greatest asset to a program, and then over time became the greatest issue with the program. Did Oprah become the greatest thing for Weight Watchers, and then the death of Weight Watchers all at the same time?
She's fired up about that cauliflower pizza crust. I know that.
Boy, she is.
Yeah. I think where Oprah,
I don't know, is that any good? Y'all had it?
The things that she brings to the table, Rick, of course, name recognition, and I think people consider her trustworthy as a whole.
Absolutely.
Even people who would disagree with her lifestyle or her political agendas completely still like her. They'd watch her TV show.
Oh, sure.
They considered her a friend. And I don't know, maybe I've missed some of the advertising, but to me, the best way you could use Oprah is to have her as your spokesperson.
Number one.
Not necessarily deciding the bigger overall direction of the company. Just have her out there as your pitch person. But I don't know. She's the largest stockholder. I guess she can muscle around what she wants to. But it cost her about $48 million yesterday.
Yeah. Now I don't know what's going on with O and on her current weight, but the Rick and Bubba's and Oprahs of the world are highly sought after by any diet program.
Oh yeah.
But where we're a wild card is we don't stick to it. It goes up and down. Yeah, you got to watch us, and because it goes back to that again. Because you're right though, Oprah has talked to an audience for years about her struggles with her weight, and a lot of us can relate to that. So she's our fellow weight struggling person. So when she goes over to Weight Watchers and says, "Hey, I think I found something," now that's huge.
It is.
But the problem is now we've tried to get too complicated.
And look, for those of you that are concerned, it could put Oprah, in a barrel here, so to speak, losing that money if it, maintains that. don't worry, she's okay.
Yeah.
Her Weight Watchers investment is just a mere fraction of her fortune that she has amassed, depending on which service you believe, anywhere between 2.5 and 3.4 billion. So
She'll
she's
be
all
all
right.
right. You tell me
Nobody wants to lose $100 bill, but it ain't the end of the world.
No.
Yeah. For lack of a better term, she's not going to miss any meals.
Greg, well, she's not.
No.
She can have all the cauliflower pizza crust she wants. Phone calls next. Phone Troll. All 10 lines are available. You can comment on anything you've heard on the program, bring up a topic, ask a question. The phones are open. Skunk Baxter is ready, and we'll talk to you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Jordy Henson, our guest, as he just told us, he's been a friend of the show for as long as we've been in Birmingham, so since 98. So, and I think you and I met somewhere around 98, right in there, when you came to our door and invited Sherry and me to come to church. You and Mark Garnett.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how long we've known each other. That's a long time. So, and you've been part of the show for a long time. So, Bubba was just talking about it in the break. So, what is it like to hear those words? You have ALS.
For me, the first thought was, now ALS, that's not good.
Right. Your mind literally does that kind of
thing. And then just processing through, okay, what I do, what's that mean? And unfortunately with ALS right now, there's no chemo, there's no radiation, there's some medicines that they've come a long way with. And then the amazing thing that's taken place is the research that is taking place that just boggles your mind what has happened over the last year.
Yeah, because you're finding out you're now part of a group of people that have access to things that nobody's ever had before. I know it's experimental, but still.
It's unbelievable.
So tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so keep in mind with ALS, there was a time 20 years ago or so, it was just a death sentence. You're just going to deteriorate and then they came out with a few medicines, and then they got into stuff that I don't fully understand, but into the genome, into gene therapy and understanding DNA and RNA and big R, little r kind of stuff.
All that kind of stuff, yeah.
Which I'm like, I remember that from biology in high school.
Well, I know they've been talking to you about, they think yours was a genetic.
So, yes. So immediately my doctor, which it's unbelievable, y'all. We prayed and we decided, hey, UAB's got a tremendous clinic.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I was just looking, I wanted to be research focused. And so the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville,
Jacksonville, Florida.
That's it.
Yeah.
Jacksonville, Florida. And so that's where we went. And immediately
the best.
He tested me for genes. Okay, there's a gene, and if you go to Journey with Jordy and Kim, there's some of this stuff on there.
By the way, that's where you follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Journey with Jordy and Kim.
Yes.
Journey with Jordy and Kim.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. And so there's a gene that they have been working on that is a really harsh gene. I don't have that gene, praise the Lord. If you have that gene, you will get ALS. And y'all, I didn't even know this existed, but whole families, dads dying from ALS, brothers dying from ALS, uncles, it's tragic.
Genetically. So if you had that gene in your family, it just rolls through.
It just rolls through. And so they began a study on medication, went through research, and in April of this year,
this year.
I was diagnosed officially May 1st. So the month before I was diagnosed, FDA approved a drug that had been through research specifically for that gene. Well, in June, which is 2 months ago, there was testimony of people taking that drug that for the first time in history, there is some reporting that they are getting some function restored.
Wow.
I mean, when I went May 1st,
Little spark of light right there.
I jokingly said to my Swedish doctor, who is a tremendous, brilliant guy, has no idea how to take me.
Mm-hmm.
I said, so has anybody ever recovered from this? And he said, no, Jordy, I'm sorry to say they haven't. I said, okay. So I guess there has to be a first one to recover.
Yep.
And he looked at me and he said, well, logic would be, yes, eventually there has to be a first one. I said, why can't it be me? He said,
But in
"Why
a
can't it?"
Swedish accent.
Yes.
Right? I know you wanted to go
I
into
wanted
it there,
to, but
yeah.
You don't really have a Swedish accent. do you?
I didn't.
You ventured off in it.
Yeah, you tried.
Did I really?
little bit.
Can I tell you what you're doing is enough?
Okay, because
don't.
It's giving us.
I mean,
the
we're
signal.
talking about ALS.
Well,
I don't want you laughing at
right,
me.
right. You know what it is? You're giving us the. He has some sort of accent. That's all we need.
Yeah,
He does.
I detected you try to go into
I did, but I didn't do it.
But
I
you-
was
you veered out
self-control.
of it. You veered out of
Self-control.
When he said Swedish, I thought he meant he was really nice.
Yeah.
Swedish.
Swede.
Then I just realized
That's
he
what
meant
I thought.
Swedish.
Swede.
Hey, he's also he wears a bow tie, as crisp and clean as you could possibly. His tailored suit is about 4 inches too short because he wears happy socks.
Oh, he wants everybody. Yeah.
Hey,
Right.
I get fired up.
Do you like
about
his
that.
happy socks?
Oh yeah.
They make you happy?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I
They
love
work.
it.
So he said we're seeing some results with those who have the gene.
Yes.
But then in June,
Okay, so I didn't have that gene,
right, which
but
was
there-
good
Which was good
for
because I
your
didn't want all
family.
my kids.
For your family, yeah.
I don't want that.
But bad for that drug, cause that right.
yeah, he was like, "Well, we can't take that drug." I was like, "I don't care because I don't want my kids."
Right.
Well, there's another gene that they started research on 2 years ago, and this gene, in my words, it correlates to ALS, but doesn't directly correspond to it. In other words, there's a lot of people that have this gene that never get ALS, but there's a good number that have this gene, like me, that something triggers it.
Right.
And they do get ALS.
Right.
Well, they have been working on this drug for 2 years. There's 90 people in the country in this research project, and I'm basically 89 or 90 in that research project.
So you got in just on the wire.
So I got in 2 days later. It was full. And if I had time to tell y'all how God had directed my path, the aggressive nature. We got an appointment at Mayo Clinic in 2 weeks.
No.
2 weeks. We show up and the doctor's like, I'm not sure how you got this appointment. I said, I think I know how.
Right.
To be that close. And so last week I took my first infusion. Now, hopefully I got the medicine, but it could be a placebo.
We want to talk about it when we come back to this placebo thing. I didn't realize that America versus other countries when it comes to placebos. By the way, you want to be here when it comes to placebo.
Yeah.
Because we'll talk more about that. And let's talk a little bit about how that came together.
Okay.
Because that's pretty fascinating.
Okay.
So, again, if you want to follow the story, because he's going to be doing updates, the family's going to be doing updates, it's Journey with Kim and Jordy, or Jordy and Kim? Jordy and Kim.
I've put them in. I've put Instagram and Facebook in show notes at rickandbubba.com.
That's all you got to do.
Quick link.
Just go to show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Why would you ask me that?
I know. I don't know what I'm thinking. I should have called Kim. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we have calls still standing by, but did you see this talking about? It's funny we were talking about candy. Did you see the mom on a 10-hour flight hands out 200 bags of candy, earplugs as well, in case her baby cries?
Sounds like she's been on a flight before.
Yes, she has. It was on a flight from Seoul to San Francisco. She was so worried that her 4-month-old child would disrupt other passengers. Well, there's an odd concept, isn't it? A parent who actually is concerned that whether the child that she's caring for, and certainly we all want to have some grace and mercy on this, but it sometimes I watch people. There's one thing to have grace and mercy. It's another thing to feel like the parents are appalled to even remotely try to make the situation better for everybody else. This happened to me in an airport, by the way, on my flight from hell coming back from
as if you needed any more.
From Colorado. There were kids at the airport that were acting like a bunch of animals.
Oh, boy.
And these were kids that were anywhere from 4 to probably 8, and they were acting like complete animals. And everybody's sitting in the seats already miserable. And I'm like, and now you watch the parents over there, especially the dad, and they're just over there acting like it's not happening. And I'm like,
ignoring it.
You know, little kids certainly struggle in these situations. We all understand that. But can you make any effort whatsoever to maybe get the kids, you know, just to stop jumping on us? You know, just can they quit running through here? Can you at least settle them down, get them in an area, maybe get them some toys? But I mean, it's almost like, how dare you even remotely suggest that I would even corral my kid in any way, shape, or form and ask them to behave in a way that's appropriate. But anyway, this woman's so concerned that the 4-month-old might disrupt other passengers, she handed out peace offerings in advance of any inconvenience. So gave away 200 small bags containing candy, also had earplugs in there, and a note apologizing ahead of time for any crying on the 10-hour flight that the baby may actually do. Can you believe that?
It's awesome.
She said, I'm going to the U.S. with my mom and my grandmom to see my aunt. I'm a little bit nervous and scared because it's my first flight, which means I may cry or make too much noise. This is like the notes from the baby.
She just prepared.
That's a smart kid, can already write.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is a much bigger story. If a 4-month-old wrote this note, said, I'll try to be quiet, but I can't make any promises. Please excuse me. And they said that it
dread me.
No matter how much warning the mom gave, the child did not cry at all during the entire flight.
How about that?
Well, that's good.
Solid.
Mm-hmm. So,
But hey, better to be prepared, you know?
Yeah, and sometimes these things.
Plus there's candy left over.
Right, and you want to be nice and you want to be gracious, especially those of us that have raised kids. I know how difficult it can be. Ooh. And I think there's extremes on each end. There's people that show zero grace and mercy, and then there's parents who don't seem to make any effort whatsoever.
Yeah.
And usually there's balance in between those two. You know,
10-hour flight. I may have to write that note about myself. I'm gonna go ahead and apologize for how I'm gonna act.
Well,
I may get frustrated.
Yeah. Well, you remember the time I accidentally caused a ruckus on a flight. I didn't mean to. I was just, you know how we do. You know, when we get in the kill me mode.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't know, and this is the first time I'd ever flown this far. I've flown a long way since, so I kind of know the deal now. But I'd never flown this far before, and it was about a 10-hour flight, I think, as well, something like that. And I just got to where, you know, the seat's very uncomfortable and all of that. And it was sadly in the middle of the night, which didn't help the situation. And so I say out loud to Sherry, I got to get off this plane. And got up to kind of walk around. And I didn't mean that I really was going to try to get off of it. You know,
it's not a good time.
You just mean you'd like to get off of it. Yeah.
I'll get off me. This flight's got to end. Man, how much? So I got to get off this plane. And then before I know it, you know, there's people calmly walking beside me back there where they have the water.
Hey, big fella.
Everything all right? I was like, oh, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, tell me getting off the plane. And,
what do you mean by that?
I'm like, no. I don't mean literally get off the plane. No. I'm okay. I'm certainly uncomfortable, but I'm not leaving the plane.
No. You're just going to DB Cooper it.
No, I talked to one. I talked to
Don't
one
bring
of the,
that up. He'll be on.
How about I talked to one of the flight.
Oh, y'all want to cover that?
The flight crew. Listen, the flight crew. I guess it was going to Colorado Springs, and you know, which I loved is I got booked on the exit row on every flight to give me some more leg room. And at one time I had great leg room. Well, of course you have to go through the procedure.
Are you in charge of the door?
You know, yeah. You know what I tell them? Hey, I'm the dream team. I'll get outside, make sure I'm safe, then help others. But anyway, she said, the woman that was telling us said that she just had an incident, and she says, I don't know what the guy was thinking. I don't know if he didn't understand my instructions, but she goes, we land, and as the plane is taxiing up and getting ready to stop and off, he opens up the emergency side like that's the way he's going to get out.
Oh, no.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, Jordy Henson hanging out with us today. Been a friend of the show for many years. Unfortunately, has been diagnosed with ALS, but there are some things that are going on in his journey. We got it in show notes today if you want to follow. He is going to document everything that's going on. So when we went to the break, you honestly, the doctor could not believe that you got an appointment at Mayo Clinic in 2 weeks. You've got one of the most sought-after doctors that's doing this research, brilliant man, and you got in, how many was it, 90? 90 people. You were like 89 who got in on this study. First of all, let's talk about the United States of America when it comes to placebo, because this is a experimental drug they're trying. You have the gene that may work for this. And
so how many in the study is placebo?
Well, it's like out of 90, it's like 22, 23.
But in America, if you become the placebo group, they can only do that to you for 6 months, right?
Right.
And then they have to tell you, then give you a shot.
No,
at
they
the
don't
medicine.
tell you. I'll never know. But
okay.
After 6 months,
They'll
I'm
change it.
assured that I'm getting the drug.
And what we've been praying is we don't want you to be 6 months behind.
Right.
We want this to start treating
Correct.
right now. So that's
Correct.
been one of our prayers, and y'all can join us in that. That
Of
you're
course,
not
Kim, about 2 hours after I had the procedure, it's a spine infusion. My stomach starts hurting. We all have stomach. So I have to get up and go to the bathroom a couple of times.
Picture it.
Next thing I know, Kim's excited. I'm like, why are you excited that my stomach hurts? And well, that's the medicine working. That has to be the medicine.
Placebo wouldn't send you to the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I was like,
side effect.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Never been so happy about a side effect in your life.
How often do you get the infusion?
I'll get it every other week for 6 weeks. And then
can you get it locally, or do you have to go back to Jacksonville?
I have to go there.
A lot of traveling.
It is a lot of traveling, but I think I can share this.
Here we go. This is where you get called to office again.
Yeah.
You run your own business now. Who cares?
So so in between, I have to go every week for 6 weeks, because in between I have to do a research clinic like this.
And that's this week, right?
This Wednesday, and they're very serious about all the tests and making sure they keep up with the research.
Oh yeah. Well, they want it to be good.
But
information.
here's the thing. They're paying for it. They're everything.
That helps.
I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
He said he can't believe. He keeps trying to tell them, you don't mean you're going to pay for that. And they're like, yeah, we're paying all that.
For me and Kim, because she's my caregiver. And I'm like, Lord, you've got to be kidding me. So God has just been, man, he's all in this.
Oh, yeah.
He hates Satan worse than I do.
Do you think he was caught by surprise?
No.
You think an angel ran and said, Jordy Henson got ALS, don't you?
Yeah.
He said, what?
Well, it's probably a UFO that dropped off.
That's possible.
One of the,
you had to, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm just sorry. I just saw that book.
Yeah, but so you.
There's a better book. It's called the Bible.
Right. Yeah, that was the one I kept cross-referencing. But but in other countries, do you realize they put you on placebo and just leave you on it?
Yeah.
They'll tell you no different.
And you never know.
And you never know.
Yeah.
So we're praying that you're already started. Maybe the stomach attack was a good sign. We'll go with
Kim thinks so.
But you also are getting the opportunity, which is not the way we'd want it, but we'll do whatever he tells us to.
Absolutely.
Is that you're getting the opportunity for people to watch you as a man of faith, because I don't know the spiritual condition of everybody you're dealing with, but I would say that really anywhere we go, most of the people we're dealing with don't share the same faith you do, or they're seeking or trying to figure it out.
Right.
So are you already seeing some of that?
Oh my gosh, some of the stories that are coming from these videos.
Like even this doctor, I don't know his situation, but he's
I'm
watching
for
somebody
him every day.
Yeah.
Dr. Oscarson.
Mm-hmm. You're probably not saying that right.
I'm doing the best I can. That's
Close enough.
That's the southern
Brilliant
version.
Guy.
But just and the staff there is incredible.
Yeah.
Before I got the procedure, I just said, "Hey, everybody, stop! I'm gonna pray for y'all because y'all gonna mess with my back.
Right.
So y'all need." And there's a guy from India. There's a guy from Sweden. There's a lady
whole
from
world's
Colombia.
involved,
The whole world's right there.
Right.
And it's such a blessing to be tied to the rock.
Yeah.
And what I really want people to know is when the storm comes, it's too late.
Right.
The storm is on you.
You got to be ready before.
So
then.
today, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, tie into the rock.
Amen.
Do the hard work.
Right.
Be the wise man. Because by default, if you're just going to go through and today's just going to be whatever the day holds, you're just going to do whatever comes before you and you're not going to think about it, that's foolishness. Because you're not planning for what will ultimately come. We are all going to die. We are all going to face storms. Build your house on the daggum rock.
That's right. And that's not in every version of the Bible, the dadgum part.
The dadgum is,
that's
the Jordy Henson.
You can find that in the NIV that's after 2020.
Correct.
But no, you're right, because the point you're making is storms are coming. That's a guarantee.
Gonna happen.
That's a guarantee. And to think you can avoid the storms is foolish.
Yep.
Jordy,
so be ready for them.
Yep.
Back to what you have gone through. What were your first symptoms exactly? People are.
It started with a twitch. You know, I've always had these little twitches.
I'll never forget that.
So
lunch.
don't everybody freak out.
Yeah, because I remember what I said the first time you said it. We had lunch. He goes, "Do you ever have muscle floaters?" I said, "Yeah, of course I do."
All the time.
Yeah.
And I wrote it off like, "You're fine."
I absolutely do.
So this one became persistent. I mean, it was like nonstop. I'd go to bed and I'd be like, golly, I'm twitching. And it was a nuisance. It wasn't really painful. It was just a nuisance. And so Kim just started, hey, why don't you go to the doctor and see what that is? And I was like, I'll take ibuprofen. I mean, eventually it's going to stop. And finally, I was like, okay, I got it. I'll go to the doctor. And then one thing led to the other, and I start getting MRIs. I start getting a muscle where they cut a biopsy out of my.
See how your muscles respond to electric shock too, right?
They shocked the mess out of me.
Right.
And to see how I responded, and because ALS, there's not a do this test and this will tell us ALS or not. It's really a deductive. Let's check everything else, and if he's got these symptoms, and then this is his course of activity as it advances, and we've eliminated everything else, then it's ALS.
Which puts us all in a weird place, y'all. I mean, seriously, we begin to pray that he would test positive for something.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we hope he's sick.
Yeah.
You know, and because every test that would come back negative, that was taking us to the destination of ALS.
Yeah.
And you have to share, because I know you have a tremendous sense of humor. You always have. You know, as usual, God's picked the right guy. You know, because you're not going to fall.
And Satan's picked the wrong guy.
Correct. See, he always makes that mistake.
Yeah.
He miscalculates this thing, and then once again, he just going to be defeated again. He don't seem to ever learn. He picks the wrong people so many times. So and he definitely picked the wrong one with you. So. But tell them the funny thing about the brain research, about how they asked if they can have your brain, and only this guy would start cutting this kind of deal.
So, so they I just told him, I said, look, you're my coach, I'm the quarterback. You tell me what to do, I'm gonna do it. Now, occasionally I can call an audible.
Right.
You know,
I'll do all I can.
But I'm gonna do whatever. I'll give you whatever. So he starts in on blood, and they take stuff out of my spine. I'm like, you can have all that. And he said, and ultimately, at some point, we would like to be able to get your brain, and some other tissue for research. And I said, well, I got to tell you that my brain is really special. I said, you're going to learn that my brain is very unique. So here's the deal. If you'll give me 15 years, I'll give you my brain. Now, if you come up short from that, you're going to have to come up with some cash or something.
No brain.
Before we can work a deal.
Shorter than 15? No brain.
Yeah. And he's like, okay, we'll see what we can do. I was like, okay.
So,
right.
What is your current situation? What have you lost function of anything already?
I've lost function in my left hand.
Completely?
I mean,
yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I can't tie shoes. I can't put on a belt. I can't button buttons. And the muscles in my arm My left arm have diminished.
Is that the only place it's really showing itself right now?
For the most part.
Yeah.
I get twitches other places,
Mhm.
but for the most part, it's my left arm.
Of course, we're keeping a sense of humor on everything. We have to
Yes.
keep from crying, and it is a gift from God, or we wouldn't have it.
Oh, yeah.
And Jordy does some stuff for us with the Man Church, and I said, should I now put into the one of the requirements headset only?
Yeah.
No handheld mic.
Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, we're doing stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Right. You know, I mean, didn't we? I mean, aren't we doing that?
Well, Speedy's rolling me around in this chair like I'm already in a wheelchair.
Right. Right. That's him, though. He's got that carry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
He's going to rescue you.
Did I hear you discussing jet ski? Did I?
Oh, my
on that
gosh.
too?
Oh, my
Oh, wait, we'll come back. We got to do that. We'll wrap up the hour. All right, we'll come back. The thing about the jet ski, because he forgets he has ALS.
Yeah.
Which I guess
is
right.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. It is
Not when you fall in the lake.
Right. So if you want to follow this journey, and it will be powerful, and it will motivate you, and it will help you, it's in show notes today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She said, "Oh, yes."
He didn't listen to.
She says, so "Let me be clear. He said he was trying to. He saw that they do this thing where they flip the door up when you're stopping, I guess, to keep people from opening it.
Yeah.
And he thought he would help her by going over and messing with it. And she was like, "No, don't."
But we got the door.
Hands away.
We ain't going out this way.
Yeah.
And if we're going out this way, it's not good.
We're on that slide,
Right.
which looks fun, but I don't want to do it.
Yeah. How about when they try to play it down? But under the unlikely scenario of a water landing, very
Unlikely.
better known as crashing into the ocean.
Yeah.
In the unlikely scenario, do you pay attention during the safety stuff anymore?
No.
No.
No, Rick, they just rattle it off. I mean, I think
we've all
everybody
heard.
you
Rick,
listen
we got
to
it. And put your thing.
Yeah.
You know, get your oxygen on a kid before you put yours, or put your. I can't remember. So I guess I need to listen.
Yeah, so you're not listening. Yeah.
Never mind.
You're not listening.
I'm listening next time.
Right.
Just like on the cruise when they make you get out there and to go through all that.
That I didn't listen at all on that one. You know,
No, I was trying to get back to the buffet.
yeah, I always do. Because I don't know what it is. I guess I shouldn't be like this.
Well, the first time on, I listened to it, but then you kind of know the spiel. So
And look, I hate to say this, and this is terrible. This is not the right thing, and I'm not saying this is the right attitude at all. There's no justification for this. But I kind of have this attitude that if I'm on a ship that's going down or a plane that's going down, I'm probably not going to make it.
That's true.
And so I'm like, all this is prolonging my situation.
Yeah.
You know, we all know I'm not making it. Yeah,
You're wasting your time talking to me.
Right. What good's all this going to do me if we hit a cornfield somewhere? Well, I
Not
mean,
a lot.
let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to get that door at that point.
well, the thing that
Let me get that door for you.
James Gregory once said, and he was right. He said he remembered he looked at where they were flying, and they were flying across the heartland. And he said, unless you're about to present something that's going to bounce me out of a cornfield,
Yeah.
he goes,
a floating seat's not going to help me in a
I don't need to know
corn patch.
about the life preserver and all that.
not if we're not going over any
No.
water.
Unless we get in them reservoir or something.
Yeah, I noticed y'all didn't cover cornfields. Nah, we don't cover
Yeah,
that.
ain't much happening there.
We don't cover that one. So
No procedure for that.
we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. You got final phone calls. You can work those in this hour at 866 We Be Big. We'll look and see if there's anything else story-wise that we missed that we needed to cover. If not, we'll get into your phone calls. We definitely want to say hey to the Golden Ticket Seats, especially if there's anybody in the Golden Ticket Seats that might have a birthday tomorrow. Mm-hmm.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. My Pillow and the Rick and Bubba Show been around together for a while. MyPillow.com. Right now, the 25th anniversary sale is rolling at MyPillow.com, and you can go right now get their limited edition My Pillow. Get a queen right now for $19.98, or you get the king for $10 more. Either way, during the 25th anniversary, you're going to save $50 on either one of them. Also, they've launched kitchen towels. 25% off will be the introductory offer. You can start the day off, too, with their 100% Arabica My Coffee, 50% off right now, and they'll throw in a Go Anywhere travel version of My Pillow for free. So they've got the slippers are $25. The Giza bed sheets, they are like the kind you get at a luxury hotel. They're as low as $29.98. So save, huge. I'm talking about speedy kind of savings by going to mypillow.com/Bubba, or you can use the link there at rickandbubba.com. Jordy Henson is our guest. We've been talking about the journey he's now on. You can follow the journey in our show notes today. He and his wife documenting their journey. He's been diagnosed with ALS. You're on the cutting edge of research. Your case will be one of those cases that they'll reference, go, well, now we were doing this study, and we're all praying and hoping that some of these treatments they're trying will show promise. And, of course, we're watching this journey. But, of course, we all have a kind of twisted sense of humor here, and you definitely have it.
I do.
And I consider it a gift. Really.
Yeah, yeah, and you're saying that you have ALS, which you've lost function in one of your arms to some degree, the hand to a pretty much can't do much with it, and you keep forgetting that.
I do.
Right.
I do. And so we were talking about. I had decided that I was going to buy a couple of jet skis down at the lake to enjoy them while I still can, or and have the kids enjoy them. And so I went down and had set up a time. They were dual jet skis on a two trailer system, and so real nice guy meets me down there, and he's going to take us to test drive them. And so we get them in. I've only ridden jet skis 1,000 times.
Right.
No big deal. And so I'm gonna let Kim take the first one, and I'm helping her, and she kind of putters off, and she's going to do her thing. And I said, hey, I'm gonna catch you here in a minute. And so the guy is now kind of helping me. He's holding the jet ski. So what do you do when you get on jet? Well, you put your left arm on the handle, and you're just gonna kind of step down. And unbeknownst to me, or I forgot, my left arm doesn't work.
Oh, my.
So as I began to take that step, my left arm disappears.
Right.
No.
And the guy's like, oh my goodness. I'm taking his jet ski.
Right.
I am falling onto the jet ski.
Oh my goodness.
My toe gets caught on the dock.
Oh no.
The guy's like, oh Lordy, wait, whoa. So it's moving out away from me.
Your toes holding you.
My toe is holding me. I'm doing the splits. My left arm, which doesn't work, is flopping. Please help me, Lord.
Right.
Just get me. So I finally land on it. I'm injured, but there's too much pride to.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I got it. So and he's like, are you sure?
Are you okay?
And as I'm taking off, I'm thinking, he's never coming back.
Right. I'll never see this.
Rescue.
So finally we ride them. Everything's good. I pull back in.
Uh-oh.
Getting off is no picnic either.
No.
So I finally get my butt up on the dock. I swing my leg around. I inadvertently push the jet ski away from the dock.
Oh, no.
He's worried about catching his jet ski.
There goes my jet ski.
I'm like, and so finally I just turned to him and said, I got to tell you, I got ALS.
I'm not this clumsy.
My goodness.
I got a scar.
Yeah.
Jordy, it ain't that easy without a.
Yeah. And he was like, oh, well, that explains some things. It's like, yeah, well, I'll buy them though if we can get it
Right.
before it floats down the river. I'll buy them.
Yeah, if we can reel that thing. So, did he have to help you up onto the?
Oh my gosh, I felt so sorry for him.
Did he have to grab you and pull you with your life jacket?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He worked hard for this.
Oh
sale.
yeah, he was what's nicest.
Jordy,
guy.
you're like me. You got a low center of gravity.
Oh, yeah.
And I imagine your dead weight is pretty tough. On
I
somebody.
felt so bad for him. I think he threw his back out.
Oh, does he hurt?
Especially
Well,
with a tension pull like
Yeah.
that.
But he can't be mad because you just threw the card down.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I probably should have told him a little earlier in the process.
Because he was thinking, what's wrong with this guy? How come he can't get on this thing?
Yeah, I
Because you
can
probably told him,
I
hey,
would-
I've had a late place for years. I've been riding these things for years.
I would love to see his text messages while I was out on the river.
We'll never see this one again.
Let me tell y'all what just happened to me.
Right.
So
Were you able to steer okay?
yeah, I was.
Really?
I was. Yeah.
Did you ever want to
You
do?
kind of use your shoulder, I guess.
Yeah.
Doing that.
Did you ever want to do a joke after he went through getting you on it, getting you back, and having to literally pull you, throw his lower back out? Because you're not a small fella.
No.
And like that low center of gravity, when you're kind of the bowling ball look. I mean,
Yeah.
there ain't nothing to grab. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's all right there.
Yeah.
And which can be an advantage when you're a mighty center for the for Huffman. But
Yeah.
But when you're trying to get up onto a pier, it
Yeah,
kind of
it's
works
not so
against you.
good.
Yeah.
What did you ever, in a joking way, with him just profusely sweating, go? You know what? I don't think I'm interested.
Yeah. No, I went the other way. I went the total other way. I was like, look, I got ALS. I'm buying these. I'm buying them.
You got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Give you a tip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, but this is the famous you laughing to keep from crying.
oh yeah.
But your joy is unshaken.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm good. I am so good. And
Yeah.
God is so good. And the fact that we've got that victory, what drives me crazy is that people ignore the victory.
Yeah.
I mean, they ignore
Our
the
biggest
victory.
problem's been resolved.
Yeah. I mean, good grief.
It's been resolved.
My worst case scenario
Yeah.
is I'm in paradise.
Amen.
And it's much better than a great life I've got now.
Right.
It's better.
It is better.
But for some,
Yeah, I think we struggle sometimes with really believing that. They think that the heaven's here on earth, and
yeah, what a joke.
yeah, yeah.
You know?
you ain't got to go through the day very long to realize that's
no.
a joke. Yeah.
If this is heaven, yeah.
Well, Jordy, we'll be praying with you and
Amen.
walking through this with you, and we're excited to see what God's going to do too.
Amen.
To that.
Big things ahead.
Love you guys.
Love you too. Thanks for coming by and trusting us with it. And you can follow the journey. It's in show notes today with Kim and Jordy, their journey, and they'll be doing updates. And really, he's on the cutting edge of some fascinating research too that we may all look at and say, that was a turning point right there for people with ALS. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I found myself face down in the ditch.
There we go. Thank you, Zach Brown Band, their version of Jolene. So looking over the stories today, Bubba and I were talking a minute ago there at the office, and you see kind of the usual suspects. I mean, Johnny Manziel, I guess we're down now to Johnny going to Last Chance U. I don't know where we're headed. Big Johnny has not followed the rules now to stay in the Canadian Football League.
I'm great. What did he do exactly?
I don't think they're really saying,
No, they're
giving a
just
whole
saying-
lot of details.
They're just saying same old Johnny.
Right.
Yeah, he's not holding up to his end of the agreement, and
Right.
so they've told the team he's out.
Yep. Jesse Smollett said he was attacked by Johnny Manziel.
Okay.
We have
Yeah, that is.
so maybe that's why he's being removed. We have that. Everybody wants us to talk about the food fight in Huntsville. I know that's been been talked about a little bit in the kickoff hour. I don't know why everybody's being so judgmental of these people.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to wait 10 minutes for crab legs.
I know. They must be good. Apparently, they do have some good crab legs.
Well, we've all seen that when a part of the buffet is gone empty. And everybody's kind of waiting for them to refill it. And when those new crab legs came out, we did not have a system on who was going to be first with the tongs, and so we'll talk about that.
And somebody sounded like they were loading up on them.
Yeah.
And that really makes everybody mad when you're not getting your fair share.
Oh yeah.
Well, I can't say much. I had it wasn't like this. A little bit of a dust up over egg rolls one time.
Oh really?
But anyway, because hey, we all been waiting. Everybody get one.
Exactly. That's my point.
So we'll talk about that a little bit. And that was another of those times when Sherry said, "You're doing that thing you do," and that's when I rebel roused everybody into an egg roll overthrow.
And Rick,
clearly they were taking too many.
Yeah.
The big summit with North Korea and Vietnam has ended abruptly as we cannot get it to an agreement with Kim Jong-un.
Yep.
We'll get you updates on that. Cohen, his testimony yesterday, that was something.
That's
wasn't
good.
it? Huh?
That looked good.
Oh, we're not done.
Sharp.
That looked real good. And then for some reason, the Gambino family thinks he's going to get whacked.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
so
a
statement.
Why are they chiming in? Why are they releasing a statement?
Well, it said that most of them love Trump and they hate a rat. Rick.
That's true. They don't like a rat.
You dirty rat.
You dirty rat.
So anyway, we've got that out there. Your phone calls, no telling where you'll take us today. Greg is going to read to his school class today, and some people are calling that a modern-day miracle.
Yeah.
When you think about who's going to read to the kids, usually Greg's name doesn't float to the top.
No, not normally, no.
But he's got his shirt just like he likes it, and he's going today. And he'll be reading to a little class, and he, you look nice. You do. I'm not.
You've stepped it up today, and I mentioned it earlier as well.
You look nice. Very nice.
I know you.
It's like your concert shirt or something.
Yeah,
like if you were going to perform on stage, this is what you would wear.
This closest.
Yeah. This looks like somebody's asked you to bring blackberry smoke on the stage.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking
Or
about.
Lisa's asked you to take her to see Jason Crab.
I think I actually wore this when I did.
I think you did too.
That's similar. I got a shirt that's similar.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying you look nice.
Okay. Y'all have you fun.
Nobody's making fun of it.
Looks like you got a little money.
Greg, let me ask you this. This is once again, if I walked in and you could tell I'd stepped up just a little bit, you'd go, got a little something today. You know what I mean?
Look, I get it.
Yeah. Now, it's sad that what we're calling you have on to our show is stepping up.
Yeah, because it is Rick. It's a pair of blue jeans.
It's a pair of blue jeans and a button down that's untucked. And we call that stepping up. Hey,
somebody got shorts or sweatpants on.
Somebody's serious today. Formal. Somebody going to a wedding.
And Rick, we got a question we need to ask the lawyers out there today.
We tried yesterday, couldn't get one to call.
Well, maybe I didn't make it clear enough that we wanted input from them on this. And this Cohen thing brings some of this up. So we've got to find out about this.
I'm telling you, you're going to have a hard time getting lawyers to talk bad about another one.
Like doctors.
Unless they're in the courtroom. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. Here we are in the No Name studio. It's been quite a day today to get the old week rolling. We'll get into more of your more of your phone calls coming up this hour. We got more to cover. Everybody's here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. And put your hands together and welcome back Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Yep.
And, just a great visit with Jordy. He's been a hoot for many, many years.
Yes,
and,
he has.
I wouldn't expect anything less the way he is plowing through this. And it's going to be something to watch.
Yeah, and we're getting emails. Or if you missed it, go back and catch it on the archives. Our visit with Jordy Henson last hour, and he has been diagnosed with ALS and been a friend of the show for a long time. And I'm just getting, it's been quite an email thing today. Here's a thank you, 2 thank yous for having Jordy on. I too, as you can imagine, out there's all different kinds of storms. I'm in the midst of a storm, and his testimony reminded me to hold on to the rock. And So this is where our adversary is so stupid, always picking the wrong people, but God always has a counter move, saying, you know what, I can trust that one, and you can see this one can absolutely be trusted, but it's still hard. So we pray for his wife and his children and his family, and it's not an easy thing, but we don't have to worry about this one wavering. I promise you that, when it comes to what's going on and what matters. So if you missed that, it's on the archive today, either on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. And of course, all of you have been now giving me a hard time because, I can't keep anything in about movies and things like that. I have actually known about this journey for several months now, and I made it almost to the end and nearly let it out with people I wasn't supposed to. I mean, I made it all the way to the end, and that was just a little communication error there. But I saved it. I still saved it.
Do you remember the skit on Saturday Night Live, and it was the aunt that couldn't quit saying stuff? She had to grab her mouth. Nope.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that's
right.
you.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, it was. It was what it was is, for obvious reasons, he wanted to get all the information he could because of the obvious diagnosis with ALS and all that. He said, I want to walk this out in a certain order so I can inform the people that need to know and have the conversations I need to have with them. I don't need it to all, and then there'll come a day, I'll tell everybody, which we're there now. And so that was, and then of course you're hoping against all hope that eventually they'll rule that out, that diagnosis. But it's all in now. And so he's out there using it to glorify God as we wouldn't expect anything else. Talking about the struggles, we have been talking on our show quite a bit about the number of people that don't seem to be able to continue on for reasons no more complicated than just being really, really old. And the people, there's a story today that we have 19 lawmakers who are 80 years old or older. Yeah, and they're saying this is one of the biggest numbers we've ever had. And it's one thing to be this age and still have it together, because some people do. But these seem to be,
obviously some don't.
These seem to be old people that really don't have it together. And Greg was getting frustrated about it, and we get frustrated about it, and it's on both sides of the political aisles. One doesn't have the corner market on this, but these people can only be reelected over and over and over again if their constituents vote for them.
Yeah. It is kind of odd. We have age limits, I know, in our state on Supreme Court justices, I believe.
Yeah.
Because I was confused about one the other day. Mm-hmm. And if you are going to be past a certain age before your term is up, you can't run for it anymore. And I think it was 70.
Really?
Okay. I was talking with some people I know who are commercial pilots. They have an age they have to cut off, and but it is strange that incumbents have a huge advantage because they can go out and pass out money that they have, and people are just really not. It's just hard to get a turnover in a lot of these positions, even when they get so it doesn't look like they can do the job.
Well, it also says a lot about branding, marketing. Mm-hmm. People like things they're familiar with.
Yep.
We all act like we're all edgy and everything, but the bottom line is none of us really like new things.
No.
And, to some degree. And I think there's just such a comfort with some of these people that generations have voted for over and over again. And it's like you just said, they lose sight of the fact that some of them have lost their cognitive skills. I would even be open to kind of the way I see driving. I know that's controversial. See, there are people that are in their 80s that can drive just fine.
Yeah.
But some can't. So I would still be okay with the retesting. And then if you pass the test, and you keep on driving. But if you don't, we get you off the road because it can be very dangerous. Right. I nearly had a crash that just happened to me the other day. It was clearly a really elderly driver that was not really to the place they should be to drive.
Yeah.
And so I would say the same thing. If you don't want to do age limits, could we at least call for a cognitive test?
Some kind of performance.
Yeah, there's exceptions,
yeah,
but then we're seeing people like Dianne Feinstein the other day. She couldn't even say I, and they're telling just say I, just say I.
Yeah.
You know, and then McConnell gets hung up in neutral.
Right.
I mean, look, they got to be tired of getting up and coming in anyway. You know what I'm saying? Why don't we keep sending them in there? It's elderly abuse.
Right.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg, my goodness.
Well, when they propped her up for years, that was the biggest.
She really messed up. She should have bowed out early, and they could have got some of their people in there.
You're
but she
right,
wanted to
right.
hang on
Yeah.
to be 100, I guess.
Yeah, and think about what you're saying. We shouldn't have on the Supreme Court justice. We shouldn't be playing teams.
No,
these people are supposed to interpret the Constitution. Period.
You can go ahead and get the count before it ever even released.
I've always been disturbed how if you have 9 of the supposedly most qualified people in the country to interpret our laws, how 5 of them can see it one way and 4 another. I mean, if they're interpreting the law, it ought to be pretty close to 8-1.
Yeah, it goes back. I hate to say it. This is much more important. It goes back to the argument that you had with your English teachers.
Yeah.
If it has exceptions, it is not a law.
It's not a rule.
It's not a rule.
If there's a lot of exceptions, it's an average.
Right. Yeah.
Especially in English.
Well, I thought this was a
not.
rule. Well, these are exceptions. Okay. Well, then it's not a rule.
No, it's an average.
Rules don't have exceptions. So anyway, I
didn't win that argument, but I thought
it was a good. Well, it's like me trying to convince my English teacher that True Grit the movie was a great reflection of the book. She disagreed with that in a big way with a big old red F. I can still see it. I can still see that book report. She puts right. I mean, the F was so big. It was such a big F, and it was so red. And she wrote underneath, Mr. Burgess, and then that's never never good.
That's bad.
True Grit the movie is different than the book. Thus your score. And I was like,
when the F is so
I knew
big,
it was too good to be true.
It doesn't even look like a letter anymore. It looks like a drawing of something.
It really does.
And you're like, what is that?
Right. I could see the F. It wasn't even on my desk yet.
Right.
Just in her hand as she was moving it toward me. I thought, uh-oh. But I'm, you were a stupid little kid. I mean, I'm thinking, now that I look back, the odds of me being able just to watch the movie and do a book report probably isn't very high. It's probably not all that high. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big. We got a lot on the table. If you've been with us, we can do phone calls next at 866 We Be Big. Find out what is on your mind. Make a comment. Ask a question. Bring some information to the table. We can talk about new topics that you want to bring up. All of that when we come back. We'll do a phone troll next. The first one of the week at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks. All right, as we come back, so here's some more questions. The questions are out there. We're trying to get some lawyers to call in. You can be anonymous if you want to. Cohen is of course is testifying. He has been disbarred. We've got that. Does that mean now that client lawyer privilege is over? Like we talked about it? Can a doctor come out and go rogue with your medical information if suddenly he can't be a doctor anymore, his license is taken away? Does that then free him up or her up to do whatever they want? Let's go to Mark in Alabama. Mark, go ahead. Welcome to the show. Thanks for your patience.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long-time listener to the show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on a point that Bubba had brought up. He said if you raid somebody's office and obtain information, I mean, doesn't that give you an unfair advantage, and shouldn't it be illegal? Well, we actually had something that happened like that many years ago. It was called Watergate. They raided offices in the middle of the night with flashlights, got caught, and as a result, the president was impeached, and people went to jail over it.
Yeah, I was funny. I was showing Bubba today a prison fellowship invitation to their banquet. Chuck Colson started Prison Fellowship, And it actually has. They're actually having it at the Watergate Hotel, and it's called the Second Chance Banquet. But anyway,
but
that's
Mark,
good.
But Mark, wait a minute. Let's go back. The what you're talking about, though, it wasn't the U.S. government raiding a lawyer's office. That wasn't Watergate.
No, I was simply linking the point that if you obtain information illegally, it should not be permissible in court.
Right.
Yeah, he was just saying that.
And I guess that's what we're asking is this normal for this to happen or on any side? I'm just curious as to where, because I don't recall seeing it. I don't recall when Ollie North went to testify before Congress, his attorney's office being raided and tried to flip him to, you know what I mean? I just don't know. I'm trying to understand this. If it's just more of get Trump, is this rare, or is this going to be the new standard?
Mike in Kentucky. Mike, go ahead.
Morning.
Hey, buddy.
I got a question. Since he's been found guilty of lying to Congress,
yeah,
does double jeopardy apply again?
That's a good question. I guess you could be guilty every time you went up there, right?
Yeah, because and
if you're
a different charge,
if you're found guilty of murder and you're back out and you murder somebody, you can be tried again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like the same one, but if you tell a new one.
Well, it's hard to murder twice.
But
he did swear in yesterday.
I guess we'd see lying to Congress that way. I got trouble for lying to Congress this time. This is a new lie to Congress.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, and they treat it like a new murder. I guess so. Right, I guess. John,
that's why we're asking.
John in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. John, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I am an attorney here in North Alabama. And so what you have here is when someone is an attorney, they are responsible to the Bar Association of wherever they are licensed. And they are beholden to them. So once they're disbarred and they lose their license, that's the only thing that keeps them from disclosing attorney-client privilege.
So if you have a lawyer and that lawyer gets disbarred, he now can go, or she can go rogue and tell all of your confidential conversations to anybody.
Right, because there wouldn't really be any kind of repercussions for his or her actions.
So
you could sue them for slander or libel, but you would have to prove that what they're saying is incorrect.
So, John, if I'm a prosecutor of whatever type, every time that a client comes up that we really want to get, why wouldn't I go after their attorney and have them disbarred, and then I would have all the information I need to easily prosecute them?
Well, because,
or at least raid their office, and then I can see what they got,
Right. Well, that would be, most attorneys believe that to be completely unethical.
So you're saying what was done to Cohen was unethical?
No, what I'm saying, what Cohen is doing now is unethical.
Yeah, but it's not illegal.
But
not illegal. No.
But wasn't he talking way before he was disbarred?
When you have, like here in Alabama, we have what's called a Rule 32 proceeding, and which means that if you have, it's basically a case for ineffective counsel. So if you have an attorney, if you get convicted of a crime here in the state of Alabama, and you believe your attorney did not.
All right, it's 20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba. Here we go. Phone troll time. Bring them in here. Lines are available. 30 seconds a pop, any topic. You got 30 seconds, and the buzzer comes in. There's a timeout that Bubba's toting. Also Helmsy, so there's two. But I wouldn't count on that because they got to use those wisely. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Some things you need to know coming up this week. Busy weeks coming up for themanchurch.com. I'm not kidding around. So coming up on the 19th, that'll be this Saturday, West Mobile Baptist Church. That will be Tim Ashley there in Mobile. For Man Church, Brian Gunn on the same day will be at Hickory Hill Baptist Church, Westville, Florida. So that means they're doing the strategy. A lot of people email me, where can I find a church near me doing the strategy? So you know they are. On the 20th, we got three different markets. Todd Jones, Sunday night, will be in Heflin, Alabama at East Heflin Baptist Church. I'll be at Indian Springs Baptist Church in Indian Springs, and Tony Cooper will be at Stewart's Chapel Baptist in Flintville, Tennessee. So that's all coming up this Saturday and Sunday. So you can find all those at themanchurch.com. Let's start with Jason in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jason, 30 seconds, and go.
Happy Monday, my brothers from other mothers.
Thank you.
Chip. I got a quick question for Greg.
Okay.
Since the Commodores was his favorite group, does that mean Country Boy Eddie was his favorite morning show of all time?
That's the first one you ever saw.
Think about it.
Yeah, you love Country Boy Eddie.
Well, he was on even early for me. Then.
Yeah,
Greg seems like a Country Boy Eddie kind of guy to me.
No doubt.
I was a Happy Hal Burns fan.
I'll tell you, little Bubba watched Country Boy Eddie. Little Bubba saw he loved it. Haley, welcome to the Rick and Bubba
I've
Show.
known several people that were in his early morning
Oh,
band.
yeah.
Too.
Hey there,
And
good
switched
morning.
his show, by the way.
Hey, Haley.
So, I just wanted to say that the way Jordy is handling the ALS experience, my stepdad had it. He actually passed away with it, but he handled it very well, and it makes me happy to know that God works in people the way they do, the way He does, and just keeps them positive all the time.
Yeah, C.S. Lewis said it best. Pain and suffering is God's megaphone for a sleeping world. I know we wish that wasn't the case, but it's true. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Biggins, how's it going?
We're good,
great. Guys, all I got to say about the podcast this weekend was, whoo.
That's I think that pretty much sums it up, Chris. Appreciate that very much. 866 We Be Big. There's lines available for you. If you want to get in on the phone trail, you move right now, you'll get in. Ray in Sweet Home, Alabama. Ray, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Ray.
How y'all doing this morning?
We're good. I hope you're all right, man.
I'm sitting here in the Choccolocca Creek management area, not management area, but reservation, looking at Ed Hobson's pond.
Oh, yeah.
There's ducks on the pond. Sitting at the grub mark.
Gary, guess where you and I grew up?
Oh, we grew up right there.
Mm-hmm.
Rode my
Yeah,
bicycle in
yeah.
the grub mart all the time. Of course, it wasn't a grub mart then.
It wasn't even there.
Zippy Mart then.
Zippy Mart.
Zippy Mart.
Miss
But-
Taylor's Grocery, and then they built the Zippy Mart.
Oh, I remember when Zippy Mart was built, I thought, what's this going to do to Miss Taylor's Grocery?
I know it.
Yeah, she hung in there pretty good,
She
though.
did.
Yeah.
Love
Mama.
Miss Taylor's Grocery.
I know.
I loved
Go
it.
in there and get some baseball
Then
cards.
you get so excited going to whatever the store was.
Marathon
closer
Bar.
by.
Bubba, I'd be on that bicycle just pedaling, dogs chasing you.
Yeah.
You know, and then you get there and
Some
you
kind of cards. There was also always some kind of trading
Oh,
card. If it
yeah.
wasn't baseball,
Oh,
it
yeah.
was the almond.
I remember
The Almond brother. I can't even say it. Osmond Brothers,
Oh, yeah.
or the
Yeah.
Jackson Five,
Yeah.
or something.
I remember the first. I was out in front of Taylor's Grocery looking at the football cards, and it was the year that Tampa Bay and the Seahawks were added to the NFL. And I remember they had their emblem on the front, and I didn't know what it was. It was confusing.
Yeah.
You know what I
Hey,
remember?
who is this?
Yeah, and of course I know that I blame the climate cult and the carbon cult for this. You would walk into Miss Taylor's Grocery and them big old red Coca-Cola coolers, metal, and it had the opener on the outside, remember? And you'd reach down in that thing, and it was freezing
I love
cold
what it smelled
in there, and you'd reach down in there and get you a bottle of Coca-Cola.
Glass.
Or a Dr. Pepper, or a RC Cola, or
Good old
whatever.
Sprite.
Oh my goodness!
And they cold.
Oh,
Then you cash a bottle in for a nickel.
yeah. JD and Jasper. JD, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Now we got a bunch of plastic bottles that ain't cold.
I know.
JD, go ahead.
I had a son that was diagnosed with a rare liver disease at 7 months, and just hearing somebody, another family going through struggle, and always being positive, it's really good for a 23-year-old with a young family.
Amen. Yeah, I mean, you see others, and and you know the adversary always wants to convince you when you're suffering that you're alone. But then you see brothers and sisters out there, you know, and that's how it all works, man. We're all supposed to work together and kind of hold each other up. You're not alone. Dennis in Kentucky. Dennis, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I just want to say, it's funny how they're asking you to put these illegals up in your house, but yet nobody's asking to put any of the homeless people in the United States in your house up. And also let you know Tom Petty says hi.
Hey, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis. What's up, buddy? Yeah, it's a good point, and it's already starting right now with the Maui situation. I'm seeing some people saying now, please tell me that we're going to care about the Americans in Maui as much as we do the Ukrainians. And
we don't seem to.
Jacob in Vestavia. Jacob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, this is my first time calling. I grew up in Vestavia. I'm 28 years old. I started listening to y'all probably 2 years ago. I just want to let you guys know that I think y'all are great. I love listening to y'all every morning. I never got to see y'all when y'all at the city center, but I wish I would have. And I just want to let you know, like, I think a year ago, y'all were talking about Santa Claus breaking through the Packers defense, and I was crying in my car.
Hey, he was hard to bring down. The, I meant to
You would
ask
think with all that garb on, he wouldn't have the moves, but he did.
Does it make you feel good that we're still kind of desirable to the young folk?
Well, yeah.
And they still think we're kind of hip?
Sure, Rick.
Yeah.
I have no doubt.
Yeah, he didn't say I found the show 2 years ago and I hated it in the beginning. Did you think he was instant?
Most of the time it's not instant.
No.
It takes a good 30 days, but we'll take whatever we can get.
Well,
I ain't proud.
We've got 3 new affiliates that are about to start on the radio network, and 2 of them we've been in and around. We've had a presence in their state, not a huge presence, but we've had some, and of course one we've had none. We're back.
That's going to be the funny one.
We're back to this, and we're not a quick start. We're a little more like kudzu. I mean, you start out, you don't really like us. Next thing you know, we're everywhere. I mean, the first impression. Just think about some of the stuff we do on the show. What if you just scan by and that's all you got was that moment? So we just tell people, don't, just give us a chance. Just don't. And I wonder,
it's a big salad bowl.
It is.
And you may tune by at a moment that it's tomatoes.
Right.
Or cabbage or carrots or something or whatever you put in your salad.
We're almost it's hard to get enthusiastic about salad, isn't it? But it's
in most cases, yes.
It's almost like we're actually green eggs and ham reverse, because really to try us really may not work. You know what I mean?
People that eat with me know I don't even like saying the blessing till the real meal gets there, because I don't feel like blessing salad because I'm not that thankful for it.
Yeah, I know I'm not either. I totally agree with you. And then I found myself one time, usually when I get excited about a salad is when something's on it that it shouldn't be.
You're right. It probably makes it good to eat.
Yeah, I realized that one day that I like these croutons, and Sherry said, "Rick, those are so big you're just eating French bread."
Right.
They're good. I love a good crouton.
Because lettuce is a thistle by definition.
Sure.
It has no nutrition. It just keeps the train moving.
Really good. Your protein you put on it's all going to help in the vegetables that are in there.
And then what you put on there to make it taste good, so you'll eat it.
Sure. All right, we'll come back. Adler says he has a video from his grandmother.
You take dressing out of salad, ain't much to it. Not going to eat much of it either, are you?
It is a little bland. It's a little
it's like grazing.
It is a little bland. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Provide effective counsel, particularly, they broke attorney-client privilege. That is grounds for appeal, and your conviction can actually be thrown out.
Okay. Well, but the bottom.
So again, is it normal to raid an attorney's office of someone that you're going after, either politically or legally?
You have to believe that the attorney himself committed crimes, not one of his clients. So he would have had to have. So the prosecutors in the case would have had to go to a judge and convince a judge to give them a search warrant based on the fact that they believe not one of his clients committed a crime, but that Cohen himself committed a crime.
And then if you do that smoothly, you can go under that premise.
Oh, here's files on some of his clients.
But listen. Let me finish what I'm saying. So you can go in and say, I'm going to do it right. I believe the lawyer has committed crimes, not his clients. So then I get the lawyer that he's committed crimes. I get him disbarred, and then once he's disbarred, I can now get the information I want on his client.
Theoretically. Yeah.
I don't know.
Now, it might be unethical, but it's still a good strategy.
With all the protections in the Constitution to protect someone who is charged or accused of a crime. I just find that's hard. I mean, to me, that's a free way to get anybody you want.
Well, what we're talking about, John, I know you probably agree with us, since you're part of, our system. We're just getting, and it doesn't matter what the parties are, because it's going both ways now, because this is going to turn into, you did this to me, now we're going to do it to you. Yeah. And we're moving into an America that is allowing mob rule. And we had a system that said mobs cannot decide they're going to get fill in the blank today and then go out and destroy people, because we have, we've set up barriers where that shouldn't happen.
Have a due process.
But what you're saying is the facts are, friends, that it's certainly unethical, but there's really nothing you can do to a lawyer once he's been disbarred, because there's nobody that can do anything to him other than, whomever can charge him with something he did that was illegal. You can't put people in jail for being unethical.
Correct.
Okay. That's it. That's what I wondered. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
Yep.
And so he has to – it's certainly unethical, but once they're disbarred, all you do is say, I don't like that, and they go, okay. Yeah. You think Cohen cares what we think about him right now? He's trying. He just took a 70-year sentence and got it down to 3 years.
He got them 3 years. He's going to go in there.
And if you remember yesterday, was it a guy named Jordan, the guy that was saying?
Jim Jordan.
Jim Jordan. Mm-hmm. Jim Jordan did a good job yesterday of saying, look.
Is it Jim Jordan, or was he an assistant coach I had one time?
Yeah, I don't remember. The Jordan guy. And he did a good job of being methodical and just staying inside, didn't get emotional.
Right.
And he said, so basically Cohen was trying to say, I did what I had to do because Trump wanted me to do things to protect him. So then he goes into his life, says, now, when you didn't pay the government $1.4 million, did you do that to protect the president? He was like, no. So you just did that for yourself. When you did this, did you do that to protect the president? No. Yeah. And he went through the list, and basically he was saying, look, your character is an issue, and a lot of these things you do just because you got bad character and you're looking out for yourself, or you're trying to get gain for yourself. All I took away, and I didn't see everything yesterday, is that he's trying to tell everybody the Stormy Daniels thing, and I think we all have kind of concluded that is probably accurate. Yeah. That Trump didn't want her out talking, so he paid her off. Cohen paid her off, and then Trump reimbursed him. But it was before he became the president, and when he was out doing whatever he was doing, and that's all. That was like, that's exactly what happened. And then they would get into things like, do you believe there was Russian collusion? I do not know that, but it wouldn't surprise me. Well, we can't. We can't have that. We have a package on this, courtesy of Channel 19, WHNT, Huntsville, Alabama.
Yes. Your first voice you're going to hear is a police officer.
Yeah.
I sat down and literally maybe took 2 bites out of my plate.
For Officer Gerald Johnson, apparently some Friday evening peace and quiet was too much to ask.
There's a woman who's beating a man, plates are shattering everywhere.
No sooner had he dished up a plate at Meteor Buffet off the Parkway, Johnson says a fight was happening in the food line.
It's not something you typically hear, because if you can imagine a fencing match.
The sound that Officer Johnson was hearing was tongs clashing. The Meteor Buffet diners were eagerly awaiting the next tray of crab legs coming out of the kitchen.
Everyone was saying that they cut me in line. She cut me in line, he cut me in line, I was here first.
Police arrested John Chapman and Shakita Jenkins, who was eating at the buffet with her kids.
They had been waiting there for the crab legs for a good 10 plus minutes, maybe 15. So when they finally came out, it's very heated.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we roll on for another one. Somebody say, hey, hey. All right, so Field of Greens, my goodness, people are they're just going crazy over this. And one of the main reasons is some of the stuff we keep telling you is that, people are going to their doctors. And after they've been on Field of Greens a few months, the doctor's like, I don't know what you're doing, but whatever it is, you need to keep doing. Your numbers look fantastic. It's kind of part of an overall deal that I've been doing, but I am having to redo my life insurance because I've now outlived the original that I bought. And for the first time ever, with all the things I'm doing, Field of Greens certainly helping that. They said that it's possible that I may get into the preferred status. That's never happened to me in my entire life.
Wow.
My entire life. So we'll see. Of course, that only means that I'll have to mortgage a little bit on the house, not all of it, to pay for it, because they don't like older people when it comes to life insurance.
You're getting closer, Rick. Closer.
But anyway, Field of Greens, this product, it's designed, and some of you talking about. I even saw they've come out with one now. It's just Field of Greens raw. So if you don't need the sweeteners, I do. I'd like for it to taste better. They even have that one now. But they have a different. They've got a strawberry lemonade flavor now for some of you that I like the green. It's fantastic. The original one. They've also have one that has also things that give us good mental health, good brain health. I may start working that one in too. But the bottom line is it's providing all the fuel that your body needs. Your vital organs are begging for this fuel to operate at peak efficiency like they were designed to do, and this provides fuel they need. Helps with your immune system, helps with clean energy. And like I say, the blood results, the doctors are loving it. Why? Because the body's getting what it needs. So get yours now by going to fieldofgreens.com. Thank you for all the feedback out there, too. We get you 15% off with the promo code Bubba, fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. All right, so Adler says that when did you see your grandma? This weekend?
Yes.
Did you see her?
Yes, yesterday.
Yesterday, okay.
Yes.
So you went to see your grandmother.
Yes.
Who is turned 90?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a video because it came up.
Mm-hmm.
Something about you, actually.
Me?
Rick. Yes. So I go and visit my 90-year-old grandma.
So she's enjoying the Bible study. I get it. I appreciate that.
Yes.
That's a nice
what it is. She had a question about Revelations.
Right.
Excuse me. Revelation. The Revelation. So I took Ruby over there. We're hanging out. My brother's there with his kids and stuff. And this was so funny, I had to record it for the show.
Okay. Here we
go. And I committed a foul asking a woman how old she is.
What do you do?
But once you hit 90, that almost becomes like a bragging.
Oh yeah. I find that older people love to be asked their age. They love to tell you.
So
badge of honor.
Here's my grandma, who turned 90 yesterday.
So, how old are you today?
90 years old.
And what did you just say that you found out about Rick?
Oh, no.
I said it's very strange that he doesn't like to see old people eat.
Right.
That's funny.
Who likes to see anybody eat?
Good point.
That's ageism. He's ageist.
You're prejudiced.
That's right.
Prejudiced.
You prompted her. You prompted her to get mad.
That's great.
Prejudice.
She makes a good point. I've had emailers say they don't really like watching us eat.
Who likes to see anybody?
Right. Watching people eat is not. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Well, she sure is
Grandma
spry
Jerry.
for 90.
Very
Isn't
spry.
she?
She sure
She's
is.
so cool.
So
She's
what
the
do you
coolest
call
person.
her?
She's Grandma Jerry.
That's it.
Yeah, it's so funny. We moved to Alabama, and everybody had these crazy names for their grandparents. And my entire life just grew up. You got Grandma Pat, you got Grandma Jerry. That's just what we did. Grandma, and then their actual names. So that was new to me to get to choose like Pam or whatever you want to be. Mime or whatever.
Or Thor.
Thor. My goodness.
I would like to say that Grandma Jerry, she's very spry. She's very healthy. She's got a lot of energy, so it probably wouldn't bother me. Now, the President Biden, I probably would not like to watch him eat. You know what I mean? It's all there's a lot. It's not just a number. You know what I mean?
It's a style
on
of
that
eating.
day when they don't wind him up.
Oh yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this, Rick. When it comes, because I know one thing that bothers
here we
you
go.
with the elderly eating. I know.
Here we go.
They can be a little messy and not care. Do you think it gets to the point where they're like, "Yeah, I got something on my face. Who cares?" I'm
not really. I think it just gets down, which is is wrong of me, 100% wrong. I'm not justifying myself. I'm wrong. It is just an inability to get the job done smoothly.
So it's the style of eating.
Yeah, and I mean,
you know what it is.
Prejudice.
Right, that's funny. That's hilarious. Can I tell you something interesting, though? Did you know, and of course, I like to, it's like right now, and this is just my personality. Right now, I feel like I'm as edgy as I've ever been because I do not have one piercing. I do not have one tattoo.
Right.
Okay. So I don't know how to break it to all the people. Y'all are not original anymore.
No.
Everybody, it's to not have a tattoo that is now cutting edge. And so I feel on the edge. And, Sherry and I were discussing what you mentioned. I said, Sherry, I'm not saying it's going to end this way. I said, why don't we just go completely counterculture, with 2 sons getting married this fall. So it won't be long till we're going to get into the grandkid world that you and Greg Speedy are already in. And I said, let's just go granddad and grandma. Let's just completely go against, because you can't really pick a cute name. Everybody's got them all.
Yeah.
All the ones you like, you know what I mean? And I said, so why don't we just be granddad and grandma?
That's it.
Let's just go classic. Let's just go back the other way. And I think we're really I think we might. What
a lot of times it'll end up what they call it.
Well, that's right. Sometimes they just say something you get stuck with.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened.
That's what happens to you gagas.
Yep.
Wait, Speedy, do you have a name?
Pops.
Pops. That's actually what that's what I want.
But that was given to me. I didn't have a choice. That was
so that's what I'm talking about. So you've got Pops. Greg's got Papa. Both of those are fantastic. My dad has Pop. So all the Pop stuff's kind of been and those are my favorites. But they've kind of all been taken.
Yeah.
My kids joke. Of course, they're nowhere close to this, but they've said they're going to call me Old Poppy.
Old Poppy.
Old Poppy.
That's
like
good.
That.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, all that Pop word I like, but it's all pretty much covered.
I just like to, eventually get to so someone could call me that.
Right.
Yeah.
Nice,
you know?
Yeah. Right. Do you think they need to hurry? How about this? But not too quick. Let's get married. So, do you think is it more old school to go granddad or go back to Pawpaw?
Pawpaw's pretty old school.
Yeah,
That's pretty old school.
That's what my granddad.
Is that more old school than
Yeah.
granddad?
I think so.
Yeah, it is.
Granddad's still pretty
Would you
old
like to
school.
weigh in on this, Helmsy?
I'm just saying that
Right.
Pawpaw,
Right.
and no surprise here, Max known as Pawpaw.
Sure he is. Of course he is.
And that is his old school.
But see,
to get.
it's like I see your dad and everybody in his age. It's like they.
Now my
they
mom would not have Mama.
Really?
You wouldn't go on
What about Meemaw?
Yeah.
None of that.
No.
See, ours were Pawpaw and Meemaw.
Yeah.
And we did what you're talking about. We had them on. It was Meemaw and Pawpaw White.
Yeah.
And it was Meemaw and Pawpaw Burgess.
Yeah.
They both had the same names. Just put a different last name.
Yes.
You know.
yes.
So, but
the older I get, Pawpaw grows on me a little bit. I was kind of on. I don't know why, but it does.
All right. Has anybody
love their Papa?
Has anybody taken G Daddy?
Well, it's funny
No, I
because
think that's free.
I know some.
yeah,
That's
it's funny you
available.
said that because like there's 2 granddaddies, in the
Right.
family to the boys, and so they've sometimes we'll hip it up and go G Daddy for one of them, but
You have to think what it would sound like with them yelling for you in a crowd somewhere, like at Disney World.
Right.
G Daddy, G Daddy.
See, I like that.
yeah,
I like that.
yeah, G Daddy's cool.
Well, they call you Greg.
They call me Papa.
I like Papa.
And
Papa's a classic.
What's
They call him
funny?
Big
I like Pop.
You know,
Pops, all that.
like you're talking about that, they'll change it. Lisa was Lele, but she's also called Will We and Yee Yee.
See what happens?
They just they in their mind when they heard Lele, that they come back.
You never know what they're
Ellis
going
calls
to
her Will We,
Oh, that's
and
funny.
then Pace calls her Yee Yee, and the 2 girls aren't.
Yee Yee.
Well, I guess Marion, I'm not sure what she calls. I think she calls her Lee. I don't know what she calls.
That's funny.
That's
So
great.
Of course, I had some fun at Sherry's expense, like I really enjoy. And so she was like, well, I said, well, we got time. They ain't even married yet. They get married this fall. She goes, well, I knew. I said, well, I'll tell you, I've already made my decision. She goes, well, I said, I'm going to be Abba. And she goes, no, you're not.
Incorrect. Abba.
She said, I believe that one's been taken.
Burgess.
Well, I mean, that's what they called their dads
And they're going
in
to
the Jewish
expect you
culture.
to be a Swedish rock star.
Right, yeah. But what
You'll
That's
find though,
ABBA, but that's ABBA.
yeah, you'll find though it's a little bit like naming interns here.
Yeah.
Sometimes the interns can't name themselves.
Right.
They get the name. Sometimes you have freedom and you can name yourself, but most of the times it's given to you.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what do y'all want to call me or whatever?
Right.
And that for some reason Terry they called her Nan, not Nana, not Nanny, but Nan.
Yeah, I'd say you said what
I
happens.
like that.
Well,
Yeah.
see, like you're talking about, like right now nobody wants to see this. Going back to the classics. Right now, if I were to walk out on the beach at any beach, and nobody wants to see that, but if I were to walk out on the beach, with my swim trunks on, and that's it,
Okay.
I would be the edgy person.
Uh-huh.
Everybody else would be tatted to the point it didn't look like they took their clothes off. Okay. I mean, we got people now that their entire legs nothing but tattoos.
Oh, I
you
know.
know, so I would walk out on the beach and they go, "There's an edgy son of a gun right there.
Look at that.
Hey, there's a rebel without a cause.
Oh, straight edge.
You know, and there's a guy living on the edge. Wow, kind of wish he'd have maybe got some sun on him before he walked out here, but he is living on the edge. Did you have something else on the video too? Did you say?
Real quick, yeah. When Speedy did the tour of the studio, I think that got people kind of checking out where we are and things like that. Because I got an email showing the Google Earth. You guys know this. You guys know what that is, right
Sure.
there,
Kinda,
and
yeah.
that's our entrance to our studio here.
Right.
And if you go a little bit farther, there's the studio door.
Okay.
And then if you just take a quick look to the left,
there.
There's a sketchy black van
with a guy hanging
with
out
a guy
of it.
hanging out of it.
Looks like he's kidnapping somebody.
I got emails from people
So
looking
this
it up.
is our Google Earth view?
This is our Google Earth, and if you look to the left here, it looks like I'm stealing TVs from the studio. What's the dude with the man bun loading into his van?
Oh, that's
This is
great.
on Google Earth
That's
now.
so sketchy.
That is
Forever.
good.
That is so sketchy.
What's funny, you could tell that it's like after lunch because you see all of our parking spots that got here early is empty.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I'll go.
yes.
I'll go.
Look at that.
That's a couch that turns into a bed, by the way.
That's
not. I'm not
hilarious.
stealing TVs from the studio, but I'm forever on our Google Earth.
That's a
looking-
nice van, buddy.
Oh, it's a sweet van. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna be called Hoss as a grandpa.
Oh, there you
What's
go.
up, Hoss?
Rick and Bubba.
If someone's taking more than their fair share. And
Officer Johnson says once he separated the two, Chapman and Jenkins admitted their tempers got away from them. Chapman is looking at a disorderly conduct charge. Jenkins is facing third-degree assault. Both people could end up paying a few $100s in fines, which is well above the $10.58 a plate charge at Meteor Buffet. In Huntsville, Joel Porter, WHNT News 19.
Thank you, Joel.
Y'all, the fact he was clanking tongs together.
Oh, yeah,
that's
is
good.
Funny.
Golly.
He was giving you the. Hey, look at the pal with the Band-Aid on top of his
Yeah,
head.
Garok's suffered a cut on his head, I guess, where Jenkins hit him with a tong.
Guida's still mad.
Yeah.
Do you think that was from the tongue, or do you already have that?
No, I think
No, that's what.
That's
yeah,
the
it's from
injury.
That's the injury.
That was
Yes,
from it.
Bubba.
Yeah.
They just put it on there to stop the bleeding before they took his pictures.
cracked that head.
I love the fact that after it's over, they both admit, okay, yeah, I got a little heat.
Look, it
That's on me.
got away
That's
from
on
me.
me.
Look, now I
What else can you say?
I know.
look. There's some champion eaters on this program, and I have to ask the uncomfortable question: do we hold the buffet accountable a little bit
You talking about Meteor
for
Buffet?
for creating a bad toxic atmosphere?
Stay on top of the crab leg.
Yeah, stay on top of them. Yeah. You're not bringing them out quick enough.
Rick, I know. I think it's just common courtesy, though, if you have people waiting, like when the barbecue pizza would come out at Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
I tried not to get the half of the pizza.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
get
you
four
get
slices.
one or two pieces and you move on.
May I ask y'all an uncomfortable question?
Two tops.
Right.
Yeah. May I ask you an uncomfortable?
That's really good.
Can I ask you an
You gotta get
uncomfortable
there
question?
early.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stay in the Asian realm because that's normally where I eat a buffet.
Mm-hmm.
So you look and you see, usually for some reason, I don't know why, not all of them, when it comes to egg rolls, they put them in a plastic one versus a metal one. I don't know why.
I wonder why.
But
I never noticed that.
if you look down and you see 3 egg rolls, okay, and you see that there's other people coming around, but you're there. I mean, it's your turn. And I can't just have 1 egg roll. I got to have 2. That's my deal. Do I get one this time just to be kind, or can I go ahead and take 2, leaving only 1? Because
Are people looking at the egg rolls? You know their way.
they're all wanting one.
Yeah, I think you do one, Rick.
Yeah, I think you have to do
Dadgummit,
one.
buddy.
Now, if you can lie to yourself and go, I didn't know anybody else wanted any.
Rick,
Don't look around a lot. Don't be aware.
Rick,
Like you're in your own world.
Rick, you don't get all 3 of them. Okay.
Right. Can I
That's
get 2?
I think 2's fine.
But by you getting 2, someone is not getting one.
Yeah, now they're
And
standing
you
there.
know
Well,
that.
you could,
and
you
know
could not
that.
get any of them
And you know
feed
that.
everybody. So
You just walk back to your little seat and start
You
eating.
better hope Quita didn't want one.
And the reason why, and I want to be clear, I'm not.
they got more egg rolls coming.
They
usually
do
don't
in a
let them
minute.
run
And
out.
More crab
Just like
legs
that
too.
barbecue
But
pizza.
But what I'm saying is this: the way I do my Asian dish, it involves 2 egg rolls.
Yeah.
I mean, and so if it's going to break my rhythm up, now I'm going to run out of egg rolls.
Incomplete plate.
I'm going to
Rick,
run.
I don't think it's. I think the thing with the buffet, you're out of line when you get too much. I don't think 2 is too much in this case.
Now, if I take all 3, I'm completely.
Yeah, that's
out.
a fine. That's
And then look at everybody like,
I was here.
I think Rick, I'm gonna go a little deeper here. You were aware of what was going on, and you knew what to do. You knew what the right thing to do was.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, and some
like
guys,
if you're just going through your day and you normally get two, and you just get two and move on, and you hadn't thought about it, but you knew. That if you got to, someone wasn't going to get one.
Well, they were going to get one eventually. But
well,
just,
yeah,
it's not
but not
this
right
group.
then.
I mean, I could justify it and say these are cold.
That's my whole point.
Yeah, I could do all that.
Yeah.
Somebody said, well, what do you think Jesus would have done? I said he'd have turned the 3 into like 50. You know what I mean? And
So that
we
really
wouldn't
ain't a
have
problem.
That's so good. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, hey, the pan would have never run out. It'd have just kept being more and it'd have been some left over.
That's good. I remember that.
I'll be a radical. So anyway,
I'm mad that we don't have a seafood buffet anywhere around the studio. That's what I'm mad about. I don't know. We talked about this a little bit in the kickoff
Where is the
hour.
nearest one to our parking lot?
I know.
I got an email earlier said there is one relatively close. Really? Pretty good, yeah.
Well, if you
right over here.
If
The
you
one
see,
you talking about?
I don't know. No.
It's got a
not that
name.
one.
It sounds
No,
like
no,
it could be.
No. That's not. That's actually like a. You just get it and go.
I saw, by the way, keep in mind this. I think this was just a straight up Asian hibachi buffet that happened to have crab legs.
I think this is what this particular.
If you look at the sign, it says hibachi buffet.
Well,
because I've been to
about the Meteor buffet.
Yeah, I've been to buffets that mainly feasure complete Asian food, but they'll throw in a little something every now and then.
That's what they said. They said the one that's close to you guys actually is an Asian type buffet, but they actually have other seafood and crab legs as part of it.
And that's what this was.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, in their mind too, I know how buffet people think because we know the language.
Oh yeah,
it's 10:58 for the buffet. They figure if I can get 2 things of crab legs, I've paid for the meal.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We've been active today. Any part of the show you missed, you can grab it on the Daily Archives, either on the YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Okay, so a couple of things. We were talking about, grandparent names, and then, of course, Adler made sure that his grandmother got on to me about struggling watching old people eat. And, of course, that made us think of the thing that we're all thinking of, our president. So I understand that, once again, Bubba, he's on another. What do you think, seriously, and you know the answer to this. I realize that this right now I'm shooting a layup. I got it, okay? And it's a point that's made all the time, but let's make it again. What would be going on right now with the wildfires in Maui? What would be going on if any Republican president was just hanging out down at the beach and whatever? It would be. Look, here he goes, riding his bike around. They're trying to ask him questions. Of course, he's there. He is.
They're trying to get him.
Bubba, he's on top of it right now. There he goes, just right there. Yeah. And then this thing with Kari Lake, this is going on with all the stuff.
Yeah, well, they've got everyone's heading in there for the early caucuses, and anybody's up there doing something. And she's actually doing an interview with a couple of newspapers. I think one of them's the L.A. Times and maybe the New York Times. And this is while she is milking a cow.
Yeah, she turns to the reporters and talks to them.
Which one of you's from the New York Times? You know there's only 2 genders, right?
I just take pictures.
There's only 2 genders, and they know that in Iowa. I challenge the New York Times reporter and the Washington Post reporter to try to milk a cow and then try to milk a bull and see how that goes.
That's good.
Good for you, Kari Lake.
She is always funny. And,
see how it goes.
See how it goes. And what if the bull says, no, go ahead, sit your stool down. I identify as a cow. Yeah. Still wouldn't work, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
No. You'd be in for quite a ride. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we.
All right, then, Kari Lake.
Okay, Kari Lake. Also, we have on 6 here, Adler, and this is Congressman Ron Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is going on to the whole ongoing trying to figure out with the pandemic, the good, the bad, the ugly from all that. He's about to make quite the allegation that the whole thing was pre-planned. Now that is I know. now this is as close to the edge as you can get.
Yeah.
Right here. So here's Congressman Ron Johnson.
I mean, it's just extraordinary to me that, the government was working with social media to amplify lies and suppress truth and has been doing so repeatedly. Why couldn't the American people know that, there were other alternatives to treat COVID? Why can't the American people know that there were side effects with the vaccine?
This was all pre-planned by an elite group of people. That's what I'm talking about. Event 201 that occurred in late 2019, prior to the rest of us knowing about this pandemic. Again, this is very concerning in terms of what has happened, what is happening, what continues to be planned for our loss of freedom. Again, it needs to be exposed, but unfortunately, there are very few people, even in Congress, that are willing to take a look at this. They all push the vaccine. They don't want to, be made aware of the fact that the vaccines might have caused injuries, might have caused death. So many people just simply don't want to admit they were wrong, and they're going to do everything they can to make sure that they're not proven wrong. We're up against a very powerful group of people here, Maria. But fortunately, you say, what can we do? Well, we do have reporters like yourself, like John Solomon, other people that have the courage to report the truth against the mainstream media and against the narrative. But that's the only way this is going to be solved, is we need the truth to be exposed. We need more Americans to listen to the truth, to be exposed to the truth, to pull their heads out of the sand, quite honestly, open up their eyes and understand what is happening in this country. We are going down a very dangerous path, but it's a path that is being laid out and planned by an elite group of people that want to take total control over our lives. And that's what they're doing bit by bit. They do it by increasing massive government spending, increasing the size of government, takeover of the WHO. These amendments that are coming up that are going to be voted on in 2024 on the WHO are frightening, and they really risk taking away all of our sovereignty. People have to awaken to the dangers of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to ride with him all the way on that journey, but I will tell you one thing he's saying that he's absolutely right on. And I don't know if you've, Levin, I don't know if we should have context with him or not, but it'd be great to try to get him on. He's got a new book coming out in September. And he is making the point where, and Ron Johnson is right, that we do have a political party in our country now that has made a turn, and it is a complete turn to total tyranny. It is a giant central government, the government, running everything, the government taking over all aspects of your life, and that part is accurate, and you can see it. And of course, this can be used. Anytime they can make you afraid, then they can always grab power and grab your freedom.
This is always. Not the first time we've heard Event 201, and what it was, the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, in partnership with the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, hosted Event 201, which was a high-level pandemic exercise on October the 18th, 2019 in New York. The exercise illustrated areas where public-private partnerships may be necessary during the response to a severe pandemic in order to diminish large-scale economic and societal consequences.
We must not learn anything from it.
Well, this is one of those think tank roundtable bunches. If they were really doing this, it would have been behind closed doors. I think this is more something that is. I don't really tie to that. I know what they said and the time they said it. It looks like it was real close to the pandemic. Yeah. These things go on all the time.
Well, as we say again, there's enough in there that's not for debate that really going down this road is not even necessary. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a big day. You got. If you missed a lot of Rick and Bubba, then go back and catch the archives either on the YouTube channel, on our podcast channel, and then we'll get together the next time we have another live show. Lord willing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.